Hi, I'm Ramji, and I'm your storyteller for today, and with me is Sheena Chan, Lisa Yao, Sheena Chan,
Oh, sorry.
and Cheryl. Fantastic. As always, we'd like to thank the folks over at Gamesaurus Rex on Arthur Thompson Street for helping bring us together and get us off the ground. It's a great little shop, board games, accessories, various other bits and pieces. Head on over to Gamesaurus Rex. And a word from our sponsor. And
That's right. Hi. So from our sponsor, they would like to share with you that you need simple, honest, and straightforward technology advice to help you scale and grow your business. If you're based in Asia or looking to expand your business here, then get hold of A Better Consultancy at www.abetterconsultancy.co. All right, and it looks like I'm anytime, and it looks like I'm moving and I'm doing all the announcements for today. So today's the first time I'm doing the recap for yesterday's episode, so I came prepared. I guess I find this a bit stressful, but bear with me. So yesterday, what happened? Okay, so what happened was that our party of 4, they finally escorted Akras, their newly found orcish friend, all the way back to the rendezvous point, which we later found out was South Marabanda. And there, they were promptly greeted by his underlings, as far as we knew, his fellow comrades in arms. And he was whisked away, and he told us to make ourselves comfortable in one of the many abandoned huts around the village. So we did. We went there, and Kaman had a look around. He was unable to detect any magic, but he did find things in a strange state of sort of abandonment, where it looked like the owners of these homesteads had left for the morning without the expectation that they would be away for a long time, because there were still things like food that had been set to one side. The sewing kit was there, which is something that you would take along with you on long journeys. Barra promptly pocketed the sewing kit. And as for the 2 females of the party, they went to wash gulgunk off their bodies because there was a well in the village. However, Barra, seeking to go and speak to them in an unobtrusive way while they were having their baths, suddenly with no malicious intent, he detected the scent of the ocean, and he promptly started sprinting towards the ocean. He's now got this new trick where, because he has both light and prestidigitation, so when he casts light on his breastplate and he prestidigitates his homestead signal on it, he now has a sort of bat signal that he can
Barra signal.
A Barra signal that he can flash at the cloud. So that was sufficient to attract the 2 ladies to the ocean, where they all promptly went and had a wash, while the very boring Kaman stayed in the house to try and figure out what was going on. And he was unable to figure out what was going on, but he did detect that in the dungeon that they had previously explored the day before, he had found an ion stone.
Yes.
An ion, it's spelled Einstein. And he activated it, and he started spinning around his head, making him look even more bizarre than usual, because he is already a minority sea elf that very few people see in these parts. After that, the party had a long rest, cleansed, if slightly damp, and they were awoken the next morning by Akras, who was very officiously dressed, and they started to suspect that he was not the simple foot soldier that they had thought him to be. And also, they were later met by the emissary that they had sought to rescue, who is called Taras, and she was in pristine condition, unhurt. And then she explained to them in a short while that actually what they had understood to be the situation was much, much, much more complicated than what they had thought. TLDR, the kidnapping of the ambassador who had been in talks with emissary Taras, that was completely staged. Essentially, there were a whole bunch of political events that took me a very long time to understand. There were a bunch of nations who signed a treaty, and basically the treaty had been breached by one of the nations, the Civilized Kingdom, taking over some of the lands of the other nations. And also, a princess had apparently been kidnapped. And TLDR again, the party had been assigned to soothe the fraught political situation by kidnapping the Princess Melina back. Melina, as far as we can tell, is a stately hobgoblin, rather young, and she is in...
Sorry to interrupt. It's a hobgoblin, not a hobgoblin.
I said hobgoblin.
Oh, okay.
I did say hobgoblin.
I heard hobgoblin.
Yeah, but I mean, Barra will probably call it hobgoblin.
Yes.
Is it because of my shirt?
That is a hobgoblin.
But she could have been a hobgoblin.
She could have been a hobgoblin, but anyway, we were going to rescue this presumably hobgoblin that was in the
Twilight's End.
Twilight's End, which we would take a while to reach from South Marabanda. We would first have to go over the sea and then do a bit of an overland crossing. However, just as we were preparing to do so, now a little bit of foreshadowing. When he was keeping watch the previous night, Kaman detected a sense of something not right with the sea around South Marabanda. He was unable to place what it was. And in fact, everybody had a great time the day after exploring lighthouses. And again, Yrsa was sucked into a magic mirror, but luckily she was brought back by the lighthouse keeper on the other side of the mirror, and actually on the other side of some distant ocean as well, because these mirrors in the lighthouse were a teleportation device, apparently. And anyway, so they decided to go off on their sea voyage, and but then suddenly they received an ambush, or rather an attack from both land and sea, where Akras's troops were almost overrun, and the party of four were told to escort the emissary and the ambassador onto boats that would take them for further shores. Like the party of four knew where they were going, but we don't know where the ambassador and emissary are going. And after fending off the attack with a display of fantastic intelligence and prowess, they are now on the boat. And yes, that's right.
That's worthy of a round of applause, if you ask me.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
We are sailing.
Indeed.
We are sailing.
The last thing was you pulled away through the mist and out the other side, and you saw ahead of you the clear seas of the Sagama Ocean. Looking behind you, you do see a mist cloud still surrounding South Marabanda Cliffside village, and you have no clear sight of the other ship, because you are, of course, on the
Dreamwave.
Dreamwave.
The ship is, of course, the
Windweaver, which is where the emissary and ambassador are on.
Absolutely. And so, as you're on the Windwave, sorry, the Dream,
Dreamwave.
God damn it.
Ship 1 and Ship 2.
No, it's fine. I will get this right. I wrote the bloody thing. I should remember it. As you're on the Dreamwave, and the seas have begun to become a little bit less febrile as the winds have picked up and caught the sail full, and you're starting to really leap through the water at some pace. All of you are familiar with the sea. You come from a seafaring nation. None of you have a constitution terrible. I mean, you can be...
I am not the best on the
Sailor.
water, but you know.
Well, you're fortunately on the ship, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're okay. Are you okay with the ship? Are you seasick? Or?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
My stomach is strong. I'm just, concerned about drowning is all.
I think that's a valid concern.
Yeah. I wear my flotation device made from my bomb pants.
Are you wearing your pants?
I am. These are my spare pants.
Okay.
But you are still wearing the oversized clothes.
That's right. And then occasionally I have to reinflate.
Toss it over your head.
So this is the cause of many hours of amusement for all the sailors that are on this ship, none of whom are anything but charming to you. They do move with a certain purpose. Again, this is and you have, even with your somewhat wariness of water, you have done merchant marine work as part of the Namandan Union, as part of what you do when you do your couple of years of military service. That's a requirement for you all. There will be points where you are guarding ships and as part of convoys. In the course of doing that, you get used to sailing seas that are a little inclement, and there are various basic kind of sailor's cures. It's like drink this tea, look at the horizon, don't puke into the wind, that sort of thing, right? That you've all learned the basics of. And so you have your sea legs. If it's been a while, it's been a while, right? Some of you, of course, have spent substantially more amount of time on a boat. Barra being a great example, Kaman being another. However you feel about this is down to you, but you certainly have a great deal of experience with this class of vessel. Even though this is clearly a military class of vessel, it's looking over it, you can see that it's been converted to run cargo. So there's no, there aren't large ballista kind of like pottering the front and the back as you'd expect there to be in a military vessel. There's nowhere for the obvious large ram that's designed to like catch onto another vessel to allow easy boarding. It's been rigged to be able to move faster through the water with a heavier load. However, it clearly has some sort of military background to it, and it's almost impossible to disguise that. Nevertheless, you're welcomed on board, and after the immediate danger has passed, you are quickly find yourself in the company of a tall and rather unexpectedly iridescent parrot person. A beautiful blue plumage blending into a bright yellow sort of feathered sort of breast that you can see, which then tucks itself into this almost jaunty waistcoat and has a shirt over it. So the waistcoat is over the shirt, but has a rather nice white shirt, and the waistcoat is over the top of it, pinned to it are a couple of useful medals. Cut in such a way that you can actually see there's room for the rather large pair of feathered wings that sort of stick up the back of this gentleman's shoulders, and then again move down sort of to touch the floor from quite a good height in greens and blues, and again a beautiful shimmering iridescence. Very much the majestic figure, somewhat belied by, as he opens his mouth to welcome you on board, a dark hooked bill and a very large sort of like, fat worm-like parrot tongue, because that's how parrots are, as he goes, welcome! You made it! I'm going to keep this accent up as long as I can. But you made it. This is good. We will be making as fast-paced as possible to our destination. I presume no plans have changed. I don't know why I have a German accent, because I can't speak like a parrot. I will dispense with the parrot's accent, because that ain't working. But nevertheless, the parrot captain, whose name, and he introduced himself as Prakau, P-R-A-K-A-W, it's how it would translate into Commonish. But he proudly references himself as Captain Prakau. And he introduces his first mate, whose name is Watana. So, and Watana is a human-appearing male individual, shaved head, often wearing like the time he takes his cap off, but he's wearing a very simple type of sailor's cap, tied together at the end. It was classically your naval sort of your navvy, as it were. But he's the first mate of the ship. It's an important position. He's basically second in command to the captain. And the captain says, "We don't have beds for all of you. Who's the ranking officer here?"
That would be me.
And there's a point where just behind you there's a small with all respect, I suspect we may both be the ranking officers here. Obviously, I wouldn't presume to command your
Who's this?
Ellen is on the ship as well.
Oh,
Ellen came on board.
Yes.
Right.
He says, but of course, I would not be in your chain of command, neither would you be in mine. But and you have this moment of awkwardness, as she sort of is looking at you, not sure how your protocol works about dealing with rank.
I mean, this depends. I am the ranking officer of these 3 people.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, what do you all need?
The captain looks over and goes, I shouldn't imagine there's going to be any problem here at all. All I was going to say was that there are a limited number of cabins down below. Plus there are, of course, berths for the crew. We only have 3 officer rank cabins available, so obviously one would therefore go to yourself, one would go to Ellen, and there is one additional for your 2IC. Beyond that, the remainder of you would have a selection of soft areas, floor, and most importantly of all, hammocks available to you for the journey of this ship.
Ah, okay.
Find yourself. There's plenty of comfort. There's a decent mess. There's nothing else to worry about here. Please try and stay out of the way of my men and women as they do their jobs. Obviously, they ask for a hand. Please give what you can. That'll be helpful. But beyond that, there's no expectations of you performing any work, except, of course, if we are to run into, well, any more trouble as earlier. Our crew of merchant marines, or in this case, let's call them merchant marines, obviously disembarked before we came on this adventure, and the other ship has taken off any excess of their work. So you are our only set of trained soldiers.
No problem. Captain, just to check with you, what were the things that attacked us earlier?
Rather tough to see, but it looked like, well, as a guess, I would say some form of quota. And he struggles with the word because it's coming out of a parrot's mouth. Like,
I don't so for Wakana.
Kawata. And he sort of stops and he kind of goes, I hate that word. Fish people. And then he says, but strangely enough, I did also see them with, yes, most concerning. And I must have a chat with a Nekon to see whether or not it actually is what I thought it was. But I saw some of the shock people.
The what?
The Sahuagwe.
Kaman flinches.
Is it common for them to attack like this? I mean, from what we saw, it felt very coordinated. There were people blowing horns in the forest. There were people attacking from the top. There were people attacking from the beach.
It says, not that I'm aware of. They generally tend to stay much further to the south. Though these seas are warm, they're not warm enough for them in general. They also tend to, well, they tend to look for unwary travelers or, groups of merchants or otherwise who don't really have the means to protect themselves. They don't tend to show up with organized armies. They're a bit too focused on their own needs with that. They're raiders, not soldiers. What's even more concerning is the sound of horns. I mean, they don't really have lungs. They sort of breathe through their gills. So I presume they were in coordination with somebody. If you heard people blowing horns, it's not going to be from them. Or, I guess it could be. I mean, magic is an amazing thing. But, and to be clear, this is me and my accent. He's going halfway through all of these things and making various observations. I just can't do that, I'm afraid. But
Straight fix.
yes, indeed. But he then sort of says, "Yet another mystery on this voyage, I feel."
How many more are there?
I mean, I'm looking at 4 right now. Well, 5 if you include Ellen, but
No, we don't.
not really 4.
Oh, right, okay, cool. Oh, you're talking about us? Oh, great. Oh, yeah, I've got Barra digs into his rations. Oh, I've got a cracker. You want one? No, you just want to share a cracker. Would you like a cracker?
Okay. So looks at you and goes, and there's a moment of just silence as we'd all be well to keep out the way of my men and women as they do their job, and then we will soon be rid of you at your destination. Thank you for your time.
Oh,
and then he
sorry.
sort of turns on his heel and walks away. And the first mate just looks at you and just looks at all of you, just goes, well, I guess there must be something special about you lot, because from first appearances you're really fucking stupid. And then sort of just goes, just do what the captain says, stay out of the way, don't cause any trouble. I'm around if you need me. I don't think you should probably disturb the captain again now, having started off on that.
Not a great idea, Barra.
He comes and tries to look away.
And Watson just kind of looks over and just kind of shakes his head in a bit of, I'd say disgust. Yeah. And then just kind of says, okay, and just walks away.
Oh. The being with me.
He's a parrot. He's a parrot person.
My mom, Dragon.
No.
Okay, come, let's go downstairs and find our quarters. But
Alright.
Barra, don't offer him any more quarters.
Okay.
Just don't offer him food. in general.
Okay,
I'm sure he
okay,
gets
got it.
enough.
Got it, great leader. Okay.
Ellen, shall we?
So the deck of this large ship here is there are two high decks. They're up. On one is where the steersman sits with stands with a large wheel. Next to him is sort of a navigator or otherwise sort of keeping an eye on the distance. There's a mast, smaller mast up there. Then there's a main mast in the middle deck, which is lower, right? At each end of the middle deck is a set of stairs that go downstairs. And then again, at the foredeck, there's a couple of stairs from the middle deck up that lead to a large foredeck. And the foredeck again has a smaller mast on it and then leads to the prow that has you can see that there is a prow head. You can't see what it is because you came on from the back and then you see it as you kind of headed out. As you carry on sort of looking around, you wander downstairs, you immediately find it's really rather dark. It's not cramped, I mean, for you two, it's not cramped, and neither for you two. It's still a reasonable size. But you could see that there a Goliath or a half giant would struggle down here, like very much like have to kind of wedge its way through doors and various other things. This is a ship that's designed around people of about 5'6", 5'7" in height. So if you're slightly taller, you can manage. Maybe you'll bang your head a bit. If you're shorter, no worries. So, and as you come down the steps, you find yourself in a long corridor. Off to the right, you can hear the rattling of a couple of pots and pans, and you pass by an open door, and you see a simple mess: two large benches. There's a couple of sailors there eating food, rattling on tables, and stuff like that. And then off to the left, sort of immediately kind of like down this corridor, are a series of open doors for small cabins, and a young sailor that you recognise, who's a sort of small half-orc boy, right? That you saw earlier. It's got quite exciting. Goes, oh, hello, nice to see you again. This is amazing.
Hey, it's for you.
Yeah, absolutely. The name is Tim.
Seriously?
Tim.
Okay.
Tim Hudson.
Seriously? He's a friend of mine. I have a friend in real life called Tim, so I was like, okay, never mind, let's go with it.
Hello, Tim. We are looking for the quarters.
Well, hello, Tim. Yeah, of course. We have 1, 2, and then after that gap is the third officer's quarters. And then over here you have, just in this gap, you have the general crew area. And so there's two doors for small cabins, and then immediately afterwards there is a larger open space within which you can see there are about 8 or 9 hammocks that are currently hung up, kind of 4 or 5 on each side. And then it sort of narrows in again, as you can see. There's another 2 cabins and then the third cabin up there is yours. Do be aware, the one at the end is the ship's surgeon's, so she's not to be disturbed unless there's a problem. Then 4 of that here, and literally points kind of just ahead of you to the right, this is the navigator and first mate. If you need anything, obviously, please be aware the first mate is right here. And this is the galley. So if you need anything from the galley, you also can go in. Cook pretty much is there all the time. If Cook's not here, he'll be right up front with the bosun. And I don't disturb them when they're up there at that point. They're usually playing cards and drinking. It's apparently I'm not supposed to be there. It's not for the likes of me, I've been told. But yeah, I mean, if you need them, they'll be up the front out there, up where the majority of the storage is. Up the back's the captain. I would imagine you probably don't want to talk to the captain based on what I heard, but
Wow, news spreads fast on the ship.
that's almost like a saying. Isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't spend a lot of time on ships.
Right.
Oh?
Right. It's no.
Tim, are there lockers for the crew?
There are. Yeah, absolutely. There are a bunch of benches, and you can see there's a bunch of side benches, which are kind of like they have a little lock and key, but kind of open them and close them. But none of them pits have padlocks on. They're just sort of like, they're there, and they've got the facility to have it, but they're not padlocked.
I gesture to it. I take it everyone doesn't worry about security here.
What kind of ship were you on before? Oh, that kind. Okay.
Oh gosh, I'll never forget my first ship. What about you? Kaman?
Wasn't that your first ship?
Yeah, it was. I'll never forget it. It was a good ship.
Barra and I had
We had
exchanges with the
Sometimes.
captain too.
oh yeah, it was a fun guy.
Barra and captains.
Seems to be a bit of a pattern.
I don't really understand. I'm like, I just offered him a snack.
Yeah,
Oh, what, does he not like crackers?
Tim, just
don't
go
get it.
check.
Oh, you actually offered him a cracker?
No, does he not eat them? Well, I'll show you. Tim, would you like a cracker?
I mean, sure.
Well, there we go. What's the problem?
But I'm not an aristocrat.
Or what?
The black people.
It's basically like, so, you know how people get parrots? And they put the parrot on their shoulder and they tame them
Oh,
and they
yeah.
make them part of their
I had a friend who
Right,
did
like
that.
that's the kind of thing. And you
Yeah.
tame them and you give them a cracker.
Yeah, they
and you
love
said, "Oh, you
crackers."
want a cracker and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff. But-
and they like crackers.
yeah, absolutely.
And does your
So-
captain like crackers?
So imagine if, like, what would it be for us? I guess that would be like a monkey, right? Imagine, like, people got into the habit of feeding monkeys bananas.
Right, yeah, people do
Which they
that.
do, right?
It's an
Like,
existing
in-
habit.
in-
Yeah. I'm
Now,
like,
now
following
imagine
so
you
far.
walked up board to
Yeah.
the ship of a captain that's a human,
Yeah.
and you waved a banana in front of him. Monkey want a banana? Monkey want a banana? What's he gonna say?
Did you have a banana?
I think Barra would take it.
I like bananas. I don't know. Anyway,
Thank you
Thank
for
you for the
making
cracker.
it.
so there you go. Yeah.
I understood.
not?
Thank you for the effort.
Yeah, maybe I need to go learn. Anyway,
it's not you.
It's time for my lessons anyway. I'm gonna.
Oh, what are you learning? Where are you going?
I'm learning to read.
Oh, you're learning to
Oh,
read.
you should
Yeah.
try too, Barra.
No, I'm a good reader. I would did many plays back in the amateur club in my school. But anyway, so who's teaching you?
Oh, Surgeon Athena.
Social Athena.
Surgeon. Ship.
Oh yeah, you can't say it either.
Maybe she was teaching me to speak too.
Yes.
the ship's surgeon,
Oh,
Athena. Athena's amazing.
Is that with a
When I grow up,
TH?
I want to be like Athena.
Or an F?
A-F-I... Oh, hang on, no. Oh, God.
No, you can't.
A-F-E.
You can't read.
Athena.
EF or
It'll
AF?
take you a bit of time.
And he looks at you
Spell
with
that.
like the panicked look of a child that doesn't know how to read.
It's okay, Athena.
Athena.
Okay.
Good try.
Yeah, that's what I did too.
Shit. I mean, fuck.
Right, then.
Oh no.
And who's the bosun?
He was the bosun's name.
Bosun Fatola.
Fatola. Right, yeah. Okay.
That's with an F.
Oh, good
Oh,
job.
fuck. He likes to say fuck.
That sounds like
So
a full what?
I suppose you're calling Tola?
Oh, no, he's very nice. I think I told you this before. We had this conversation about Bosons earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's
He's a
right.
really nice guy.
Hey, sorry, you're
If you
saying.
need anything, you should ask the first mate because that's propriety.
Well, what with China?
Property. No, that's the correct way of doing it.
Oh, you did good job. Anyway, so you were saying that the bosun, Fatola, he likes to play cards at that room down the hall.
I think they at the end of the day they'll play cards and
Oh, yeah?
they'll have a couple
Right.
of drinks and
Oh, it sounds like fun.
I'm not allowed to play.
Oh, no, yeah, not yet. But,
Yeah,
do they usually have visitors?
I sometimes play.
Oh, yeah?
When I get together with the other friends and other things, we'll sometimes play a game of dice. So
Oh, yeah, I love it.
one time we even used real money.
Nice.
So, what do you usually play with if it's not real money?
I mean, little shells or just little knickknacks, things like that. I mean,
Oh. You're a good boy, Tim.
Yeah, good boy, good boy.
I'm almost a man.
You are a
Good, almost man.
good almost man.
Don't stray from the
Grow up to be a good man.
Oh, Tim, so how many of the rooms can we take?
I've been told you can have 3 of them. The 3 that are on the left side of the corridor.
Okay.
Plus, obviously, you're welcome to, and you get 1, 2, 3, 4. You're obviously but yes, sorry.
Ellen is taking one of them.
Right, so that's
So
2
2.
rooms.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. That means the 2 of you will have to sleep. Well, basically where I sleep, but I won't sleep there because you're sleeping there, so that's fine.
That's alright. I've got my own hammock. I'll set it up. I start stowing away.
Let's go take a look at the rooms. I mean, the 2 of us don't take up a lot of space.
No, it's alright. Hammock's fine for me. Kaman's already stowing his stuff
I'm
into
gonna keep an eye on Kaman here. No, you can keep your room, Tim, or your space, or whatever.
I mean, it's literally just a hammock.
Oh, yeah, no, you keep your hammock. I'm
It's
just
okay, I was just going to sleep on deck. It's part of what it is. There's a rank on the ship, and I'm not in your rank. It's fine. It would get me into more trouble than not. I appreciate your thought.
No, come on, you're right.
I'm very uncertain about it, but I appreciate it all the same.
All right. Why don't you stay down here
I-
where we can keep an eye on you? All right. Don't want
There's
to.
not much space in this corridor. Like, as in the point is, it may be, 60 feet long. So it's a good distance, but it's not massive. And there are 2 rooms, and they are, again, maybe 10, 15 feet long, right? So,
Okay.
yay long, and then there's another room like that, and then there's just a massive open space. And in that open space, you can clearly see there's just a bunch of hammocks already put up. There's some sort of side benches that you can open the top of where people can stow their gear, so things don't slide around because the benches are all nailed down into the ship itself, right? And then you then have another couple of rooms behind, so beyond that, right? And that's it. There's not that much. There's nothing fancy, but it's also just well built, right?
When I can, I'll whisper to them like, look, I want to stay out of the way of the sailors as much as possible, and also because I'm not ready to just trust them entirely yet. So let's see if we can just take the rooms.
Oh, like the 4 of us in 2 rooms?
We see if there's space. If there isn't, then we'll figure it out.
Well, I don't think I can fit in a room with this guy here. No, you know what? Look, come on, why don't you take the room? I'll go hang out with the sailors in the hammock. I like sailors. Remember? We used to get along with all those guys back on our ship and you didn't get along with anyone? Remember that?
I start taking down my hammock.
I go open the rooms and take a look.
There is a single bed in the room. It's a decent size, but it's still a ship, so it's basically bolted into the wall. And then there is a single pallet bed underneath which is a single large drawer on rail that you can just pull out that's good enough to be able to put some gear in. There's a table bolted into the wall that's right next to it, and a chair that's it's quite clever actually. There's a chair that's basically in grooves, so you can pull the chair back and you can sit where you want to, and the chair will stay within these grooves, but it certainly gives you the ability to move backwards and forwards without too much difficulty. So it's again not going to fly away, right? Everything's got a nice little lip on it, so that, and you can see already the ship is swaying a fair amount anyway as you move through the surf. That if you were to put a mug down, it would sort of stop in the corner. So nothing unexpected for a boat, but reasonably decent knit. It's been kept together pretty well.
Is there space for someone to sleep on the floor?
Oh yeah,
There's a slide up bit.
No, it's not slide bit. It is slide bit of storage.
Okay.
Rack your stuff in. Yes, there is, but you'll get hit by the door when the door opens. So there is space, but you'd have to, just be aware that, the door will hit you.
I am happy to share a room with you and I'll sleep on the floor.
It's okay, we're small. The bed is big enough for both of us. I mean, I know you're a swinging monk, but I am your ranking officer. I'm not going to do that to you. Consent is important.
Okay.
You can easily top and tell the things you do. It's like
Being small is great.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I never thought being a big strapping man would be a problem someday. And I guess, I just come to the territory. I just go hang out with my other macho sailors. Enjoy your room, come on.
Barra, I think we start with the common folk, so to speak, Make friends with the lower ranking sailors first.
Alright, yeah.
Work your way up.
I'll go look for them now.
No.
Go shouting like
Don't
of a lower rank.
wait for them to, go on break. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then, you sing your song, make
Oh,
them relax. so happy.
I'm really good at singing songs.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
good idea.
Raise their morale. Inspire them.
Oh, yeah, I'm good at doing that, yeah.
Yeah, then we slowly work our way up, considering
Okay,
the fact that we
okay.
pissed off the...
I don't know, I just offered him a snack.
Please don't do that again.
Yeah, don't do that again. Basically, it's
I will
like,
not bring a snack.
you just kind of...
Well, I don't know, I didn't call him a monkey. I didn't think that was a fair comparison, I get birds like crackers, I offered him a cracker.
Well, he doesn't like it. He finds it very
But
offensive.
maybe he really wanted a cracker.
No, you didn't. But yeah, let's
Okay.
start with the regular sailors.
I will not offer them any snacks.
I have faith in you. You'll win them over.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you, officer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Come on, please.
Right,
keep an eye
later.
on her, thank you.
Okay.
Slip it in there. Keep an eye.
Kaman's gone to his room and set up, and knowing that Barra's gonna go hang out with the sailors and stuff, he's popped back up onto deck. He's checking the flag that we're flying.
Mm-hmm.
What flag is it?
It is. Well, it's kind of hard to see in fairness, right? You can go and check to see the flag on the back of the boat if you want. Right? I mean, the flag that's up high, you can get a look at it. It's not one you recognise. It's not the Namandan Union, and it's not the any of the regular trading partners from around the Namandan Union. But yeah, I don't see a reason that Kaman would remember anything outside of Namanda.
I ask one of the sailors who's not busy what flag we're flying. What flag is that, if I may ask?
He looks over at you and goes, "Are you? This one is another more human-looking, but clearly some. You do see there's the odd bit of plumage that sort of like comes out of bare arms. And there's a couple of bits of plumage that come and disappear, likewise weird. But the face is entirely human. He sort of looks up and he goes, that's one of our, let's say, less well-known flags. It is a merchant house of, I think it's the Pandavs or the Kauravs or one of them southern lots. But they don't really come up with stories that often. I can't say that. They don't look like this far west that often. But nevertheless, yeah. So, it's fine.
Do you sail these seas? Have you sailed these seas often?
Yeah, I've been around it for a bit.
If you don't mind me asking, how safe is it?
Safe?
Are there pirates?
He sort of looks at you for a second. You're not doing anything to hide your sea elfness, right?
No.
He sort of looks at you and goes, I presume you can swim.
Well, yes, I'm just wondering if, in case of any emergency, we certainly want to stay out the crew's way. But in case of an emergency, are they likely to come at night or during the day?
Yeah, it's a good question. We're going to mostly try and stay away from the usual pirate routes, the usual merchant routes. We're trying to get to your destination as quickly as possible. But you'll probably need to speak to the person or the first mate for more details about this. He sort of looks over and kind of looks back, and you do get the impression, as I say, this is a slightly more than usually capable boat, populated with slightly more than usually capable people, and they're being cagey with you.
I haven't been introduced to Bosun Fatola. If you could point him or her out, I would really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And he sort of points up towards the foredeck, and you can see there is a small halfling woman at the front, dark skin, right? And she's just grabbing rope and sort of coiling rope and grabbing rope and coiling rope, and every now and then she stops and she sort of looks across and then yells at somebody who's doing the same thing on the other side. And you can't tell what she's yelling because it's right at the other end of the ship from you, but you can tell the tone of it, which is, "Oh, for fuck's sake, will you please do that properly?" Right? It's like very clearly a instructive tone. Because that's all right.
I think I'll speak to her when she's on break. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure, on break. Good luck with that.
Oh, we have a new follower.
Hey!
Everyone say hi.
Yargoose.
Sorry, that was like 34 minutes ago and we didn't know this until now.
Right.
Thanks for following, Yargoose.
So I pop back and tell you the rest. I've found the bosun. I haven't been able to speak to her yet. It's a dark-skinned halfling lady.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right, later. You want to leave that to me? I'm good at talking to women.
Wait for her to go on break. She sounds like a busy person.
Yeah,
Right.
she does seem really busy.
Right.
Remember what happened when the bosun was busy and we tried to speak to him?
Oh, yeah. Bastard.
Yeah,
That piece of shit.
he was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm going off to make friends now. I don't know about you guys. I want to gather intel. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm going. Alright, going on deck. Oh, by the way, Right, well, we're supposed to say anything. These people that we know about the princess, yeah? Oh,
No. We
Protect the chest.
protect the chest.
I'll protect the chest. All right.
We still have the chest, right?
No, I was the one with the chest.
We were never presented with a chest.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
But Ellen was supposed to give one.
Ellen said that she would be helping you with the last bits of your gear and disguise on the boat.
Should we speak to Ellen?
Yeah. Let's
We need the chest.
Cool. So it's not hard to find them because the third of the room that's available to you is the one that's elephants, right? And it is currently the door is open, and actually it's sort of sat there, feet on the floor. She sat on the bed, and she just seems to be taking things out of the bag and putting them on the bed, and just sort of looking, making sure everything's all there. And still looks at me busy. But that was quite the excitement, wasn't it?
Yeah, not a very secret mission. It didn't seem like. It seemed like the whole world knew about it. From under the sea to on top of the mountains, they just came and tried to.
Who knew about your mission?
No, like the people under the sea. Like they were obviously trying to stop something, and they knew that the emissary were there and the ambassador, right?
And what does that to do with your mission?
No, I was just saying. Oh God! No, I was just saying. Never mind. It's all right. Why don't you guys do talking?
No, I mean, Barra, if you think there is something we have missed, please, you must save us, because if there is a piece of evidence you have, please put it forward.
No, well, I just thought, okay, so like we mentioned, like this guy here, thought the sea was a bit weird.
Yeah.
And the next moment we know, like the sea comes up boiling with all these sort of like fish people and shark people. Somebody was saying there were like shark people there, and then there were things up there that were blowing instruments. And I know that if you've got gills, it's going to be pretty hard to play an instrument. I tried giving my horn to a fish once, and there was no sound. I was sort of like pressed the fish stomach after I tried, and I went, and like there was no sound. So they were in cahoots with somebody else. So basically, all these people were trying to stop us from going to wherever it was that we were trying to do, and it wasn't just a fish, because I did the thing where I caught the fish and I held it to my horn and went, and like there was no sound. So what I'm trying to say is that a whole bunch of people know about this mission.
Well, so what you say makes a great deal of sense up until the second half. The first half, I follow, but actually I had not even considered the logistics of blowing a horn.
That's right. I'll catch a fish for you.
But also the logistics of actually that must mean that somebody has orchestrated this attack across both
Land
aquatic
and sea.
peoples, but also the land-based people.
Yeah.
This is,
And they were from the
piece of
treetops. So they were like from the sky. So like the sea and the sky.
sky.
Or like I heard the attack came from the treetops.
Is it?
No, I heard sounds from the treetops.
Oh, okay. That is also very interesting. Okay, well, I will have to think on that. But
Top of the cliff.
Top of the cliff.
Not the top of the trees.
During the attack,
yes.
where were you? Did you see the attackers from the ground? From
I
land?
saw a series of I will use the term enemy, even though I do not know if we were at war technically, but certainly a series of attackers enter into the village. They appeared to be armed. At this point, I assisted and helped to get some of the other sailors back, and then did what I was instructed the most important thing to do, which was to accompany you.
No, but what did the attackers look like?
I saw the paws, and I saw three, I would say, distinct groups of types of. One was your common old garden ruffian, if you will. Whether in the hills or the jungles, they always look somewhat the same, right? Stocky humanoid, haven't washed, no shave, tattered armor, some sort of club or otherwise, but nevertheless, they were sort of the same. And, then, secondly, I definitely saw some, and smelled, I guess, something a little fishy. And in fact, I think you had in fact dispatched one or two. Running
at least two.
And so, in fact, as we were leaving, and I turned around and I was somewhat entranced by that beautiful thing that you had put.
It's sort of inspired by the fish that I caught.
There were many of them, but I do not know what they are. They seem to be most unappealing. I will have to refer to my notes. There are obviously many stories of denizens of the deep sea.
The captain.
He's one of them.
the captain made reference to
He can breathe underwater. He's a dentist.
夸到 夸到
Quack, quack, quack out.
Yeah. You
Quack out.
you have to, really dig in. 夸到
Quatao.
Quack out.
Quatao.
That's right.
Are you familiar with it?
Shakes her head. Just goes,
What?
no, I deal in I deal in much more mundane politics and treachery and trade. The acts of humans and hot elves and hot forks and the civilized races of land, if you will.
Ah, see what you did there, the civilized races. It's funny, you're funny.
You're very you're sharp, Barra.
I am.
Try using that sharpness.
Are you?
It's very good. It's
Oh, thanks. I wrote a song.
did you know?
Yeah, I'm going to perform it on deck later. I'm going to make friends with the crew.
This is
And if I learn anything, I'll let you know.
Do you have any particular time that you're planning on doing this?
I was thinking about when the wind picks up, so like it sort of blows my hair, and I just look at my best, and like maybe with the sun setting.
Yeah, okay, it's fantastic sunset. Then I should be able to. Good.
Wait. There was a third group you mentioned.
Yes, of course, certainly. And the third group appeared to be darker, more heavily armed. I could not clearly distinguish what, whether they were from under the water or above the water or otherwise, because they did, to my eyes at least, appear to be in both places. As in, I saw some on the beach and I saw some in the city.
Did you see them holding any instruments?
No, I do not believe I did.
Did you see anyone holding instruments?
I must admit, I did not. That does not mean no one was holding instruments, of course. But
No,
I
I know.
did not see anything.
Yeah.
Why do you ask?
No, because we heard the horn. Trying to figure out
the horn. Sorry,
I caught the fish and I tried to squish it against the horn.
I see.
It didn't make any sound.
I forgot about that.
So it just couldn't be the fish people.
Okay, enough with the fish squishing. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, so nevertheless, I saw a few of my compatriots engage with at least one of these creatures. They were able to hold it off for a few moments, enough to buy time for sailors to run by, and then they retreated as well. They seem to be rather, these creatures seem to be rather adept to their swords.
It's weird that they can like use swords, but they can't blow instruments. You know what I'm saying? It just, they've got like these tiny little
I don't
limbs,
understand that. No,
but they can't. They can hold the horns, but they can't blow them. But they can use swords.
But you don't need to blow into a sword.
It's just.
That is true. It's a completely different skill set.
Do you think the captain can blow a horn?
I'm not going to ask him that question.
Please don't ask him that question.
Oh. Okay. Anyway.
I will. Please leave it to me. I will apologize to the captain on your behalf, but you may wish to allow him some room to get used to your presence and otherwise.
Yeah.
But I will smooth these things over. I understood nothing was meant. At least I hope nothing was meant. You seem to be reasonable people. So I will smooth things over. He's Argocrat sensitive about their origins.
I understand. I would like to come with you. Having identified myself as the ranking officer, it is only right that I take responsibility for my men's actions. I will let you do the talking, but I want
necessary, we will ensure this. Thank you. I appreciate your forthrightness there. Val, was there anything else that you need?
Yeah, a chest.
Yes, of course. And, which is actually onto the bed itself, and as she's been unpacking all these things, is a small, maybe 15, 20 centimeter, sort of wide, maybe again sort of 10 centimeters chest, like a rosewood inlaid chest, and you open it up, and inside there's a little velvet kind of cushion, and there's a velvet sort of inside within which is a small mirror.
Oh, mirror!
No.
Oh no! Don't look at it!
Don't look at the mirror, don't look at the mirror.
At this
I'll be fine.
Kaman surreptitiously steps backward to keep quiet, and then just quietly uses peripheral visions, checking to see if anyone is watching or listening in on a conversation.
Make a perception roll.
I'm shouting, don't look at the mirror! Don't look at the mirror!
don't seem to be. I mean, the door is open and, it's a busy ship. There's people around, but there's no one that specifically strikes you as like, what's going on here?
I was just, I'm still pretending that I'm just shifting rooms and back in there.
Yeah, fair enough. And says, yes, here we go. Also, and looks over and says, there is a bag. I will go get it in a little bit. We'll have some extra cloaks in, as well as if you are proficient with doing some basic disguises or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I have some dye, makeup, various other things you may need. And additionally some ink and some paper. So I will begin the finalizing of the paperwork, which you should still have on you, yes?
Oh, yeah, we've got to decide on our names.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I will allow me to get some rest because I will need to sleep and my abilities will need to recharge. And then on the morning, after a rest, I will be able to perform sentences.
Do you think the chest would be safer with you or with us?
I mean, it's an empty box.
Right. Are we pretending that we're transporting anything?
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Although you do not have to pretend, I suppose, perhaps it would be good practice for you to pretend. As in,
You can
the
practice
captain and
pretending.
crew, the captain knows a great deal, but the
Right.
crew itself know what they need to know.
And if we suddenly change our hair color and put some makeup on, they won't think it's it's sort of weird.
Well, they'll think you're doing something shady, but they won't think you're doing something illegal because their loyalty is to the Shadow Throne.
And
You
they
are.
know about the princess.
They do not know. I mean, they do not know about what your mission is.
Alright, I have to rewind my
I mean, they may or may not be available, but they do not know what your mission is.
Alright,
From now on, it's all about protecting.
the chest. Oh, yeah. Alright, yeah.
So that
do
would be a sensible approach, I feel, yes.
Yeah.
Do you have anything of value to put into the chest?
Barra's got a stone.
Barra takes out the strip of intan.
What?
Takes out a strip of intan that we were given and unwraps it and then places it raw inside the box outside the door.
I don't know. I don't think that's really good. I don't know, it's just intan. Everybody's on the ship's probably got a little bit to cook with or light fires.
Yes, but there's a dull magical residue, so if they don't open the box, they might send something inside.
Your logic makes sense, but if somebody were to open the box, it would be a very strange thing to find inside.
That is true.
If you have something of value that you're not using, put it in there. Otherwise, you're taking a small bit of intan and smearing it inside the box to provide a magical aura. I think that's an excellent idea.
Good idea.
But you may want to have a dummy of some sort, or if not, then when you arrive in Tarima, look out for something that will be appropriate as a prop for you. I do not have and looks around and just sort of looks through the bag and then kind of
Oh no.
does a mental inventory. I guess.
Oh no, really?
This
The
is.
locket?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was.
How many necklaces do you have?
This is my father's. No, actually, the thing I got.
Actually, this was the fang from my very first pet. His name was Snowfall. He was a good boy.
Oh.
But no, we can use the locket. It's perfectly fine.
No, I think
Yeah,
you should use
no,
Snuffle.
because it's it looks old and it's from a different
Yeah,
time.
but what if we need it? They said we could call them if we needed any help.
Yeah, but we're supposed to protect it, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
so
Alright,
it's
yeah.
perfect. We can put it inside.
But it's got the symbol of the people, and we already identified that it's from that place. Is that too identifiable? With the sheep of wheat?
yeah, like
Are you passing to
hey,
should look at me to just to enter that. Well, this would certainly qualify. It will also, I imagine, radiate the appropriate magic as well. This is perfect.
hey,
Okay.
I did a thing.
You well done. I got this guy's kid. Take a bit of lipstick. I'm just gonna conceal it a bit. draw random emblems on it. Alright, what's a mysterious sort of emblem? I know. A fish. Draw a fish next to the sheep of wheat. Let's put it in now.
I
So
suppose.
what do you actually do?
There's a fish eating a sheep weight. And nobody will recognise it now.
That is certainly true.
It makes sense because they do that, they can eat wheat, but like they don't play musical instruments because, one time I caught this fish and then I put this horn to its lips and I squished the fish and went, "Prum, prum," and like there was no sound coming out of it. And I was like,
A bit
really
like
weird.
these how do they say? How do they say qua tao?
Qua tao.
Qua tao? Qua tao.
Yeah, we think so. Yeah.
I thought that was noodles.
What?
No, maybe not.
No, come on, have some cultural
That's
sensitivity.
kway
I'm not good at these.
It took me a moment to figure out what you were talking about.
Take a small block of intan and smear it on the edge.
It's
of the
already
locket.
magical. What are you doing? All right,
The locket-
quiet.
But in fairness, I think you guys have got the right of this. This box will now radiate properly and has clearly got something that is both magical and is a little confusing, and therefore a curio will not contain
Very
something
confusing.
perhaps of value. Certainly, it makes no sense to me, and therefore I think that's almost perfect.
There we go. Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
So, very good. Yes, as I said, there will be some bags. I'll go and retrieve them momentarily to find your clothes. You need boots or anything else? I don't think so, right? And sort of takes a quick look at you all. Who's left wearing, like, Namandan uniform?
No.
You are. Okay, there's a point at which, your Barra's wearing...
Purple and yellow.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Yes, absolutely. Barra looks
But it's still mirror. It's still mirror.
very, very, very glam. That means you're not wearing any armor, right?
I'm wearing it under my disguise.
Huh.
Yeah, but my midriff is bare.
So bare midriff underneath your armor. So you've got your military issue armor underneath.
Yeah, but it was leather, studded leather armor.
It's not leather armor. I mean, but it's also got the logo of
does
the
it?
Namandan Union.
Okay.
A few other things like
I'll
that.
fix that.
Yeah. So again, it won't be hard with a half decent disguise roll to sort of make these things look okay.
Yeah.
And you can obviously do the same for Command. That's different, right? It's not going to be a hard thing to do. What I would like though is for you to describe to me how you're going to do what disguises you're actually going to enact, as in how you're going to appear other than as a popinjay, as it were. What else you're going to do. And
I'm gonna shade my abs to the modest state with makeup.
Oh no.
Okay. All right. then.
Why?
that's perfectly fine. Yes.
Ours is not the question.
Indeed. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so days worth of travel for Tarima, right? The way we're going to do this is each day I'm going to get one of you to roll a D100, right? Well, actually, it's not quite true. I'm going to get you one to roll a D12, and then I'm going to take you to roll a D100. Right?
Okay.
The D12 is basically going to be how fucked are you, ranging from
Shit.
not fucked at all to really, oh dear me.
Is
right?
it like from
Oh, what? Is it
ascending
like-
order? Or will you not tell us?
No,
Let's
I'm
not
not
know.
gonna tell you.
It'll be
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
It's not at all. It's like I sat there earlier today with a randomness.
Okay.
Like there we go. And then the D100 is on the scale of now that you know roughly how fucked you are. It's like how we fucked, right?
Right.
So it could be fine. It could be incredible. It could just be like angels come down and pull. Like, honestly, one of these is angels arrive and pull the boat fast.
Honestly, wow.
It's very unlikely.
If you sing good enough.
Exists in the role.
Have you seen some of the rolls we've been making?
Yes, indeed.
Yesterday was good.
Yes, it was very, very
Yeah.
So in addition to that, you now have, I would say 7 days now, after the sleep that's coming up. So it's today including an 8th day, right? To do anything you want to do that would take 7 days. So in a downtime in general, you can do some things like, scribe a scroll rather than make a potion if I've got the right gear or things like that. And in my games, I tend to allow people who have craftsman skills to do things that are a little bit, stronger than your average potion. If you make a health potion, it's better. And it's better because you know your party, you can make a health. For example, if you were a herbalist, Sheena, you could make a health potion specifically for Joe and for Barra, right? That was because you know Barra, you have a chance to spend some time, you can use a bit of Barra's hair or whatever, that will be more effective, right, than your average health potion. It's the same thing. So if you do have crafting skills and you want to do stuff, talk to me about it, let me know. But other than that, you have 7 days to make these rolls in, or 7 nights as it were. If there's anything you'd like to do before bed now's the time to say.
I'm going to read my book.
Okay, so you can, it's still probably no later than mid-afternoon right now. Right, by the time everything's settled down, you put it downstairs, you consulted the captain, you've done a bunch of other things. You've probably got to mid-afternoon, you found some, the galley's not far, so you've had some food. Beyond that, absolutely. So you can easily get certainly 3 or 4 hours of reading up on the deck before it gets dark, and then it's up to you as the lights fail and things like that.
Kaman's going to spend some time meditating in his room.
Okay.
On what and why he was so uncomfortable with those sea creatures and the fish people. Why there was this distinct sense of unease and this flash of recognition, even though he doesn't remember anything about it.
Yeah.
He's going to spend the time meditate. So that's in his spare time, sort of in the daytime when it's brightest. He heads up to deck and he spends some time with his cartographer's tools out. And he starts mapping the progress of the ship so as to get a better sense of the Sagama Sea. So he's trying to, work out a better map of the Sagama Sea, as it were.
You can certainly see the land slip by the southern Marabanda every now and then. But practically speaking, you're far enough out at sea after a day or so that you can't see the coastline in either direction. You are a cartographer, and so when the night comes, you'll be able to take some appropriate sort of measurements that gives you some indication of where you are.
I'll do it at night
based
then.
on the map you've got.
Yeah.
But not really much more than that.
Okay.
Right? I mean, it's the nature of things, right? You're in the middle of nowhere.
Fair enough. So I'll spend more time meditating then.
Yeah. There are tools and techniques that you could have prepared and brought with you, like the way they measured longitude and stuff. You didn't, right? Okay, so that's the meditation. Joe, is there anything Barra does?
Barra is going to go on deck and is going to attempt to sing a song and make friends with the sailors.
Okay.
Right. Hi guys. Yeah, don't let me get in your way. I just want to sing a song about our shared voyage because I think it's just such a precious time that we're spending together.
Are you doing this in the evening?
No, I'm doing it in the daytime.
When everyone's busy?
Oh no, we're doing it sunset. When the wind's coming and blowing my hair.
Yeah, because during the day they're all working, and then if they're not working, they're sleeping.
That's true. You're right. Right, I'm just going to open up my skills.
So while you're doing that, we'll come to you in a second. Kia, are you doing anything during the day?
Yes, I decided to go up to the crow's nest and I play my pen flute.
So you
so I'm like,
with a little bit of peace and to give myself some strength before watching over Barra as instructed by my officer.
Right. So you head up to the crow's nest where you do find there is a sailor that's up there, right? And they sort of look over and they go. He puts his hand over to the exam and says, I'm Lookout Praz. Nice to meet you.
Sorry?
I'm Lookout Praz. I know there's a joke. I know there's a joke.
Okay.
I'm aware there's a joke. My name is Praz. My job is Lookout.
I respect the name. I'm Kia.
Kia, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And that a huge squall comes in from the sea as you're speaking to Lookout Praz. Because, the brain just comes from nowhere around here. It just shows up. It's amazing as you find yourself
it's refreshing. I love it.
Yes, and so we're immediately soaked all the way through.
Thank you.
Indeed, but it's nice. It's cleansing. It's fresh rain. Nothing particularly awful about this, and you're able to happily sort of spend some time there. Perhaps happily leave the space as much as you can in the crow's nest. It's not so large, but it's large enough that one person can fit on one side of it, the other person can fit on the other. There's the top of the mast between the two of you, and that's about it.
Praz, would you mind if I play my pen flute for a little while?
Are you any good at it?
Yes, I am.
Well, then that sounds great to me. Take a performance check.
Oh no! It's fine. Oh no! I so wanted to be good at it.
After about 5 minutes or so of that, Praz just sort of, goes, Right. Do you know how to do a lookout, Scott?
I would love to learn.
Right, so you look out. Right? You basically look around everywhere. Then you look back. You look around. And you see that over there? That's your job. Good. And then he kind of gets up and just goes down the mountain again. Yell out if you hear anything.
I will. Then I continue to play and cry a little bit.
And you can just sort of see this.
Sad Kazu.
I will get better. I would say after about half an hour of that, I meditate as well.
Sure. So you stop looking out, right?
Ooh. No, sorry. I changed my mind. I am a very good lookout and I will do my best to look out. Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a perception check from you?
Yeah.
We hit an iceberg, don't we?
19. No.
Oh, thank God. No iceberg.
I might see an iceberg.
I can see that there's sea, and every now and then you sort of see well, you don't see any birds because you're quite far away from the land.
Right.
So, I mean, the birds we exactly
Except for the
to look at, you should be
Right.
getting up first time. That's all.
I mean, in the captain's.
Well, indeed, you do. Of course, there are members of the crew that are
Yeah.
on the conference, so you do occasionally see a bird, a huge bird, fly across the boat, but you don't see any sort of seagulls or anything.
Okay.
That being the case, though, you happily pass 2 or 3 hours up there, and another member of the ship, another sailor, kind of sort of just pull himself up and sort of says, Pros, you're done. It's mine now. Pros.
Oh, hi. I'm Kay. I took over Praz about a couple of hours back.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I mean, right. All right. Well, I'm not going to be the one that tells the person, but okay. Well, my name's Oros.
Hi, Oris. I'm Kay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Kay. But best be off with you before someone catches you up here, and more importantly, where the hell's Praz called, the cheeky bastard? There you go. Kind of like begins. This chap is humanish, shorter than average, maybe a bit of dwarf blood, maybe some muscle blood, can't really tell, but roughly human, maybe 5 foot tall. Sort of just quite happily gets up there, pulls out a small spyglass, kind of like sights it in. It's bright, but it's late afternoon now, so you're getting into sort of like, probably a couple of hours of light left. Because I get the dusk watch and then someone up here with some of that spooky vision. They go with the night watch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I kind of like go down. How do you call it? Swing down, hold on down.
Make an acrobatics check then.
Ooh, 28.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bananas.
Doesn't
You-
raise numbers 10.
You literally, you do it's a
Sure.
full kind of like, are you posing?
No,
One leg up.
but there's a little bit of play.
Fine, so then you just sort of like, you manage to grab a rope, then you grab another one, you grab another one, you kind of land on
I have
the deck
fun with
without any form of, sort of looking around or anything, just completely normally as if this was the most normal thing in the world. You just carry on walking and then just head downstairs and catch up with the rest of the teammates. Just in time, I think, for your evening performance.
Yeah, so I actually do want to look out for Barra because of my orders, but I'm not too happy about it. So I set at a distance, just enough, and then try to come up.
Above deck.
When I hear Barra,
Watching him like
come
flick
out.
his head.
just
Oh,
in
you don't
case.
know here. Right, some more support.
I close the captain's door a bit harder and try to block it a bit.
The captain is either upstairs or down below
Okay.
in his quarters, right? So,
Boys, I see you're almost done with your duties for the day. I just wanted to sort of raise the morale a bit after the really hot evening that we had. Don't mind me, I'm playing you guys a song.
it's tipping down with rain, unfortunately.
Oh, no, it's... Oh, don't mind me.
There is some covered awnings because obviously it rains in this area.
Right.
So there's covered awnings and the rain makes a nice drumming sound off the top of it and stuff. But it's there.
Beautiful, I love nature.
Do you want to do this with a little tip?
No. I've got projection. Right, let's go. Somewhere beyond the sea, there's a chest waiting for me. It's waiting there with tied up hands. It misses its home and it's wailing somewhere. Sailor boys are we. We're free when we're on the sea. And I can tell our future's nigh. In comparison, our past, it is fading. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be a star as I travel afar. What are the lyrics? I know, without a doubt, people will be singing my tune. Somewhere on distant shores, we'll give those enemies what for. Happy we'll be beyond the sea. We'll roll all our crits and we won't be fair. Oh, crits without fair. Oh yeah, crits without fair.
Oh yeah, I was talking about a chess song.
Yeah,
Chess song, you know what I mean? The chess song.
Make a performance check with advantage.
Oh, there we go. Alright, Sailor boys. Alright, here we go. Like that song? Sure, why not? That is a 21 with my current stats.
So I put a new sheet there for you. So.
Oh, thanks. Anyway.
Great, 21. That's useful. I mean, so despite the not despite, in fact, with the rain sort of acting almost like as a percussive low bass for you, you manage to integrate all this together. Then the sailors relatively quickly are as they work, they're just enjoying the music, and the few that are kind of finishing up their chores, they bring the ship ready for the night. They come and they watch, and they are quite entranced by the music.
Oh god, no, keep going. Yeah. Hey, let's make friends. Right. Yeah, let's have a chat.
Hi, Publisher. Thanks for watching.
Oh, thanks, Partnership.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fair number around, but you can see that the bosun is amongst this group. You can see that there's the first mate who we met before. The bosun seems to be overseeing some work, but is there and has been quite enjoying himself listening to the music. There's the rest of the crew here. The cook's up here. The cook kind of was framed in the doorway, as it were, and they were kind of had come up from the galley and were keeping half an ear out to what you were playing and half an ear out to make sure there wasn't a fire starting in the galley. But beyond that, yeah, it's people were appreciative of things.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were there. Oh, that's so embarrassing. I'm sort of playing song for myself. Oh, gosh, thanks, guys. You guys are too kind. I'd love to make friends with you.
That was a very pleasant.
Oh, no, you don't say that.
It wasn't a pleasant song.
Oh, no. No, you can't say that.
No, then it definitely wasn't a pleasant song.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys will like to play a bit of poker with you?
There's a look on some of the sailors' faces and they say, "Oh no, we don't play on this ship."
Okay. Never mind. Yeah, get it's just a hangout sometime. No, I think I just go and look at some of the friendlier ones and I just try to ingratiate myself with them.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a long journey. Unless you're looking to come up with specific information, if you're just looking to get to know people and start building rapport, that's absolutely fine. No role required. You're incredibly charismatic player, as a musician. You're also incredibly charismatic player. Yes. Barra, as a musician, is incredibly charismatic, and so able to know her audience is kind of wandering around. It's nothing. Is kind of wandering around and taking the appreciation as it comes, but also making people feel special.
I think I want to get to know, if the navigator is there, I want to get to know him because I also have proficiency with navigator's tools, so I want to play around with his tools.
Sure. So the navigator is who was listening, but was upstairs from where you were. You do see them. If you want to go up and have a chat, you absolutely can.
Yeah, I mean, up at the crow's nest.
Not up the crow's nest, just up in the
wheel
deck
house?
where the wheel is and the helmsman is, and the navigator sort of like has a small table back there.
Right.
The navigator stood. Well, the navigator's name is Amnir, A-M-N-I-R, Amnir Khan is their full name. And they are currently stood next to the helmswoman in this case, who's a rather robust looking dwarven lady, who is thank you,
Thanks.
Set 7.
Completely unrelated viewer.
What?
Oh, cool.
No worries.
Good, but you've got something, and something has happened, and Cheryl will tell us what it is in a second.
Yeah.
Thanks, Emily.
We're trying out some interactive things. If you look on the right-hand side of the screen, there's a couple of interactive options. One of which is also I think, down in the doobly down there, and one is going to be over here roughly, or maybe over here. I can't really tell.
One of those.
But yes, indeed, but certainly not up here. That's the key point. But you can do certain things to the players. You can unlock the ability to maybe gain an extra key point, gain an attack, be blessed. There's various other little interactive things that hopefully as we start to encounter more and more difficult problems will give you guys a little boost and allow our audience to kind of get involved a bit more.
Oh, great.
And we're just trialing them out in the first one.
Yeah.
The Twitch streaming tools aren't quite there for D&D, so we're kind of working on them a bit. So we'll hopefully have some more news for everybody there. But thanks very much for trying that out. And we'll see you hopefully soon what that 300 actually gets you.
Yeah. Okay.
But
As I walk towards the helm, I sort of like see whichever crew is around. So I see a Barra. Kaman. I drag him and I see Ki. I'm like, let's go. Like, and then I sort of like bring him up. Oi! You can't help but notice you will like help him to navigate the ship. Guess what? Kaman and I, we were sailors ourselves. We got to help out.
so it's interesting because you I don't know if you intended to come over as threatening, but bringing over 3 professional soldiers. And certainly there's a point where the navigator looks at you and then looks at the helmsman, and the helmsman's sort of there and just kind of has got this huge sort of wheel and just turning it ever so slightly and keeping it steady and keeping the rope steady. And then she sort of looks over and goes, name's Marita.
Hello, Marie.
Margarita.
And the
This is the helmsman.
This is the
helmswoman. Yes.
Helmsman.
And the navigator also then looks and says, yes, and I'm Neo Khan, and I'm navigator on this ship.
Oh, you're doing a great
How
job.
can we help you?
Oh no, honestly, I just wanted to come chat with you guys because I used to navigate a bit on the last ship we were on myself, near Nagaranda. And we were just sort of really fascinated with the sort of work you're doing here. Can I just say you're doing a fantastic job?
Right. Yes, thank you. I think and you sort of see in front of them is a table and some charts, and if you want the charts are maritime charts. They appear to be of roughly the next 500 miles, so not even all the way will get you there. But sort of you can see this without too much difficulty. You can see the southern coast of Marabanda, and you can see some of Tarima, Tarima is over there in the Tarima range. Right? There's nothing too exciting about these charts beyond the fact that you can see there's obviously some maritime obstacles that are highlighted, but nothing like whirlpool or anything that kind of like immediately from your reading upside down kind of like casually.
I think I want to flex my knowledge.
Go ahead.
Hi!
Go ahead.
I'm going to roll my proficiency with navigator's tools. I think that's a +3.
Come on, it's very politely saying, I hope we're not intruding.
He is just like shrinking into the corner, trying not to be
Instead of 2.
Yes,
intimidating and
it's totally a tilt.
a bother.
Well, it's the same result. It was a 9.
Oh no.
Oh, there we go. It's a rock.
So you see, sort of as the navigator's looking over to you, and as the Fantastic. So Einar's Blessing, we'll talk about that in just a minute. But we'll just remember you've got Einar's Blessing, which I believe will give you a round or...
Thanks, 7 years.
For your next turn initiative command, you will gain the effect of a blessed spell for 2 rounds.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Very much.
Oh, thanks.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's an example of the sort of things that people can help out with. There is another one, for example, is basically an additional weapon attack, which you can use in your next combat round. There is a greatest hits request where people can ask Barra to sing a song, and in exchange you will regain your highest level spell slot that's been used,
yay! Oh, that's
which I
pretty
suspect will become more and more useful as you gain more and more power.
Yeah.
For another sort of equivalent way, Kaman, you can actually end up casting 2 spells in one round.
Oh, nice.
Second spell is less than 2, one more. And there's another example on there where Kia gets to, with a donation, regain a key point. Right? And we'll look for more and more interesting things as we come across them and we'll balance them, because these aren't in the 5e balance rules. But we'll kind of see how it goes. But that's fantastic.
Yeah, thanks.
Hashtag blessed.
Well, thank you very much, Seven. So there's also one of the things we're trialing is the quick voting. So we're trying to figure out how that all works. The answer doesn't seem to be very well. We'll get there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, 7EXP.
Thank you. All right.
Perfect. So, yes, you rolled a 9.
That's a big rock.
You see, there's a moment where they both look at you and they're not quite sure how to answer. And so you hear a clump, and very quickly you're like, huh? And you see from behind you another, and you saw one on the other ship, but this is another very large, horned, and bovine face come out of what is beginning to be the darkness, sort of right at the back of the ship.
Right.
He says, could I help?
Hi. And then Barra sort of like thinks through the conversations that he said in the past few hours, and he refrains from making a few remarks.
He's learning.
Hi. No, honestly, I used to be a navigator on my previous ship, and I just wanted to come in and check out the amazing job that you guys are doing. You know, and I'm really grateful that you guys are taking us on this voyage, and we feel really safe with all your expertise here.
That's fantastic. That really is.
No, you're fantastic. Thanks so much for keeping us all safe.
I think you're overestimating what I do on this ship, but I appreciate it all the same. We're going to get you where we need to be safe. But as people who are probably very used to being navigators or helmspeople, perhaps you would rejoin with your friends down off the main deck up here, because I think the navigator probably needs a clear lookout.
All right, yeah.
So that's why I lie down at the back, otherwise they can't see through.
Yeah, no, of course. I just wanted to say, lovely meeting you guys, and if any of us could be of any help, this girl over here, she's really talented at climbing up the crow's nest and spotting things that other people don't spot. He's good for something, and I'm a pretty good navigator. So if you ever need any help, just look us up.
Well, I'll and there's a moment where they sort of prepare and they go, the dwarf looks at you and says, well, we've probably got this covered, but if you need anything, we'll let you know. Absolutely. Why don't you take time to take a rest, get ready for whatever it is that you're doing. It'll be fine. I mean, we should have this. I mean, we're a trained ship.
The Minotaur guy isn't the navigator, right?
No, the Minotaur guy kind of came from the back of the ship, where you hadn't noticed them because they were literally all the way in the back, and they seem to be just, now you look around and go, and as you kind of start to get rushed away, the person goes and starts sitting back at the back of the ship.
Okay.
It's almost like they're, well, practically speaking, just thinking about it for half a second as you put their other expertise, you're like, right, so that's the person who's responsible for killing anything that tries to kill the helmet.
Oh.
That's like the line of defense for the ship, right? Also the strong person that's around to hold the ship. But, are you trying to make more conversation?
Nah.
Can we at least ask one?
have
How
you
do we
joined them
address you?
Have you come back up? You come back? Well,
I thought I was reading on the deck because you said it's dark underneath, right?
Yes, you were. You were reading downstairs. I don't know if you came up. If you came up, it's fine.
Yeah, I would have come up to keep an eye on Barra during the performance.
Sure, no worries.
But yeah, I wanna find out what the mentor's name is actually.
I mean, my full name is Ambrem, but you can call me Happy. Everyone does.
Oh, that's right. I'm a Barra, but you can call me Bazza. It's Bazza to my friends.
Bazza.
Oh yeah, Ambrim.
Okay.
Nice name.
Happy.
Oh, happy.
Call me Happy.
Oh, great. Oh,
I like it. It keeps me happy.
Oh yeah, that's a good name, isn't it? Isn't it? Come on.
Happy's a great name.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, Happy.
I'm Yrsa. Happy.
Happy. No, I'm happy.
Yes, you're happy.
Yes. Happy also to meet you.
Yes, I am also happy to meet
No,
you.
no, you're the same.
I'm
We're
delighted
pleased.
to meet you.
Yay!
Yay!
I like that game. It always makes me laugh.
I'm happy for you.
No.
God damn it!
All right then.
He's a little chortled, with some glee, but good natured. I mean, he's like a very,
Nice.
happy-go-lucky kind of chap, right? So, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, just to check the navigator. What is the?
The navigator is a short and rather irritable-looking gnome.
Okay. Female, male?
Male, and gnomes are not particularly common. They are slightly more often found than elves, but not. I wouldn't say that they are regular sort of parts of big communities. They tend to hide themselves away, and in fact, both the gnomes and the elves basically buggered off during the cataclysm. Right? So the gnomes went off into the wild places, and the elves kind of disappeared into the shadows. Right? So they're part of the groups of creatures in the yokai that have begun to reappear in the last few hundred years. Some of whom have reintegrated back into society, just created this kind of fun.
Okay.
As we're walking back below decks, I say to Barra, "Oh, that went quite well.
Yeah.
Thank you for that." So I wanted to show all of you this.
Huh?
Kaman takes out the onyx lion. So this is what we found.
Yeah.
And this sigil is a command word, which...
Command word.
Oh,
Funny guy we want to be.
not intentionally. So the command... the word of activation,
Command word.
which I won't say right now, is... And he makes a silent image in common of the words meow, meow.
Meow.
No, don't say it. You're not holding it. So you have to be holding it.
We have a new follower. Hello, Mystery Cycle.
Hey,
Thanks
Mystery
for
Cycle.
following us.
Thanks for following.
Sorry, talking about.
So if you're holding the figurine,
Yeah.
the black lion,
And you say? What do you say? Oh no, I don't understand
so
you.
Kaman points at the words.
Meow meow.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
And then release it.
Oh, okay.
And then release it immediately. It will turn into
I got it. Into?
a lion.
A lion. And if you don't release it, you'll be left holding a big fat lion in your hand. You break your hand. Oh, so many
Probably.
possibilities.
The lion will be able to speak common.
Wow.
It will
Wow.
understand
Speak
our
command.
instructions. It can see in the dark. And also it can see
Yeah, right.
invisible.
What do you say?
Speak command. You can speak command. Yeah. Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys. I'll let you finish. All right,
Barra don't need no alcohol. I think he generates it in his apps.
See in the dark and see invisible creatures.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good.
Well, within 60 feet of us.
Oh, yeah.
It.
No, I can't see in the dark within 60 feet or not.
Yeah, and
Smart lion.
if it's hurt enough, it will revert to becoming, correct use of revert, to becoming an onyx black figurine again,
Yeah.
in which case pick it up and bring
it
it
up.
with you.
How many times can we use it?
Once every 7 days.
Oh,
Once you use it, once you've activated it, it cannot be used again until 7 days have passed.
Ah.
How long will it be activated for?
It will be active for up to 6 hours.
Wow.
That's quite long.
So if you speak the command
Command.
activation word again while touching it, it will revert back to the figurine form.
Oh yes, but like also like if it's like a lion and you touch it and you say meow meow, it'll turn back into a figurine.
Yes.
Oh wow!
Carefully keeping it.
Oh god, it's so many possibilities.
But I'll keep it for now unless any of you wants to keep it.
Oh yeah. I'll take it.
You can hang on to it. But given that it's a part of the team now and it can speak common, we should give it a name.
Yeah.
I don't know what name we should give it. Maybe we can look to the viewers for help.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You know
Name
what,
our
guys?
Onyx line.
You know what, guys? We all need to have names as well, yeah, for our secret identities.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Let's go and brainstorm.
Yeah, okay.
I already know.
What is it?
I'll be San Diego.
San Diego. What an exotic name. I've never
Yes.
heard it before. What a strange language.
Yes.
Like, wow, it's incredible. Good. Really creative. What about you guys?
I don't know.
Let it go. Let it go. I don't know, just the name.
Lenny?
Yrsa.
Lenny
Let
go?
it go. Let it go.
Yeah, we could call you Lenny.
Yrsa.
Lenny? Actually, why not? Let's just call me Lenny. I mean, most of the time people can't tell if I'm male or female anyway, so I
Oh
could
no,
be
it's so
a boy. Lenny.
I get that problem a lot. People refer to me as a girl. I don't know why.
You're utterly
I've got
masculine.
abs.
Yes, you do,
Yeah.
Barra. You're absolutely masculine.
Yeah, I know.
What about you, Ki?
K-A... K-A... Now.
Maybe let's do names with less phlegm.
Okay, oh yeah, it's a bit difficult. It's like
It's a bit hard to phlegm with this,
Something easy to say? Like,
like meow meow, and that. And then it was so much fun. So like, we're holding a lion.
That's quite risky, I think.
Right. What about woof woof? What about chirp chirp?
Kiki.
Kiki. Oh, there we go. That is easy to say.
you, Barra?
I want to be up decided. So, like, I want a total.
Huh?
I want a total. So, I want to be Lord.
Bowser?
Bowser. Sure. Yeah, let's go with that. I want to be a Lord, right? So, that's our cover story. I'm a Lord, right? Lord Bowser. And you will refer to me as Lord Bowser.
Lord of what?
Lord
Bowser.
of Barry. Bow. Lord of Emerald Bow.
I couldn't help but overhear, but do you not feel that...
Who are you?
It's Ellen.
Oh, hey, Ellen.
do you not feel that...
Oh, you're really good at sneaking up on people.
It's not that and listening to conversations I shouldn't be. That you would... it would be strange for a lord to be
No.
working as a caravan god.
No, it depends on the backstory, you see. Like, anybody can be anywhere. Like, you don't want to limit the storyline or make
Right.
it more intriguing.
Right, I mean, you are obviously the talented
Yeah.
singer
And an actor.
well, this remains to be seen. Nevertheless, yes. Well, so,
Fine, just Bowser then. I'll be a secret lord.
or your first name could be Lord,
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, Baron.
like the singer.
Oh,
Baron Bowser. I like it.
no idea what you're talking about. Baron.
Oh.
Baron's my name. You guys.
As Lisa goes.
What?
I'm
Sounds
usually
funny.
confused. What happened?
No.
The singer, Lord.
We could be. What's the word?
Heroes. We can't do that.
No, the song, the Lord song.
What?
Royals?
Royals, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Well, I'm a
I
Baron.
thought it was the Lord's Prayer for a second. I was just...
Yeah.
Right, so
We could be royals. Royals.
We could be Catholic. Oh no.
she's a refresher. So it's San Diego, and that's Kiki,
Yeah.
and then Baron,
Kiki's too close.
So San Diego.
and San Diego, like
So Sandy to your friends.
Yeah, Sandy.
Yes.
Or the Baron.
So Lord
Baron.
Baron.
Yeah,
Baron.
Baron. No, just Baron, not Lord. Just Baron. Right.
Not Lord Baron.
Yeah, Baron. Just Baron.
Okay, Baron.
And Kiki? No?
And
Melissa.
Well, I like that. It's really
It's a
exotic.
very modern name, I think.
No, it's really exotic. I've never heard it before. It's a good name.
Melissa. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like Lisa when she's in the sea.
Yeah.
Melissa.
Yeah.
Melissa.
Marisa.
And
Great leader.
Lenny.
Lenny. Okay.
Awesome.
And your surname is Go?
L-E-N-N-Y.
Lenny, go, Lenny.
No. One name.
No.
Right.
You need to let it go.
I literally started writing down Lenny G-O-H, and I was like, no, I'm going to cross that.
All the calls never bothered you anyway.
Yeah, the coach never thought.
All right.
Going out of this conversation.
Melissa, Baron, Lenny, San Diego. Okay, that's a little short of Sandy. Who will continue to be your leader?
Maybe we should switch. Why are all these fingers pointing at me? Don't you know when you point the finger, 3 point back at yourself, huh?
Right.
Alright then, let it not be said that I'm not liberal. Let's have my least favourite member of the party be the leader. Because otherwise he'll never get the chance because nobody likes him. Yeah, why don't you go for it? Like leader?
So hard to come.
Like leader? Forgot your name already. Sandy.
Yes.
Alright, you can be a leader now. What do you think? What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Okay, second favourite member.
Sure, but what do I do?
Nothing. Just talk to people.
Yeah, stop being such a wanker. For one, but it's still shit.
I mean, you know, as it is, you're very unforgettable given
It's true.
your blueness.
Oh,
And
I'm
you're
planning
scared
to
of-
disguise.
Oh,
yeah?
how?
Oh, yeah.
As I start wrapping
No.
a turban cloth, I took a turban cloth and I start wrapping it badly around my face until only my eyes are
Look,
left.
you know what? Look, I'll help you. Okay?
Oh, it looks like the genie from Aladdin has a head accent.
No, never mind. We'll spend some time on it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep.
You can improve on this.
I can. I've got faith that I can.
Because right now it's a bit hard for this to be the leader.
No, I
You
understand.
want to talk to anyone, all they can hear is move, 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 move.
No, right. Come on, let's go. Let's
I
go.
will, perhaps he's ready for you and so on. If there's nothing else. Thank you very much.
No, there was. Yeah, okay, good, bye. It's kind of creepy how she just appears on my
Yeah, and then as you say goodbye, if you want to make a perception check, if not, they roll really rather well in their stealth.
Okay, she's Batman. Okay, I get it.
Wait, what?
It's a little like, it's literally like one of her own skills. So.
Batman.
But you have quite high perception there, right?
I do. 17.
So you can definitely
There's 17.
you can definitely see that there is some artifice to it, but still hard to see. Hard to see where they've gone, and they blend away into the shadows. Really.
Oh, she's really good.
What?
I can't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
Come on,
Because you
come
don't
on,
have
come
a
on.
mouth right now.
Come on.
Okay, who's going to be the first of our 7 D12s?
I read a book, by the way, just so you know.
You're in the book, please. Okay, no worries.
I'm also gonna read. I'm planning by the end of the sea voyage to have crammed the damn book. in my
Me
brain.
too.
So, if I recall correctly, it said you would
Over
be
6
40
days.
hours over 6 days, right?
Yeah.
Is that about right? So
Yeah.
you've got to spend. There's plenty of time on the boat to do it. So I
Okay.
think that's going to be pretty reasonable.
All right.
So remind me, because this will be, presuming nothing goes wrong in the next 7 days.
Right, got it.
This will be the thing that happens pretty much before the evening before you arrive in.
Cool.
Okay, so who's going to roll the first dice?
Wait, can I ask a question? Is there anything I can do with my potter's tool?
You can make some pots.
Okay, so I have like the material.
Would there be clay?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because I mean,
It's been
I
a
guess
stretch.
And
Yeah, it's been a stretch. I don't think there would be a lot around. You could probably do some things like, prepare some glazes. You can do some preparatory work, which
Right.
later on, if you wanted to spend, a number of hours, let's say, a consistent 2 hours a day between now and the end of the voyage. If you spent that, then you would be able to have enough blazes that for 2 times you'd be able to get advantage on your pottery tools roll.
Okay.
So because you're spending a good amount of time, that way you can actually decide you want to do something meaningful, and as part of that, you get advantage.
Okay.
Which you need to find a kiln too. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the point. It's about being able to have all the stuff with you. Whereas you can spend some time preparing some materials and getting some other things done. You won't be able to actually craft and then fire something.
Okay.
Pottery is one of those odd skills that it's very useful, but it's probably only going to be related to co-creating magical items or doing things like that. Or of course, because you need a plate in a hurry.
Wow, it'll only take 5 days.
I think. Plus any ashtrays anyone might need.
1 to make it, 3 to fire it, 1 for it to cool. Yeah.
We can also have a look at maybe in the break as well as to interesting things that pottery.
By the way, you want to roll a d12?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
We're not making pots.
Yeah.
We don't know what it means. So
Fine.
don't worry about it. Nobody knows what it means. So
Yes. So right now, our DM has decided that during this sea voyage, we will roll a d12 once a day. Once a day. And then
Once
decide-
per day, it's actually once per hex on the travel map, basically, which roughly maps to.
Is that the how fucked are you chart?
This is the how fucked are you chart, yes.
Right, yeah, here we go.
And the 5 is actually not fucked.
Oh, thank God.
Now roll a d100 for me.
Is that the actual entry? Actually not.
So you need 2.
No, it is. I mean, there is potential to be fucked. There's also potential to not be fucked. So it's kind of
It's a d100.
83.
83. Okay, so the night passes without any significant sort of incident, but in the morning you wake up and you hear a yell from the lookout as you come up onto deck just after you had your breakfast and everything else. As the lookout yells and says, "Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy!"
Get up there, kiddo.
There's a few other folks that are sort of like moving around the ship, and you see the captain and the first mate kind of like push past a few of the other sailors and make their way up onto the sort of the aft deck and sort of start looking around. The first mate then runs up to the foredeck with a spyglass and looking out into the horizon. It is the horizon that is off towards the west and sunrise in the east here. So there are 2 stars in this star system, but the smaller one is quite small and generally most of the time can't be seen. Sort of there's some special scenarios where it can be seen. They're usually highly magical conjunctions, but in general there's only one rising set of the sun. And so the sun rises in the east conveniently because otherwise we'll forget, and sets to the west. And so in this case, the ship is spotted off to the west.
okay.
I stand at the rail and just squint into the horizon.
I mean, there's probably a ship there, maybe.
I look at the others. Can you all see anything? It's too far.
Kiai's gone up to the crow's nest.
Answer.
Can I? No, I don't have any telescope or anything.
I've been just behaving myself, staying in my room to read my book. When I hear the cry, I'm like, just in case. Then I take out my my pant vest, inflate it, prepare my axe and shield in case we get boarded, and then position myself in a way that I'm below the upper deck but ready to go up in case we do get into a fight.
So you're at the bottom of the stairs with a sharp axe and a shield and a pair of trousers around your neck.
Yes, that's correct. Ready for fighting.
This will make a great autopsy.
I think an emergency 10 minutes long as the ship starts approaching.
Absolutely. So the ship's a fair old distance away.
Alright.
And what's your D100 again?
83.
83. As it gets, as a little bit of time passes, you see that the nature of the wind and the waves and various other things means that the ship is coming a little closer to you, but not clearly moving towards you as its primary direction. It seems to be going in roughly the same direction, but the way that the wind is working is that it's able to keep a straight direction, whereas you're having to tack ever so slightly, whereas the wind's straight direction. So you're moving towards it, and you move away, you move towards it, and you're slowly approaching each other a little bit. The other ship does appear to be a warship.
Do you want me to sing a 10-minute song, or does everybody just get 9 hit points?
Everyone gets their 9 hit points, and okay, we can.
Okay, 9. No, 10 is it 10 now?
10.
10 is 10 now.
See, I just learned that it was 9, and now you fucked with me.
Oh, it's 10 now.
10 points.
She didn't level yesterday.
Yeah, but I've leveled now, so yeah.
So it's 10 now. But she's leveled.
Yes.
From my crow's nest, do I recognize their flag? Do I see anything that the rest don't see?
Make a perception check for me.
Squinting check.
Hey, 20.
You see the outline of a warship, a galley. The flag, it appears to be bearing, has some similarity to the one that is currently flying above your head from where you are from the coast. But it's not the same. But it is a similar lustrous, deep, sort of maroon, sort of brown colour, with a sort of gilt golden edge to it. And the flag that's here is a quartered flag where one of the quarters is a maroon colour. So,
But it doesn't mean anything to me.
not that you can tell. I mean, make a history check if you like.
Sure. Can anyone else do
Are you
it?
proficient in history?
No.
Then you can't do history check.
Ah,
So, sorry, one of the rules we play with is that unless you're proficient in something,
Yeah.
or you're a bard because you have something, right? You can't just arbitrarily make checks.
okay, okay.
Right? So one of the big advantages of bards is that they are generally knowledgeable. That's what Jack of all trades buys you. So yeah, sorry, you can't. But you, I mean, it's definitely a ship, definitely a war galley of some sort, a warship of some sort, and it's flying colours that look somewhat familiar. So you can tell it's a good roll there.
Okay.
So one sec. Okay. So a bit more time passes, and the wind changes direction ever so slightly. You guys pull with the wind again, carrying on in your direction. You no longer need to tack. And maybe there's another tense hour or so, and the other ship begins to move away.
Oh.
There's
Deflate
There
my
is a-
pants, go back to sleep.
there is a consistent outlet of breath from the many people who are watching, and the first mate says, "Right, show's over, everybody. Get on with whatever you're doing and enjoy the rest of your days. And you've all got tasks to do. And if you haven't got tasks to do, then find something before I find something for you." And then carries on and gives you guys a courtesy nod, and then they'll carry on with the day. That was it.
Who's going to do day 2?
I spent day 2 crafting a disguise for Kaman. I apply makeup on his face to change his color. So basically, I dye and sew a new outfit for him. So that what was your current outfit? It's still green, yeah.
No, Ellen gave me, I assume, black color clothing.
No, I mean unless you asked specifically.
I asked for dark color clothing.
If you ask dark color clothing, which I clearly admit to, the main thing you'll have got is a set of nondescript mismatch with clothes. So there'll be some trousers, there'll be sort of a couple of tunics, a scarf, that sort of thing. And practically speaking, one will be dark brown, one will be kind of like slightly greenish color. There'll be a sort of like a grayish shirt in there. It's like nothing that's going to have any logos or particularly good stitching on it. It'll just be relatively nondescript stuff.
You look like a mess.
Yeah, I mean, you won't, with your disguise kit, you aren't you're not a professional tailor, right?
Yeah.
You can make changes and alterations and do makeup, right?
Yeah.
But it's quick alterations and quick changes that will fall apart after a few hours, rather than this is going to work for the fashion collection. It's very much more I'll just pin together the back of the trousers so it looks like it fits, rather than I'm going to sew you a new pair of trousers.
But I've got dyes, right? So dyes will be permanent.
Yes, dyes will be permanent. But again, you're not a trained tailor.
Yes.
So dyeing a handkerchief is one thing.
Right.
It's going to be dyeing an entire shirt.
Right.
You might end up with a bit of tie-dye, kind of like inconsistency of colour
Right.
and that kind of stuff. Because again, it's not what you do.
Yeah.
And the majority of your dyes are for hair.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll dye your hair.
I was hoping for a turban to cover the
What?
gem.
You are obsessed with that turban idea. Alright.
Or a headband. Just cover the gem.
Alright. You know what? If you have any of those spare shirts or tunics or pants you got from Ellen.
Oh, yes.
Alright. Can I dye this?
Yeah, sure, give it a go.
Well, I'm going to dye this, and then I'm going to dye your hair. Alright, so a headband, then I'm going to dye your hair.
Sure.
Alright? Okay. So I got me some mostly braids and
Does this mean that I can't wash my hair anymore?
No, you can wash it, but you got to wait 2 days. And I'm going to dye this in.
Vegetation.
Alright, there we go.
What colour is Kaman's hair?
Kaman's hair is green.
Normally it's green.
Yeah, like that's fine.
Oh, yeah, like in the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Cheryl.
Yeah,
Like,
that's it.
Captain Planet! Sorry.
Cheryl! Cheryl did that, by the way,
Captain
folks.
Planet.
Yes, that's right. It's Cheryl's good picture. It shouldn't be too hard for you to dye that. Make it so for altering Kaman's appearance. Just make a disguise check for me now, and what that will do is, based on how well that works, it'll work out whether or not later on, when you do the final attempt, you'll get advantage or not. Because disguise kits only work for a period of time.
Alright.
But this is more like your practice to
Practice.
be able to get. Yeah,
Okay.
this is you setting up. For,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, is that just the proficiency with the disguise kit, yeah?
It's proficiency with disguise kit plus. I think disguise kits work with intelligence. Is that right?
No, I don't know. I think we hadn't decided this last time like this.
So I think in this case it would be intelligence. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, that's not bad. Well, I'm going to get half of
No, it's here, it's here. That's your save.
Oh,
This is yours.
yeah, that's what I'm doing it.
And then
Okay,
your
so-
proficiency.
Which is half of the disguise kit. Which is half of the disguise kit. Because I don't actually have proficiency with disguise kit. Because I tried to find it online. I couldn't find it.
Plus one. So plus 5 total.
No, my proficiency is now 3.
So half of that's the 1.
We're still running down, are we?
I'll check on proficiency actually. Go with one right now. See what you roll. See where it is.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna go proficiency on beautiful. Oh yeah! I rolled an 8.
Right. So you rolled an 8. So there's plus 4 for your intelligence.
Plus 4 for intelligence.
So plus another.
No, 3 plus 5. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's the trial run. Your hair is itchy.
Oh no!
Little bits of it are quite. Maybe you just didn't take the bleach up quickly enough. Maybe
Yeah.
the toner
Got
was.
it on his scalp.
Some bits on the scalp. It's different colours of consistency and stuff.
Are you sure you've done this before?
Yeah.
It's not.
Why is it itching so bad?
You just got sensitive skin. Be a man. You're a leader now.
But on the other side, you have now got sort of frosted tips, which is very nice. I don't know if that translates over here, but it's like that very 1990 style. Of,
Timberlake.
yeah, like literally only the tip of the hair is blonde and everything else is dark. It's. I'm not sure it's Kaman's look, but it's there.
Bye.
Yeah.
See that it's alone.
Just
Alright.
another one.
Alright.
Two.
On the way to the whoa.
With apologies. But
I'm supposed to be your leader?
Yeah. Yeah, trust me.
Well, you're going to cover your gem with something anyway, right?
A headband.
Yeah, I know. I've got a headband for you.
So now I look like an 80s.
Oh, God, yes. I love it.
so when we do make the final disguise roll, which we'll do just before you get off the boat, assuming all is good,
I don't get it.
you don't get it.
Okay, sure.
Just do me one more favour. Just roll once again to see how well you do with the
The headband.
dyeing of the clothes.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to dye them a consistent color.
Yeah, the headband's no problem because it's small enough that you can overcompensate and make sure
Okay.
it's all done.
Okay.
But it's more the large clothes that is.
18.
Yeah, no problem. You managed to. I think probably you may have used more of the toner and stuff that you needed to get all of that stuff done properly, and then you were like, I've only got these things left. I'll just make do with Kaman's hair and
Right.
that scenario came about. But nevertheless, the clothes no problem at all. You get them all to be a roughly consistent colour and shape, and actually the dye is sort of set quite well. They'll need to dry for a couple of days, but
Okay.
There's a mini tannery in my room and everyone's high on fumes. Got it.
Unfortunately, it's not a tannery. There's no not too bad from a there's no smell of like boiling horses stuff and other things. But it is definitely just like there's a general dampness. But hey, you're on a boat. Is what it is, right?
On a boat.
Indeed.
Okay. That's me for the day 2.
That's you for day 2. Yeah. So we're about to go to a relatively long break where we're going to come back at about 4 o'clock. I'm going to say, is that right, Charles? 4 o'clock? Yes, so about 4 o'clock. So before we do, we should get one last die roll from whoever is rolling for today.
I rolled already.
I can. Yeah. Okay, I can do it. D12. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what that is.
It's a new detail.
This is new D12. 2.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Do we roll the D100 now?
Yes, you do.
I rolled D100.
For the new players who might not be very familiar with dice, let's show you what a D100 is. You have 2 of these. These are called D10s. One has 2 numbers, one has 1 number. So you roll both of them, and you kind of use this as D10s and this as the 1s.
64.
64. So, you will go to sleep for the evening.
Oh, nobody's on watch.
Well,
The notes say
Oh, okay.
the sailors watch,
Okay.
but you guys haven't said watch and haven't nominated one, right? So, as you fall asleep for the evening, a number of hours pass. You've finished reading your books. You're deep in your meditation. Indeed. Come on, can I get you to make a perception roll, please?
Only banana
with
milkshakes.
disadvantage because you are in perception. You are in your
French. Perception 17.
Wow.
You hear a sound from outside the boat. So you're on one side of your sort of wherever you're sat, right? Are you on deck or are you on down?
I'm in my room.
Right, you took the room, the barrel, so you're in the room, and your room has a single bed and a desk by it, a porthole that's sort of there, very small, you can't really see too much out of it, it's there. And you hear a scrabbling sound from outside the porthole. There's
On my side.
yep, and you clearly hear something climbing up the outside of the ship.
I peek out the porthole real quick.
You see a flash in the darkness of some sort of, the back end maybe of a tail or a leg or something with a few spines on it as something comes onto the deck. You are currently in the below decks area.
Right.
In a room that has been assigned to you, I believe, because Barra kindly, or for Barra's own reasons, felt that it would be better for you to be in your own room, and for Barra to be blazing a trail in the crew common area, make friends or otherwise. So you are currently in your own small room, a small bed there, and a side table, and you'd notice scrabbling up to the side of the hull, the outside of the hull, with your incredible perception roll. What would you like to do?
When I hear the scream, knowing that I don't have my armor on, I grab my shield.
Okay.
And I shout, "We're being boarded! 2 arms! 2 arms! We're being boarded!" I kick open the door and start rushing, grab the shield, grab the spear, and start rushing for the deck, up to the deck.
So there's
while
one
shouting that.
which Cheryl will be bringing up any minute, I'm sure. But what I would like everybody to do is to roll initiative. Well, actually, no. I would like 1, 2, 3 perception checks, and then
We just do the entire
Shouting
battle.
behind his door.
Oh no, I rolled a 2.
Then I kick it open.
Yeah.
And I'm shouting all the way as I run up.
Okay.
I'm a 13.
6.
Oh no.
15.
You sleep heavily.
15.
15. Okay, so anybody above a 14.
No.
So you two failed. You can immediately act. For you two, it takes a round to wake up, meaning that you're like, huh?
No.
Or equivalent. There is going to be a round of action for everybody. So Barra gets to do something, and obviously Kaman gets to do something. Hopefully the map is up in any moment or so, when it is. No, it's not the right map, Cheryl. You're absolutely correct. I have fucked that up. So now that should be the right map.
So we'd like to talk to Kie about.
Wait, I want to remind everybody that 7 has given us a blessing, which is the Yrsa's blessing, which gives us blessed for the first 2 rounds of combat.
Oh, no, only.
No, I thought it's Kaman.
Oh,
No, it applies to the entire party. It's a it's on Kaman's first turn in combat, which is just about to begin. So,
Thanks,
But what we miss, so we get it twice, but if you're sleeping through the first round of action.
you see, for somebody that's a new player, you've slipped into rules lawyering, which I think is a particularly ancient and old. You know how law and accountancy are some of the most ancient professions? In the RPG world, rules lawyering is an ancient profession where you ask for very small details about the way the rules work. And nevertheless, the answer to your question is no. As in,
No.
it is. Kaman's surprise turn is the beginning of the 2 rounds. So basically, until 2 whole rounds have passed for him, right? So on his 3rd round will be when the bless expires.
Okay, cool.
So you will get a sleepy round, and then you'll get a round that's blessed.
This is the
But
life
blessed
of
sleep.
low perception.
You'll have blessed sleep if it helps.
Wait, you could have added the default. No, wait, we hadn't rolled initiative. Fair enough. That's true.
Okay.
You know what? I'm a nice person when it comes down to these things, and you're right, that is a little bit inverse. So why don't you add a D4 to your rolls and see where it gets you? What did you roll again, Sheena?
6.
I would save yourself the time.
No, but Kie has a chance. Kie.
Yeah, I have a chance.
Yeah, let's just roll.
4!
There we go. So you feel this momentary blessing from, was it 7?
Yeah, 7.
So perfect. So 7's blessing from Einar, channeled, and you think 7. 7's an important number. Don't know why. As you hear Kaman yelling to arms, we're being attacked, and you hear a scream also overlaying that. As that happens, you begin to hear the deck bell being rung, so as to reduce any possible confusion in the matter. Now, in terms of the order of initiative, well, that is Kie and Yrsa over there.
I just leave you a bit.
Kaman is third, but let's see. What did you roll for your initiative, please?
We haven't rolled yet.
Yeah, we haven't rolled.
Roll now.
Let's do that.
Oh, shit.
Maybe.
16. Oh wait, no. 16 plus 5. 21.
Nice.
21.
Kaman is 12.
Is rule lawyering a very big crime?
No, it's often joked, and you're not really doing particularly
Okay.
bad.
Acceptable practice.
It's
Okay.
it's especially if it's combined with a crazy idea.
Mhm.
Like a rule lawyering is awful when somebody is just trying to win a point, but it's wonderful when they're trying to do something ridiculous.
Mhm.
It's like, if I read this correctly, if I use this cantrip like this, does this allow me to somersault twice? Yes, it does.
Okay.
Okay.
Barra, what's yours?
4.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
He'll get there when he gets there.
Yrsa's at 11.
I'm probably in the middle of a game of poker.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
One more.
A very
Bit drunk.
illicit game, because apparently no one plays in this. But 11 for Yrsa.
Yes. 11 for Yrsa. So we have Kie, Kaman, Yrsa, and Barra.
Okay, well, the first
Oh,
person to go
nice.
will be Peaceful Trackler.
Oh,
Indeed. And
Peaceful Trackler.
It is, but Peaceful Trackler is going to move. There you go, okay.
I can't see what they look like. I know they have tails.
Indeed.
Tails.
Now, Kie. So, just so that you know, to the south of you there is a stairway A, and to the north of you is a stairway B, both of which will take you up onto the main deck. So far, the scream came from upstairs.
But whether it's like above or below, I don't know. It's just up.
And there is no below for you.
Oh, sorry. I mean, like,
North or
south.
yeah.
Up or down. Sorry. Yeah. So
Which is it
the
closer?
scream woke you up, so there's no real way of you
Right.
knowing, but it's from above.
I'll just take the one that's closest to me,
The one that's closest to you.
which I guess is south,
Uh,
because I can't see the one up north.
1 second. The one that's closest to you is probably to the south. Yeah. So what's your movement?
35.
So 25 gets you to the
35.
step. Yeah, 25 gets you to the steps.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then
We were going to do it again. 35.
I know I'm rather more old because I've played AD&D, but I'm not that old yet. So that gets you on top of the deck out here. So you are now in the middle deck. Behind you is the helm. You can see a sort of like the helmsman and the navigator still there, but have turned and are brandishing weapons. And ahead of you, in front of you, so the lookout that's there is actually the one that's at the top of the crow's nest, right? So the one that's in the middle.
Lookout for us.
Well, this one is his name is Cuphead, but that's different. That's a Cuphead. You can see immediately to the left, however, there are two figures, and one where my cursor is, and one immediately below it, and there are two over to the right that also have just pulled themselves over the edge of the boat. They are slightly hunched, covered in heavy scales. A dark bluish, greyish, almost armor kind of grows out of them, right? It's like this heavy leather chitinous armor that comes up to their shoulders, and they have bony protuberances on their chests that also form like an armor cage around them, right? One of them is holding a large sort of sword that they've pulled from sort of behind them, as the others are also kind of equally sort of pulling weapons and blades. You see on the other hand, one of them's got a large sword with his teeth. And as you look at the teeth, you're like, there's perhaps just an idle moment where you're like, don't they scratch their teeth like that? But it's like their teeth are sharp, right? There's just like this more of sharp teeth.
So,
Go ahead.
now, are they the shark people?
If they're not, they're doing a great impersonation of it.
Okay, so yeah.
Yes. How are you? So, you have no further movement unless you want to use some magical ability. You are blessed, though.
I think I will just stay there for now. I can use water with.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You could. Can you
But then
reach
I
up?
spend like 2 key points like really quickly.
That is true. But we're fresh. We have not spent anything yet.
Okay, is he within 30 feet? He is, right?
It's even 30 feet of you.
Which is
Should be, right? I mean,
That's what almost
whichever.
certainly
Is there
absolutely.
one?
Yes, very much so. 15 feet away. All four of them are within 30 feet of you.
Oh, that's the fourth one.
Yeah, where's the fourth one? We see 3.
One,
Oh, there's one.
there's
Oh,
top
okay,
right,
okay.
top left. There's even more. There's a few more up on the upper deck, and there's some behind you as well.
Ah, there we go.
And you-
Okay.
No.
Right.
Okay, so I decide to use water whip. So I use 2 key points and gather up my energy, and I take a bunch. I wave my arms around. I get a huge wave of water from the side of the ship.
Okay.
To kind of whirl around and like smack the thing. Hopefully,
Alright.
trying to like smack it off the ship. I don't know whether I can do that. Okay, well, no, I just kind of whip it really hard around its middle, and if I am successful, depending on my dice, I try to pull it 25 feet closer to me.
25 feet closer towards
Yeah,
you.
it's
Okay.
15 feet away from you, so it'll be right next to you if you want to do that.
Is it a bonus action or is it an action?
It is an action.
So it's an action. So it's an action you to use
It's like-
water whip.
Yeah,
Um,
and then I still can use another action.
I think that's a good question. Does it count as an attack, which will then allow you to use your
Technically, no. Water whip is an action.
Yeah,
itself.
it just is
Right.
it's an action.
right? So you wouldn't be then able to use your monkey.
Can I use a
Punchy.
bonus action?
You can then use your bonus action to expend a key point to
Do another.
flurry of blows.
Got it.
Yeah.
Flurry of blows require you to take an unarmed attack action.
Sorry?
Doesn't flurry of blows
Yeah, it's
require you to take an unarmed attack?
no, it's after you take an attack, then you spend another key point to take 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action.
Okay, so I think I'm fine with that. I think that's perfectly reasonable. So
So for this, it's 1 attack.
I think I
action,
would
right?
call that an attack. Yeah, it's sort of
Okay.
you're attacking it. So it's
Yeah.
fine. Okay, so sure, give it a go.
Okay, so
So which one is it?
You have to make a dex saving throw.
Choose your target.
Oh, the one on the left.
The one on the
Left bottom
Where
the
your
game
mouse is. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, fantastic. So this nice, friendly person is going to make a dex saving throw, is it?
Mm-hmm.
So you
Dex
have to beat this
throw. Okay.
This little shaman went to market.
I rolled a 15.
God damn it!
It's a fail,
Yeah, it's a
which
fail.
means he doesn't move. However, he still takes half of
So I failed or I succeeded?
No, it's a success.
For you.
For it's a fail.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, for everyone at home, the saving throw I rolled succeeded,
Damn
and
it.
yes, absolutely.
It's 2 key points.
But sorry, it's what it is. Okay, so that happened.
So I need a 3d10 and then you take half damage.
Okay.
Really?
Can I borrow my
Yes,
Of course
pretty
you
good.
may. I will give you my tiny one.
Pretty darn good.
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
This is what?
10.
10 plus 5 plus 7.
22.
Thank you.
For viewers at home.
11.
11. That's halved or not halved?
That's half.
That's half.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, so
On this die, 2 zeros is a 10. 1 0 is a 1.
And there's a 6 and a 9, which everybody's confused about.
60 or 90.
Yes.
Okay, so this is.
Like sometimes you look at
10.
Then what is this?
1.
Oh.
I literally just explained
Oh,
about
I'm sorry. I was studying. You're sleeping.
So you see down below Barra, you see a whole bunch of sailors going, "Whoa, what the hell?" As they kind of come out of their hammocks and everything else. They're all just kind of quickly grabbing sort of like, basic bits of armor and other things like that. No one sleeps in their armor unless you get an extra point of exhaustion, so you don't want to do that. So you have a choice of, if you are an armor wearer, putting your armor on, which will take you an entire action, or not. In this case, all these sailors are putting their armor on. They then, you see the cook who rushes out of the front and comes to the cookie.
I'm sorry. I just want to double check because, we didn't have any warning and stuff like that, and it's unlikely that you will do it before we go to sleep. I don't think we have our 10 hit points. The 10,
No.
10,
No,
10
not
hit
in the
points.
middle
Oh,
of
we
the night.
don't.
No.
I know you didn't. It's on day 3, and there was no need for that inspirational chat, I'm afraid. But the cook jumps up onto the main deck as well, and you see out of the other side, on the north side of the steps, the cook has come up and seems to be wearing the cook's apron and not much else, and have a cleaver. So clearly the cook has jumped out in his sort of like
Sashimi.
night clothes and sort of has put on the cook's apron, which is a nice big heavy leather apron, and has just rushed up with just like a short sword. It's not something that's prestigious like a cleaver or anything. He's pulled a short sword, but his armor is his apron, right? So
Would have been nice. Cleaver.
When you said apron and not much else, I was imagining him like
naked.
yeah, like underneath there's nothing, it's just the apron.
Like
Covering all his bits, He swings around and see butt cheeks high.
ooh,
one of the slippers.
whatever Yrsa wants to imagine is whatever Yrsa wants to imagine.
This is in her dream, a blessed dream.
And whatever Sheena wants to imagine is whatever she wants to imagine, put it that way.
Stripper clothes. Nice.
You can see the helmswoman takes a moment and says, "Happy, now's the time to wake up. Happy, now, because I'm not letting go of this wheel." As the helmsman sort of reaches down, picks up a heavy shield. You don't see this, but you see this in the movie version, and just sort of like holds the heavy shield on sort of like left hand side, kind of straps it to himself, and then again grasps both hands onto the wheel. we then go to the lookout that's up high, who begins to just sort of start screeching. Our cockroach begins to start screeching, "Sharkmen, sharkmen!" And you see a bolt sort of come firing out from up high. Let's hopefully see whether or not it hits. Let's see.
Come on.
You can do it.
Go,
You can do it.
FBC, go, FBC, go.
Nope. Misses. Okay, as we then go to the next one of these, who looks over and sees you over here, and takes a moment, and this is the one that was holding its sword and looking around, hissing, kind of looks around, looks over at you, and there's as it is, this group of really disgusting teeth, kind of like, when a shark grins, you get that nice heavy line of flesh, and the teeth kind of move out ever so slightly.
Oh, God.
That's exactly what happens. The teeth kind of move out, and so you can see a bit of the gums kind of exposed. And as it does so, it grins even more fiercely as it steps across into you, and will attempt to attack you. Let's have a look, see what it's going to do. It is going to use its wave shutter blade to attack.
What's your AC?
The highest roll it made was a 16.
No, that's the roll.
Oh,
And
So much
the second roll was a 3, however.
okay, yay!
So the first roll, though, 16 is a hit.
No, 16 is a miss.
Oh, sorry, I need to add my plus to it. 22, pardon me.
You gave me all for a while.
That was my bad. So regardless, however, this coral edge blade kind of slams into you as it sort of laughingly cuts across you, and it begins to then cut back. And the second one, though, you manage to take a moment and sort of dance out of its way, kind of finding your footing again, distracted initially from the cut in the first one, which does 5 points of damage to you. It is then the next turn of the next little one. It is... It was called Normcore Oven.
Oven?
Oven.
Yeah.
Oven.
Don't judge.
One would assume it's one, but okay.
No, it definitely says oven, I promise.
But it's a norm-core oven,
Non-core.
so it's white.
Yeah. Has dials.
Yeah. It's instead of
Huh.
buttons.
Mm.
Very normal.
Non-core.
Regardless, Normcore is going to have a go at the cook, attempting to take a attack at Cookie.
Chef!
But again, I think intimidated by the first one, the blade just kind of crashes into the wall, but then you see this creature just reaches out with its left taloned hand and slashes across the front of Cook, who does take a bit of damage from the second strike.
Where's the cook again?
Ooh.
Yeah, we can't
It's a
see.
center.
Ooh. You can't see the cook. Oh, it's up a bit. Sorry, pardon me.
no.
It's up at the top side.
Oh,
Um,
all right.
so-
you merged from the other.
You mentioned the
stairs.
other
Okay.
exit. Yeah, that's right. So the cook unfortunately then takes 12 points of damage,
No
which
cook.
I believe will put the cook. No, he's not down.
Oh, thank God.
No!
See, nothing
He is
but a leather
essential.
apron.
Nothing but leather apron.
And that's why you got hit.
Buns of steel.
Oh.
As the one that you slashed out at with your whip kind of runs across to you as well. Now, as it does so, it sort of runs across to you and attempts to vault across your position into the other side. Doing so, you see this creature's form as it bunches its powerful legs behind it. And you see, actually, it has a tail sort of that leads out behind it, but it's not really a full size, like a saurial tail. This is more like it forms a fin that would be on its back that would allow it to steer as it swam through the water. And so it kind of leaps through the air for a moment, and from a well, genuinely reminded of the movement of a shark or something similar like that, as it then lands and crash lands sort of right beside you. And I'm going to put it over here as it attempts to stand and flank you. Right, so I'm going to make an attempt to. So we use a variant flanking rule here, where having now made that lovely description, we're going to see whether or not I actually get to gain my advantage. What's your AC again?
18.
So I need to make an attack roll against an AC of 18. I roll a 17 on the dice, so that's naturally I do get advantage in this attack, I'm afraid. And so with this one's wave sword,
Wake up!
Oh, you could have woken me.
first hit is a 19,
Oh.
and the second hit is a 21.
Oh.
What?
Second hit is 18, pardon me, second 18.
Okay, 18 is
It's
fine.
37 damage.
No, then it was rolling to hit.
Oh, thank God.
Great.
Yeah.
So the damage is going to be...
You will remember you.
first one is 8 points of damage,
That's not so bad.
and the second one is 14 points.
Oh, shit.
That is quite bad.
Are you still alive?
I
Yeah.
don't think.
22 points?
Yeah, was I wrong?
How many?
I had 36.
No, you should be full already.
Yeah.
You were fully healed up before. You had a
Two nights.
you had
No, as in it was 36 after
The first hit.
the
Yeah,
first
so
hit.
you're alive.
Yeah, 36
You're
after 36.
Wow, I calculated
22 is
wrongly.
less than 36.
Wait, then it was -8 and -8, right? No, I thought it was dead.
So, kids, just remember,
This is so...
Singapore has the best math system in the world.
No.
The education system brings out brilliant
I got
mathematicians.
20.
We are
I really
all
thought-
just pretending to be
I
bad
did
at
not
maths
think this at the
to provide a object lesson for everybody at home. Don't do math like we do math.
The second hit was 14.
Okay, again.
You are still alive, you're just a bit more hurt.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
you are,
well, I got it wrong the second time. Okay.
That hurts, right?
Okay,
So,
thanks.
as-
Stop hitting my head.
as we see the other one that's up on the deck here is also going to rush over to Cookie and see
No, Cookie!
and lay into the cook in a similar kind of way.
No, don't lay the cook.
He dies on screen, I cannot.
No, it's on screen.
No! Where's Happy?
So lucky. The second hit was a crit, but I rolled a 3 on the dice, so that's okay.
Thank God.
So, still 16 points of damage though.
Down.
As you can see, Cook is just like smacked again hard. Surprisingly, and perhaps not too surprisingly because this is a military vessel, Cookie's still up and fighting, but he's got cuts across him, brutally so. And you see there's this moment as like the two shark creatures kind of hiss to each other, and one of them kind of like licks out with this sort of like long serpentine tongue and kind of like tastes the blood, and like there's a hiss of pleasure. As it is now going to be, you can hear just up from the quarters above you, you can hear the bosun yelling, Cookie! 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 Is that you? And then kind of starts moving towards the steps, waking themselves up. As we then get down to Kaman, it's you.
Get up on deck.
Sure, let's get you up there.
Was I not running already? Just curious.
Sorry?
Was I not running already?
Oh yeah, he was already running before.
You were running, so I put you at the bottom of the steps anyway. Right? So, you're now able to come up to the top of the steps. Yeah. So basically, this is an example where you can just move through other players. I'm not going to have that kind of like just fuck everything up and go, you can't attack anyone because you're behind them on the stairs. Like that would suck, right?
Yeah.
So
But
you can move to the right into the action of these.
Okay, so I don't want to base them.
Okay.
If I'm a step behind here, can I still have LOS to do range attacks?
If you are immediately behind Kia, you are still in combat with this one over here.
Right.
If you wanted to go further down,
Yeah.
We're going to have to get into a game of how steep are the stairs.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say I have to shout, disengage, and run through them, and give myself some distance.
Where are you running?
Towards Cookie.
You're going to run straight through them?
Yeah, taking disengage as an action.
Okay, so you disengage, you run straight through them up to here. So I put you just north where your 30 feet maxes out.
Could I be a step to the left so that Cookie can take the hits for me?
That's not
Cookie's
Cookie.
not. Cookie's way not the. This
who
is
is
the guy.
that?
That
This is
is
the guy that's the
at the
lookout
roadside.
that's right at the top of the.
Oh, okay.
Cookies.
Could you move into the left then?
Mhm.
Yeah, as far as my little feet will take me.
So coming back to where you were here, if you wanted to move to the left 30 feet,
Yeah, diagonally into the left.
yeah, you could go over to where my icon is right
Cool.
there.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm done.
Perfect. Done.
Bonus action, I hex the one standing right to the left of Kie, and I say that one will be wisdom, hex it for wisdom.
Okay, it is now feeling profoundly unwise.
I'm gonna stick
You're
my
so
dick in
dumb.
blender.
Ha ha ha, you dumb. I'm done.
Okay.
No.
You are now done. It is now the magnificent Kari's turn.
It's Kari.
I
You
think
see
it's
the
gonna be
Minotaur.
Shark folk.
The magnificent Kari begins to
Magnificent country.
cast a spell as she moves up further onto the top deck and casts a spell known as Guiding Bolt.
Oh no, guys.
Mother, father.
Sister and me.
And she'll cast the Guiding Bolt at Kaman, and she's going to cast it at second level. And let's see what happens.
What does guiding bolt say? Let me look at it.
It needs an attack roll. The first thing it needs.
Can we take a look at where Kari is?
Yes, a little bit north, Cheryl, if you don't mind, that'd be great.
I'm not wearing armor, so I'm AC 13.
And rolls an 18 on the dice, so it's a hit.
Aina says no.
Aina says no.
Perfect. So your Eon Stone or Vinar kind of like rotates around. Does it need to do anything to make the absorption, or does it just boom, magically work?
Yeah, so it now has only 18 more levels to cancel.
So does it fully just nullify the spell altogether, or does it just nullify the damage? I can't remember.
Cancel a spell of 4th level or lower.
Incredible. So you take 2 of the spell rolls off the 20. There's this moment as you see this watery light appear in front of this toothy, almost for a vicious shark person, quite a almost peaceful looking vicious shark person. So it comes to the edge of this balustrade, holds up a hand, and you know, what are they going to do? And then this formation of beautiful blue sort of water kind of appears and then lances out at you in this sort of strike. And then there's a moment where almost Einar's sort of Yunstein's kind of floating around you in a very predictable, almost like a one of those orbits of the electrons around the nucleus, right? And then there's a half a moment where it just breaks from that and shoots its way across you and kind of interjects its way in the way of the spell and just like almost eats it up. And you see a small amount of the eye, tiniest fraction that you can see just crumble a bit. But as it does so, the spell just dissipates. And whisper, "Thank you." You feel an acknowledgement to that. It is now Yrsa, your turn.
Okay. This is still the first turn when I'm not really able to do anything.
I'm afraid it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's right. I'll let you rage.
No, not yet.
It's like, but beyond that, it's like this is the you're waking up and figuring out what the hell is going on. There's a bit of a surprise attack here. You did roll shit show on the dice, I'm afraid.
I accept that. I am also going to, if you allow me, I'm going to take up my shield and my axe.
Yeah, 100%. That's perfectly reasonable. That's part of what this sort of like surprise problem is. Like, okay, where's all my stuff? And let me get it together and all the bits.
But Yrsa needs no armor.
That's true.
Look at breastplate.
Up
Who needs
on the
breastplate when you
deck,
have breasts?
let's see. Amir Khan will
He sounds like Bollywood star.
indeed.
Yeah, he does.
Amir Khan. Amir Khan takes a moment and
It is a Bollywood
It is
star.
Amir Khan. Yeah. He's quite famous.
with apologies.
Super buff.
With apologies to Amir Khan, then will cast.
That's a professional boxer.
Indeed, it is. Yes, indeed. Lightning bolt,
Oh, wow.
and so moves to
Lightning bolt, holy bananas.
a particular
No, lightning bolt. Not bananas.
Not bananas, lightning.
Not really bad.
Let's see where we're going to go. Pew pew.
Zimbabwe.
Yeah, so looking over at the other side,
Should have stayed in bed with you.
Amir kind of reaches to the
Shouldn't
certain point here. Oh, it's really worked very well.
I feel so afraid now. I'm so vulnerable.
Come on, sir. Come on, sir.
For
When you ran away.
all of the usual fun reasons, I can't seem to rotate this fast. That's fine. It'll be okay. There is a 100 feet where there are two of them that are about here and here, and you see this huge bolt of lightning cast across them. Whilst that's happening, I'm going to roll some damage. Next up is going to be the first mate who struggles out of the cabin, kind of moves their way up. Kia, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh, please.
She's been lightning bolted.
She'll be fine.
You're still
Should be fine, but you're right on the edge. You're blessed. You're really cool. Thank you for the reminder.
Roll an extra d4.
Okay, I'm good. 17 plus 8 is
25.
25. Thank you.
Perfect. So no, you don't take any damage. You're right on the edge anyway. It was
Oh, thank God.
just going to be a question of whether or not you did or not. You also see the ship's surge and Athena come out, and Kia, you see, and so do you, Kaman, and then it's Barra, your turn. You see a huge, large, sort of like maybe twice the size of one of these shark creatures that rests itself up on the
God.
highest deck, right? And it's sort of like, this one speaks and bellows and kind of goes, straight into the territory of Sagola. Your flesh is now ours. We shall play with our food.
Oh, God.
As it steps further across them. And this thing is fugly. Like, you're looking at it and you're going, yeah, your mom didn't love you. This thing is just like, it's grey, hard, difficult skin. It's got, ooh,
We have a new
hello.
phone.
Hello, Mr. Cycle. Hello, Insomniac.
ASMR.
Ah. Unsubscribe. They will attempt to cast their trident at you. Come on.
Father.
Sorry, can I ask again? You said the sharp person said the territory of the what?
Sagoma.
Segona, something like that. Yeah.
Legolas.
Very cool. That's AC 13.
One hits. So, I always wonder how multi-attack works when you're throwing a weapon. Whatever. The first one was the one I rolled to hit, so it doesn't matter. But regardless, however, let's do the damage for it, which we'll do. Okay. 14 points of damage.
Oh,
As this
jeez.
thing, literally, this thing is a huge trident, and it goes straight to the target, and it slams into you for 14 points.
The big fat one. I see, okay.
Flashback. The sea is dangerous. Maybe we should go by land instead. Comes back to the sea.
Yeah,
Why don't they ever listen?
Barrett, you.
Alright, where am I? Below deck?
You are in the crew quarters, so you could probably make.
Playing poker.
So shiny.
Has my light? I think my light's off.
Sure. I mean, it's on your token for just the reason of it being.
You're
on,
nearer to B, I guess.
You're nearer to B. Yeah.
A B is the one on top, yeah? Okay, off I go. Maximum movement, please.
I'll put you onto where you would come out and B, which you'd come out straight behind Cookie, basically.
I want to see where I am.
I'm
Show me.
trying to get you there. I'm trying to get you there.
Hurry up.
Okay, so you pop
Oh,
up
fuck.
basically right by. As you look up,
Oh,
you
it
can
is
see a huge creature that's just you come
Why?
literally into like seeing this large trident be thrown all the way across and spike Kaman. And
Wow.
you see Cookie in front of you, like, spurting arterial blood, holding this short sword, right? There are
Okay.
two of these creatures, one to the left and one to the immediate right of it. They're maybe hissing, and one of them seems to be almost like lapping up Cookie's blood with its tongue.
Sorry, Cheryl, could I get you to zoom out just so I can see whether there are further creatures north of me?
No,
I do not remember anything. And could
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
there are creatures
Oh.
north of me.
Juan.
One creature north of me, and below. I don't see the creatures. So
You can't see it with your
with
your
my
dark vision
lack
at
of
the moment.
so there's no light on deck.
There's not much. There's a little bit, but there's not much. Somewhat suspiciously.
Yeah, that is rather suspicious. But I would have heard. Can I ask the DM?
So you can see where
Yes.
there are a group of shadows over by the other one. It's not fully overcast. There's a little bit of light. You can definitely see there's a group of shadows in the scuffle. Not enough for you to be able to shoot a bow. Or anything
Right.
like that.
I mean, like, if they're making any sounds, would I be able to deduce that it's Kie or like sort of like?
Make a perception roll.
Sure.
Kaman's obvious, but Kian not so much.
So if we die, we can go into inside.
Yeah, my perception is 21.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you can definitely see Kie's over there. You hear like the brutal sound of like Kie's flesh being rent by one of these.
Oh, that's Kie's flesh. Oh, I recognize
Oh,
I recognize that.
oh, that's what Kie's blood sounds like. Yeah, I know that sound really rather well.
And can I ask, below me is Cookie. How high is the crow's nest?
Oh, it's a very good question. And before anybody on the internet tells me, I'm going to estimate it at 60 feet.
60 feet. Move me up. Could you move me up to just diagonally left into the top of Big Bed? So I'm still within range. I'm not out of.
I'm assuming
The
that's
thing is, the
high,
range here
right?
is actually it's up behind you. So Big Bad is up behind
Yep,
you, sort of above you.
Yeah.
And so for you to climb up, you can either try and climb up, which would require you to then muscle up and do something athletic, or you can go and take the stairs to the left or to the right. So that is a higher level.
Right.
And so down here is a higher level, and then there are stairs down into where you are, which is the middle level.
Got it. Would it cost me an action if I wanted to climb up to Big Bed?
It'll cost you. It'll cost you an athletics check.
Okay.
That means that, and I'm not going to make it your action. You'll still be able to do something if you want to, but if you fail it, however, you probably won't be able to take your action.
Oh shit. Oh, but I'm blessed.
You are blessed.
Go.
That doesn't work on checks. It saves and attacks.
Ability checks too, right?
I don't believe so, though I'm happy to be wrong.
Whenever a target makes an attack roll or saving throw,
So no, just a check.
attack rolls or saving throws.
I'm unhappy to be right.
How much of my movement have I spent? How much of my movement have I spent?
You've used a fair amount of it to get here. That's why, because you moved about 25 feet to
Yeah, but it's
be able
not
to get
That's
there.
all right. Okay, so I will suck the AO from the person behind me and go towards the stairs on my left.
You're gonna go. So you've only really got, unless you're gonna use an action, you've only really got 5 foot of movement left. That's the problem, right? Because you had to move from where you were underneath to get to the steps, up the steps, which I kind of gave you for 5 feet, almost for free.
Right.
And then you're sort of now in the scenario of what do you do?
If I did climb up to 5 feet, if I did climb up, would that take my remaining 5 feet?
It would take your remaining 5 feet,
But
but it
I
would
would be
bring
up
you in
there.
the square that you wanted. Yeah.
Which is diagonally to the left of
Yes, that's right. This
like,
one where my dot is?
No, one up. So no, I wouldn't be able to reach there.
Oh no, you wouldn't. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Okay, never mind. Okay. Oh no, I had a plan. Okay.
Insomnia is.
Never mind. It's okay. I'm gonna. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm going to, from where I am, I cast. How many feet is 120 feet?
Oh,
I want to cast Hypnotic Pattern.
I would imagine it's most of the boat. Let's have a look. So 120. No, actually, from you, 120 feet will get you to
It's
the
within
back of the boat.
Right, great. I don't. Okay, so man, so I'm gonna try and suck the saving throw myself. I'm going to, because hypnotic pattern I can cast it at range, but I'm going to try and suck it. Well, basically, I'm gonna cast hypnotic pattern starting from where so it does not hit the helms people,
Okay.
the helms folk.
It's a 30-foot cube. You're trying to get
30, oh, sorry, it's only a 30-foot cube.
It's only a 30-foot
I am wrong. I'm a fool. Okay.
The range is 120 feet.
Sorry. So can you make it a 30-foot cube?
Yep, that is roughly
Don't
30
do
feet.
Singapore maths, everyone.
That should catch
Where would you like
everybody
the 30-foot
on,
cube
on
to go?
the north part of the
Yeah, I'm
ship.
trying to save here, but I guess I can't. Okay, so let's. Yeah. So I'll catch the people a bit just beyond me.
Just like that?
Yeah, from the big bad onwards. Big bad and person.
Oh, you want to do up?
Yeah, up.
Yeah,
Oh, so the
Yeah.
so three of them.
The ones on top.
Yeah, the ones on top. Big bad.
So I'll let you do it. You probably don't actually know that they're there, but I'll let you do it because it's sort of there's enough going on that you probably like caught two of them and it's enough, right?
Okay.
The third one's just a bonus, right?
Okay.
So I've got to make some saving throws, right? So give me 1 second.
Yeah, wisdom. What's your spell DC? 16.
Yes.
So the
Wisdom saving throw.
the big bad succeeds.
Oh shit!
Magnificent Curry rolls 10 plus 3, so it's a 13.
Fail.
Uh,
You're charmed. You're incapacitated and have the speed of 0. It ends if you take any damage or if someone else uses an action to shake it out of the stupor.
and Shy Droic, who is the one that's behind, succeeds in front of
Oh
17.
shit! Okay.
So the big bad also succeeds.
The big band succeeds.
Basically, the spellcaster kena.
Okay.
So Kari is for the next minute or until it's shaken out or takes any damage in a stupor.
Stupor. Okay, so you're stupefied. And the hypnotic pattern itself is not it doesn't hang around as an area that other people get caught by if they go into it.
It does hang around an area. It's concentration up to 1 minute.
Okay, so it's there as an area. So
Yeah.
what about, does that mean that they need to then make a saving throw again?
No, the pattern appears for a moment and vanishes.
Okay, so, oh right, I see. So it's concentration to keep it on Carrie.
Yes.
Okay, so Carrie is now just stupefied.
All right.
Um,
No, it doesn't matter. So then I
Yeah, you've got Karen.
wave this would be more
Okay.
effective.
And okay, Kari is stupefied.
Clever out of the equation.
With my bonus
Okay, but I
action,
don't
Yeah.
get it now.
I am going to encourage the most who looks more hurt from what I can make out in my dim vision. Is it Kie or is it Barra? The Kaman.
Give it to Katie.
Okay.
I would say because Kie
So then-
is surrounded.
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, I'm gonna sing a song of inspiration to Kie. Heat of the moment. Shit! Kie now, you're a rock star. Come on, stick your weapons in those things around you. Kie now, you're a rock star. I really don't want to help you when you're down. You are the best. All right, that's it. That's all.
It's alright, I'll take it.
All right, you have a D8.
you have
D8. I'm at level 5.
Nice.
Upgrades.
Yeah, and with my remaining moment, I will take AO if I go anywhere, so I will just stay here.
and just to say that you can almost, if you want to, sort of hunker down inside the steps and you get full cover.
Would I not take AO though? Like
You haven't moved into range,
get
so
right
I'm
down there.
kind of okay with that, right? So
Yeah.
like you're basically on the steps as you've done, so it's
Yeah.
not really a problem. So you just be aware that you have full cover. You're still on the steps.
All right.
As you as that happens, you also see that Ellen then comes up to by your side, right?
Right.
And sort of like looks out and goes, "This looks like it's shit show, doesn't it?"
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Pulls out a small sort of rather sharp tapered wand and just kind of points it over at the one of the ones that's by
Cookie?
no by Kie and
One on the left has wisdom fail.
Yes, but firstly, she would know that, and secondly,
that's true.
she doesn't have anything that would help with that. So instead, a burst of 4 magic missiles comes out of this wand and goes,
Definitely much more
and
useful.
kind of like comes out into like 4 little stars as a cluster, and then just like starbursts out, and then wham, bam, 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 slams into this one. It'll do. Okay, so it does a bit of damage. It's sort of the way the magic missile normally does. It's useful, reliable, but underwhelming.
No, I'll take it. We'll all take it at a moment.
As you then hear a very angry, "Get the fuck off this deck!" As you hear a very large and like a thud and a thud and a thud, as a very angry Minotaur stabs its way across and puts its
Godzilla.
body between the helmsman and whoever else is here, and sort of like you hear the clanging of a metal on metal as it says, "Well, come on then, time to get happy." As we go to Peaceful Trakia, who will
Before peaceful,
yes, go ahead.
we have GM Uriel Blue who has just joined us. Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow. As we then run away across, the Peaceful Trakia runs across to Kaman, who has this sort of like, who's managed to extract this trident and slam it on the ground. As Peaceful Trakia looks over to you and just starts belting towards you, a look of complete hatred on its face as it gets close enough to recognize you for what you are. And you don't quite understand, but there's just this look of just complete rage on this thing's face. It almost just drops its sword. It's got it in its hand, but it drops its sword, and it's almost like in its desire to rend you physically as it attempts to grapple you and take you off the ship.
No!
Bring it, bitch!
No, because sea elf.
Is this your second round yet? Or have you guys this?
I'm still blessed.
You're still blessed. So you roll I believe the way with grapple works is it has to make a opposed strength check, if that's correct. Right? So
Oppose his strength.
yeah, so it rolls. I'll give you a clue. It rolled a 10 on this dice. Don't roll until I've given you the number to check against, because that will make it a bit drama. So you need to be a 12 on that dice. So quite easy.
Can I add blessed to it? No, I don't. Is it a saving throw? No,
It is a save. It's not a saving throw. No, it is just a strength.
So this is raw.
But you can if you're proficient in athletics, I believe. You can.
I'm not. So,
Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
Okay.
hold back the darkness. 17.
Hey! So as the thing comes towards you, you find a moment where you're like, you dig deep and you feel that there is some.
And then Aina makes it very clear what I need to do. The trident in the ground, I suddenly raise it up to throw it off its movement. Then I feint to the left, and I feint to the right, and I step backwards, and I
As it
fails to grab me.
Yeah, it fails to grab you and fails to get hold of you, and then it's sort of like it's right in your face, right? But it has not it's not grappled you, and its goal of grabbing hold of you and taking you off the boat has not succeeded.
That's right next to me.
It is right next to you, and looking unhappy. Kay, it's you.
Okay, I decided to use my sword of sharpness, and I try to slash the one closest to me on my left, like sashimi style, across its middle.
Slashimi?
Slashimi.
Oh,
or like slash the fins
how
off,
clever.
like Chinese restaurant style.
Go for it. Roll your attack.
Yin yang fish. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, halfling. Okay, so this plus
The sword.
8. 15 plus 8. 23.
That is a hit.
Yes, better be. And damage is 10.
10.
Oh no, sorry. Sharpness is different.
No,
Is it? Okay, yeah, 10.
So yes, so Ornery Pririva Jova is
What? Honorary what?
Prira Voja,
Okay.
Wow.
but ornery nevertheless.
Sorry, can I ask? It says when you attack an object with this magic sword and hit, maximize your weapon damage dice against the target. What do you mean by maximize?
Always? Oh, an object.
Yeah.
Oh, object, so he's not an
not
object.
people.
Oh, right,
This is
okay,
like-
okay.
This is if you were to
Like
cut a piece
stab
of bread or
Right.
a rope or,
Okay.
I keep maybe some fancy, like a wedding cake perhaps or something. Yes, but you would destroy it. The point
Oh.
is that, yes, you would just be, you wouldn't roll dice, you would just say, well,
Yeah,
that's
explode it.
10 dice. If it's
Right.
10, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
so it's just 10
you
damage.
did 10 points damage? Okay.
Yeah.
Don't objectify shot.
Wait, you have a
Oh,
second attack now?
oh, was that sorry?
Don't objectify shot.
You have a second attack.
Yeah.
Because we're at level 5 now, the monk and the barbarian both have 2 attacks each.
Ooh,
So go
very
for
what
it.
do you think?
I also want to continue using my sword and keep slashing and trying to just chop the thing into pieces.
Oh,
11.
So the first attack sort of managed to and you see there's a moment where it just rages straight across the center of it, and then as it does so, you then find
Before you
Oh,
destroy
the bless?
she's still blessed.
Oh yeah.
So what do I add for the bless?
it's not going to help.
Oh,
I'll get you there because this one's.
wait, but I'm also inspired. Does that help?
Oh, that
Oh,
could
yeah,
help.
yes,
That
yes,
could
yes.
help.
So the
you.
8,
So,
right?
so bless dice first.
That's nice.
But he said,
The bless probably won't help.
Roll both.
So roll
Let's-
both.
Bless
Roll
dice
both.
first. Yeah, oh, both, yes. That's right.
Hey. Ayya.
Well, what is it?
It's a 4. At 4.
Sorry.
What's wrong?
So yeah, it didn't get you there, I'm afraid. So the second one, however, you see the sword as sharp as it is, it's almost cut a bit too far in under this fin, and it takes you off balance. And although you manage to take the sword out, kind of back into your guard position, you're not able to attack. You are, however, able to use your flurry of blows if you want to.
Yeah, so I decided to do that. I spend 1 key point and I don't give up. I kind of.
Don't you have that most horrible of things, which is stunning strike?
She does?
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
Just as a reminder,
I
there,
do,
because
but
I like losing fights.
I do, but
So with your first hit, you could have used the key point to stun the guy. If you
Only if
want.
it's unarmed, I believe, right?
No,
no.
melee weapon.
If I use a
It's
weapon, yeah. So
fiction.
it's either I stun or I get another 2 attacks.
Oh, as in you don't have any more key points.
No. As in, it's the same amount of key points, but it's either I decide to stun you, but it depends on whether you fail a con saving throw,
Right.
or I get another 2 attacks.
Okay.
So which one will you want? Stun is not a bad thing in the sense that maybe we need to explain what stun does to a character.
I know it. Okay.
So to everyone at home, stun is the DM's least favorite thing. Because basically your NPC that you spent ages thinking about, perhaps even a campaign for your enemies to chase down an entire world that they've conquered in order to be able to face down this last villain. And the monk walks up to it. Literally walks up to it in the first round and goes, bam, stunning strike. I failed my constitution saving throw. They can't do anything. They can't move. They can't cast. They can't speak. They're basically unable to do anything until the end of the monk's next turn, which basically means that an entire round passes, which in D&D terms means that person's dead. Anyway, back to your choice of. Fortunately, this is why we all put lots of Constitution saving throws into our games. But
I don't know whether I'm allowed, but can I ask how injured this guy is?
you can certainly ask, right? The way they would describe this in fourth and previous is that they're not quite bloodied, which is a vaguely way of saying they're slightly more than half health.
Okay, then I'll decide to stun since my rolls haven't been great. So with after I do my attack and then slip a little bit, I kind of bounce back and try to block the flow of energy going through this weird sharp person by like jabbing all these very specific places.
Okay. Is your
And
attempt
now-
for your 9 finger point stun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you have to make a con saving throw.
Okay.
DC 14.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I have your dice from yesterday, it would appear. So, yeah, sorry. As literally you go and there's a moment of you realizing that perhaps you haven't quite understood how the meridians work in a shark person, because you're there going pap, 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 and it's like, oh yeah, that's squash injury there. That's really helpful. Yeah, I'm afraid it's unable to. Doesn't make it help.
Okay, well then I will use my reading movement to just get the hell out of there.
Okay.
So, like,
You will take
at this
attacks of
point.
opportunity.
Yes, because you're
Oh.
leaving their range of attack.
Oh no.
Unless you have a feat like mobile that allows you to ha and then run away. Unfortunately, you have to kind of stay
Do
there.
you remember who's going after you? They might be able to help you out of this.
who is going after me? Kaman, I think. Is it? I'm not sure.
It will
Yeah.
be some folks from downstairs, and then Cookie, the helms person, some more bad people, and then Kaman.
Yeah, it's basically, the Chingay parade then.
So
Lord have mercy on your soul.
Is there like anything I can do to kind of like protect
Just
a little
appreciate
bit?
that you have a high
Um,
AC.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can, in fairness, did you have any more key points?
I only have 2 left.
So you could have used a
I can use-
flurry of blows
Wait.
and then a stunning strike
Mm.
rather than the other way around.
The stunning strike, does it require a action, like a bonus or anything? No, right?
It's a part of I think it's as part of an attack.
Okay.
So, remember that time when you went to Delhi with the ferry and it taught you how to do that funky thing where you're here and then you're there?
Oh yes! Oh yes! Oh yes! Thank you. Okay, so I decided to use
The
my.
relief is palpable, by
Oh
the
my
way,
gosh.
in this room.
Which is the safest spot that's like 20 feet away.
Well, safe is always an interesting term, but
Can I go back down?
You can. Are you misty
Yeah.
stepping?
you
Yeah.
can go in any direction you
Yeah.
like.
Okay, go in the
Okay.
direction you want.
I want to rest a bit, so I go back into my room.
Oh, you need to be able to see the space.
Oh, okay. Oh,
But you can see like down, right?
Yeah, you can,
Yeah, can I-
you can look over your shoulder and see down into the steps. The only thing is,
next to the Minotaur.
it's only you that is between you and the steps right now. Right? You could look up and you can see the helm and you can see the Minotaur's back there, right? Just about like the course of the melee. So you can pop back up there if you want, right? Or you can pop back to over by the side of Kaman, who is kind of waving strangely. You've never seen a musical or tried it before. Is waving and trying to kind of hold off this very angry looking shark creature at him. Or you can go hang out with Barra, who appears to be hanging out with a particularly large.
Stairs are really crowded.
That's right, exactly. Hanging out with Ellen, in fact, in
Yeah,
the stairs
yeah.
and the little. No, you can't see Barra. But,
Where is the?
the other alternative for you is that you can go 20 feet up into the rigging, and you can grab hold of some of the rigging with
Yeah,
athletics, with an
Oh,
acrobatics
wow.
check.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask whether I could.
100% you can. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Especially with your nimbleness, right? So,
Yeah, I want to do that.
so you go, poof, and you just go up about, let's say here is the 20 feet you're going to go.
Oh, thank
You bump out of that situation to.
Just X-Men.
You can go one square left or right, because it doesn't matter because you're going to be about 10 feet up, maybe 15 feet up, right? So would you like to be on the left or the right or in the middle?
I guess in the middle.
Okay, friends, that's fine. So you're now 15 feet in the air. I just need an acrobatics check from you.
Still
You
that.
see a whole bunch of sailors begin to
checks.
Plus athletics or acrobatics.
acrobatics, I think.
Acrobatics 16 plus 8 is
More than enough to be able to grab hold of a rope, which is what I need from
You are now hanging upside down by your toes in the lakes. In the rigging.
monkey.
You see a huge number of sailors and various other people come up sort of to by where you are, Barra, and they've all got like their various bits of armor on, and they're kind of taking a look at you. There's a moment where they look at you and they look at Ellen and they look back at you and they're like, "Oh, what should we do?"
Charge, boys!
After you, then.
Like, is okay, I don't know if it's your initiative, but yeah, sure.
As in, they look scared.
Alright, yeah, no problem, don't worry.
But if you genuinely say, if you talk back and you say charge, they'll charge.
Really? They're freaking listening to me?
Yeah. You're a trained professional soldier.
I am a trained professional soldier. So, this is what you're going to do. Okay? You're all going to head upstairs, like up to the second level that's closest to us, and you're going to beat up the big bad that's there, and you will know no fear.
Alright, so the first one comes up to the top of the stairs, passes through the range of the opportunity attack.
Oh no!
16 does hit.
Oh shit, forgot to tell you about that guy.
Well, the reaction's gone.
No, that's true.
Okay, so it does take a big sort of slash across its back as it, ah!
Oh, there you go, you took one for the team, good job!
Almost as if that was your plan. And,
Yeah.
the second one will then come up and run past it, and he's almost at the stairs. The third one is going to do the same thing.
Can you ring it?
Yes.
Okay.
I will be joining you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's that one done there. Alright, fine. So then we go through to.
Come on, go up, guys. Don't you guys have any attacks? You just gonna stand there?
You don't see there's a very well. They're basically out of position. They're following your orders. They're running up to
Oh,
the
for
top.
God's sakes.
So they just go straight through. But because of that, they're going to use their actions and they're going to move their way up.
Oh, shit.
They're now terrified because you basically sent them into combat with this giant shark monster, but they've done exactly that. And they're stood there with basically belaying pins,
Right.
right? So like these big, like basically slightly metal, reinforced wooden clubs,
Right.
And they're stood there and they're just like, all right. And they're kind of ready to go.
Okay.
Let's have a look. What else is around? Cookie will take a moment and spit and swear and reach back into a pocket that shouldn't exist.
Oh, no.
Somewhere
Nice
deep
pocket.
inside the apron, and pulls out a small sort of hip flask and kind of yanks the cork out and goes and you see the slightly red liquid kind of like spill past his mouth as Cookie gets a little bit of cookie love.
Please tell me he's actually a vampire and that was like unicorn blood. Then it makes him super powerful.
Just in case
He
people
turned
didn't
into a
realize
thing.
from that, Ed used to play vampire. So he unfortunately rolled badly on his thing, so that's going to be plus 18. So at least he gets some hit points back. He's looking a lot more restored, right?
Okay.
He then looks over to you, looks over at this big one that's next to you, and then puts himself in a position so that you could easily be move into a flanking position with Ethan. So he's moved himself just over to here. So he's still not out of the range of either of them, so they can do damage to him. But you could easily flank either way, or anybody could. The helmsman is continuing to focus on the helm. The lookout makes a shot again. And you hear there's more noise from downstairs as the captain is waking up and there's various other people are getting up and the ship is alarmed. Like, you just have to keep alive and push back this initial repel, and maybe you can get enough folks on your side to then, keep things going. But certainly the two longbow shots that kind of come in, slam their way into the deck, unfortunately a little bit near to you, but not hitting these targets that are right by you. Oh, sorry, that's not true. You're up in the rig.
Right, I was like, wait, what?
Your former targets, anyway.
Okay.
We then come down to Patola, the bosun, who comes raging up the steps.
Oh, she's a barbarian too?
Oh, sorry, just running.
Just angry.
Normal
Just pissed off and
Normal angry,
angry.
not used to angry.
Right?
No, we cheered for him.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
comes kind of running straight through and just kind of like, almost doesn't quite push you out the way, but just kind of like, just like, and is carrying a nice hefty sort of like hammer. Like it's just like sort of the bosun's hammer that's used normally for like knocking in heavy chunks of wood and various other things. And instead just like swings this hammer at one of these, I would say unfortunates, but they're not really. He
Unfortunate souls.
gets
So flat. So blue.
and does a fair amount of damage to poor solitary Sid. But
solitary.
Sid sort of rolls a little bit and takes the majority of the hammer blow in his chest.
Yikes.
And yeah, it takes a bit of damage, but you're still sort of like there, and this shark just kind of breathes back. It's like at the bosun in an aggressive and nasty way. As we come across to next person's coming up, the captain's just woken up. You hear, "Ah, the fuck!"
Outrage.
Kaman, it's you.
Ah, hello.
Did we skip my turn?
Oh, no, you're off to Kaman.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry. Kaman, then it's the magnificent Kari. Oh, I tell you, thank you for the reminder though, because I did miss Shy Droick's turn, who walks up to the magnificent Kari up there and goes, Priestess! And then literally just like slaps around the back of the head.
No.
consciously breaking her out of the
And they're
trance.
speaking in common, are they?
No, they're speaking
Right.
in movie language, I'm afraid. Yeah, so this is, you have no idea that's happening.
If they're speaking Aquan, aren't they?
Actually, they are speaking, no, they won't. They'll be speaking Saharan, so
Okay.
they wouldn't, it would be, Aquan is like the common of the underground, of the underworld.
So they're speaking Saharan.
Yeah, they're speaking their own language. Now it is coming to
Who's that grey or white token to my right? Can't tell who he is.
Can you give me a specific where my cursor is now?
North of that.
That's Kie, and then there's the lookout that's up in the
Like
coast.
safely up there.
Oh, so there's nobody around here.
Nobody around there.
Fudge.
Literally, you're the only person on that level.
Wow, and that guy's right next to me. What can I do to him? This is where I wish it was forfeit, where I could take a 5-foot step and it would still achieve nothing. So I guess Thunderwave.
Nice.
So just as a cautionary moment, make an intelligence for me. Upwards.
Not
Make an intelligence for me.
Intelligence.
Oh yeah, she's on the
18.
There's a big mast and large billowing sails in front of you within the range of your Thunderwave.
However, if I step around,
Yeah.
and I Thunderwave outwards
Yep.
towards the sea.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you for that intelligence check.
Yep.
Much appreciated, I know, dude. And I Thunderwave the dude. Make a con save, spell DC 15.
Con save, which this guy's got. I think this guy might have made it.
Hello.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello.
He still
Same
takes
kid. Hello.
13 divided by 2.
6, I guess, if I'm rounding down.
6.
Yes, it takes 6 thunder damage.
Con save. I rolled a 15. What was the
50.
15 target? Yeah, so just saved.
Yeah.
Peaceful Trackler manages to kind of like put its shoulder down, get its head back inside, like it's sort of like your heavy cartilage, and then weigh its wheel down into this Thunderwave, this blast of wind, kind of like attempts to push it on. It's still buffeted around enough that these various jags of stone and other things kind of attack it, and the sound just kind of distorts and moves its way through its body, breaking cartilage and other bits of it.
Takes 6 damage.
Yeah, but it doesn't move.
I'm done.
Okay. The magnificent Kari is awoken from slumber and will attempt to.
No, he's a bad guy.
Will attempt to cast fear upon the sailors that are. Well, it gets to do a little arc, doesn't it? So let's have a look and see where it can go. So yes, I will need a saving throw for fear from Barra. And now fear is a spell.
What is this magnificent person?
It's upstairs.
Up north, I'm afraid.
What, on top of the thing? Because Barra's inside, right? Like downstairs.
It's a cone, right?
Oh.
I don't know if it's magical or a fear. No, read the spell description though. It presents a phantasm of the creature's worst fear. Each creature in a 30-foot cone must succeed. It doesn't say creatures you can see. Yeah, it doesn't say creatures you can see, but you're not required to move if you fail because you don't have line of sight. You just will feel this terror across you. Please make a wisdom saving throw, please. I think I shall do it.
Wisdom, you say?
Wisdom, your favorite thing.
Yes, Barra.
Break out the mirror!
Oh, no, man.
You're blessed, don't forget.
Oh no.
I am blessed. Aha. 14.
14 does not make it.
Damn it.
Okay.
You feel this just horrifying fear.
Mm-hmm.
Your worst fears. Perhaps not being sort of like being ignored. Or
Being what?
considered to be a hair out of place. Or your six-pack
Yeah, I was gonna say.
finally, your six-pack finally succumbing to age as it moves to a four-pack. Nevertheless, you must drop whatever you're holding if you're holding anything,
Shit.
and become frightened. And so when you're frightened, you have to make a dash and move away from the creature to the safest route possible,
Right.
unless there's nowhere to move. But if you end your turn in a location where you don't have line of sight, you can make a wisdom saving throw. On a successful save, so basically you have to move out of the way. You'll move, and then you'll get a wisdom save.
Can we minimize the map so I can see where the magnificent curry is?
Yes, of course. Cheryl, can you sort of scroll
Sounds
up?
so ridiculous. Magnificent curry.
No, I really want to eat something.
Yeah, right?
Which one is it?
The one
That's the one. The one.
Yeah.
Those are awesome.
Okay.
These two poor chaps are terrified. Easy pickings, wouldn't be afraid. Yrsa, it's going to be your turn.
Yes!
Finally.
Yrsa?
Oh, it really is my turn now. Okay, very good. Excellent. Yrsa, I assume that the door was open from
Yes.
rushes out. I know that from our days on the ship that the nearest exit is A. So I will head up stairs A.
Yep.
And I will come on to the deck. I have 40 feet movement now.
Yeah, and you literally gets you all the way to the top of the stairs, and you have 5 feet more from where you end up here.
Okay, cool. I see one guy there. I'm like, people try to sneak in! Rage. And then I hit him twice with my battle axe, hopefully.
So you step in, you rage, you are rather angry right now.
Yeah, and I'm doing it recklessly, so pissed off that my sleep was being interrupted. We've got an 18 plus 7
Hit.
hit. The damage will be 9.
Ooh.
That will be my first hit.
Okay.
My second attack will net me so 15 plus 7, so I hit it again.
22.
And that is 8 plus 4, 12 points of damage.
Yes!
Yeah.
Oh,
If he does seem quite injured, is he
Seems-
quite injured?
Definitely seems bloodied, but not last legs.
Okay, no problem. I will just glare at him very furiously and look at his friend and like, you want some of this? And then I step another 5 steps forward, so I'm engaging both of them.
Yeah, you are fully engaged with both while moving forward here. That is your last bit of movement done. Boom. Okay. As we then come down to
Barra's was for unity of 6 pack.
Oh dear. It's true, Casey. It's true. The one. It is the one.
a world with no mirrors.
The one ab.
Amir Khan looks over this way and will attempt to similarly cast a misty step and up into the riggings, bringing them back to here. And they are also now, they're not actually physically next to you, Barra, they are about 15 feet up in the air or so, held on top of the side. It's rigging over here. In addition, that bonus action as an action is going to attempt to hurl another lightning bolt down against southwards. So you can't see, but there's 2 more down here. The first one was against 2 of these, and this is the second lightning bolt that's going to go. And we will see what that does. This template thing is annoying me today. Okay, we'll fix that later. So roll. Right, yeah. So damage to the first one, did I?
It's always terrifying when there's lightning bolts going around. And you're like, am I in line? I don't want to be in line. Zigzag, people, zigzag!
You thankfully see that you are not in line as he's pointing his fingers away from you. As you see, however, there are this another bright flash of lightning slams across the deck. You hear 2 very loud squeals from above. As we then move across to the first mate, Watana, who comes barreling out from the steps, attempt to attack the one that is immediately to your left. Does not hit with the first attack, and does hit with the second, fortunately, doing 7 points of damage.
Come on,
looking
NPCs.
quite badly hurt. Huh?
Come on, NPCs.
You've got to give him a crew. Okay.
Come on, NPCs.
So then, please save us. the ship surgeon is both staying out of the way, but has managed to make it up to the top of the stairs, close to where Barra is. And as Barra is kind of like looking in fear, noticing that the ship surgeon has looks over to you and gently reaches out and touches your shoulder, murmurs something under her voice, and you feel
My abs. Not my
you
abs.
feel you feel your pecs are fine.
Oh, they're still there. Oh, thank fuck.
They're fine.
They're there. All right. Oh, sorry about that.
Your picks up here, your abs.
No, yeah, whatever. They're all fine. Right?
All right.
And you feel a sense of courage
Oh, yeah.
and encouragement.
With these pecs and abs, I can do anything.
Sorry, that was my ASMR moment. We're on the boat, Doctor.
Oh, sorry, no, this is also good. She looks at you and says, you have nothing to fear.
Yeah, I know. They're still there. They're good, right? They look good. I look good. I still look good. I still look good. Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks, man.
Everything looks good.
I'm great.
I'm not really a fighter, so I can do what I can.
Oh, no, I'll take care of you.
Who else is injured?
Right, so I've got a really tiny monk friend. I believe she's sort of hanging off the rigging at the moment. She's pretty badly hurt. As far as I could see just now, I think your cook's really, really badly hurt.
Cookie. Okay.
Yeah, Cookie, yeah. Really creative name.
She sort of looks beyond you and then goes, okay, that's what I'll focus on next. As
my friend. All right, then. Okay.
You don't see this, Barra. Kaman, you see this, and Kia, you see this, as this large creature that's up there looks down at these three terrified sailors immediately below her, and then just reaches out with a hand, grabs one of the sailors, reaches out with the other, grabs another, because its trident is held at Kaman's feet, and it just bites down on the head of one of these sailors. I'll tell you which head it is.
Wait, which head it is?
Which person?
How many these sailors have?
Heroic Oroposti.
What?
Heroic Oroposti's head. I don't know who Heroic Oroposti is, but you left us too soon.
We've lost crew.
As the first of the crew members is just eviscerated by this creature. We wish you well, Heroic Oroposti.
Such a strange name. Such a brave man.
Indeed. No. Quoth the raven. So, with the other hand, with this other creature in, he attempts to hurl this creature off the one that picked up the sailors and hurl off. Does not successfully manage to throw it off the boat, but does manage to throw the cowering sailor basically up to the edge, sort of like right by the railing with the sailor coming. He's just in absolute fear. Barra, now it's your turn. You have a bit of sense of yourself again.
Is it, I dropped my mandolin. Is it an action to pick it up?
No, it's like literally dropped at your feet. To pick it up, I mean, if it was like stowed away in like whatever, it's an action. This is just you picking up your mandolin.
Okay, so
like I generally presume when people change weapons, if they drop their weapon at their feet, they can pick it back up again. If they are stowing their weapon, that's a different story, right? That's
Okay, so I'm looking at what. So because Big Bad's really pretty big, yeah.
Right.
Massive. So I can see Big Bad from where I am.
You're currently in the stairs right underneath, so you would have to move out.
Popping up. I'm popping up.
Yep.
Can I see Big Bad now? It's okay. Just let me know if not.
He would be like if he was standing above.
Yeah, like you could angle yourself in a way that you could.
No problem. How much movement do I have left? Is it 25?
But you have all the movement. Literally, you just came back down, and you would have had to have moved your movement in order to be able to. Yeah, it's 25.
Okay, I'm running to the right of the stairs. The stairs to the right.
3, 4. No, because it got used when all the other sailors ran by.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna go diagonally one step to my left.
That would be your 5 movement.
And then I've got no more
1,
movement.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you have 25 movements, so that's it.
Yeah, I've got 30.
Yes, we used 5 to conquer the stairs.
Yeah. Okay, so
I'm gonna try the same thing and hope it works. Again, I'm gonna cast my second pattern of thing. Hypnotic pattern.
Pattern of thing.
Pattern of thing. Pattern of thing.
DC 16 wisdom save.
DC 16 wisdom
All
save.
right.
I'll just tell you where the 30 feet are. Who's next? Who's next to like where your cursor is now? Can you go right down?
Sorry, 1 second. Let me get rid of that.
Who's below the B?
2 seconds. Who is below the bee?
So big bad. Then
So
on
this
the
is
square down.
Cookie here, and then that's the bosun.
Cookie and the bosun are below the B.
That's the bosun is immediately below the bee, and Cookie is the one that's the other side.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna risk. No, I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm gonna risk. No, I'm not gonna risk it. Okay, fine. So bosun is below the B. Okay. Never mind. I will cast my hypnotic pattern to catch Big Bad. Big Bad and the other two on his left.
Okay, so that's roughly the size of your hypnotic pattern.
And one sailor.
No, I'm gonna aim it. So
You could get
yeah,
everyone if
aim
you
it.
wanted.
I can get what?
You could get everyone if you wanted.
Yeah, I'm just scared that if it doesn't take, basically, I'm gonna try it. I'm like, okay, hypnotic pattern. Everybody's got to save.
Alright, so save is
Except that sailor to the north, I think she will exclude
the sailor immediately to the north of
the big bad.
Yes, in fact, I'll move it the square a bit further down so the sailor to north of the big bad doesn't take it. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So that way. Yeah, that's very doable. In fact, arguably, you could even do it in such a way that it's angled so that you could exclude Cookie. I can't rotate it because of the.
I will do that.
But yeah, you can ignore Cookie as well. So, all right, in that case, then let's start with what is a wisdom save? Is it?
It is 16.
All right, let's start with the big one. That gets a 1. Woohoo! Fails.
Yeah.
So roll 9 dice. That's plus 4 is 13. So it is stunned. Is that right?
Incapacitated.
Incapacitated. It's charmed.
Incapacitated.
it's
Charmed.
yeah.
Okay, so do that one. Okay, the next one is the Magnificent Curry. Rolls a 4 on the dice.
Yeah.
So that also fails.
I'm gonna check how often.
Then whatever this one's called, Shy Droic rolls a 6 on the dice and also fails.
Perfect.
Oh God.
Going good. Okay, so then we have Mr. Oven rolls a 4 on the dice.
Nice.
Okay,
Finally.
and
We needed this.
the other bad chap rolls a 5 on the
Oh.
Wow. Okay, now let's quickly looking at the bosun. Rolls a natural 20. You're
Oh.
Perfect.
You're on fire. That is absolutely a clean sweep as this image of, I presume it's your usual, the fish that's riding a musical note that becomes a musical note riding a fish becoming, it's a beautiful kind of like hypnotic dance between these two
and
things.
then singing you are fading, you are fading, you are otters, dance with me. And all of them now have to imagine, they're imagining that they're dancing otters in this way.
And they are. They're all, there's a moment where you see these shark creatures are all going, it sounds awful just coming out their gills. But it's,
They don't even get saves. If they don't get woken from the stupor, they don't take damage. It's 1 minute of that.
Yeah.
okay.
And then with my bonus action, is it a free action to talk?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go, come on. Alright, come on, if you can hear me. Good time for your spiky grave things if you got a hand free. And then I use my bonus action to inspire. I suppose I'll inspire Kaman because
Come on, shouts back. Too many friendlies!
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, thanks. Oh god, I'm supposed to be intelligent. Alright, I'm gonna inspire you for that. Thanks for the information. Right, here you go, come on.
You're inspired. Come on. How's the inspiration gonna go?
Come on, comedian. You come and go, make them scream no. Alright, here you go.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Come on, shouts from down the ship.
Alright.
Okay, so
And one question, I take my moment. I've taken my
Yeah, yeah,
moment.
you're
There we
done.
go. Yeah, okay.
That's your everything.
all right, so that's your everything done. As we then go to
Casey, too many friendlies? Acceptable. Today's episode, spike growth stops zombie apocalypses.
I wanted to ask you, Frankie, my God. Before I move on,
I do have great abs.
yeah. So for the guy whose head has been torn off, is he healable or he's gone?
You've never healed somebody whose head has been torn off before.
Right, well, I've got great confidence.
You can certainly try.
All right, okay. Well, I can't do it now, but I will keep them. I'm like, I can fix it.
Make a medicine check.
Oh, my brains are overrated. I think his abs are intact. I rolled a natural one.
Oh no.
Oh, you think you probably could fix
Oh
it.
yeah, I can fix him.
Yeah, if you just get the head right and you find out where the head is, maybe the head's inside that big thing's mouth. Oh no, maybe it's on the floor. Okay, fine. You could probably, just maybe you could do some mending.
Yeah, I can't do it now.
Like Casey says, non-vital organ.
Yeah, I need brains to get through life.
You see another as Ellen sends crossbow bolts out, and you hear a bang as the crossbow, the string, the twine that is kind of like under tension, just snaps as
nice.
natural one. Oh. Then you then hear the sounds of a angry minotaur stepping towards to a rather okay, what's going on? Yes, okay. All right, and you hear the victorious yell from down the happy goes, and like slams this sort of like heavy hammer into one of these creatures, and you hear a squish sound as he then picks up and just throws it overboard in just disgust. And he steps back into his guard position. That's one of these guys is now dead. Good. As we then move to top of the next round, the hastes will be, the blesses will be over as of your turn. This turn? Yes. So as we've done this, so anyone that acts before Kaman, you get your blessed, and then everyone else is, you're no longer blessed. As peaceful trackler will attempt to stab into Kaman.
Not so peaceful.
Not so peaceful trackler. Will fend it off with my shield. Peaceful trackler, do your thing. There's a 9 hit. No, afraid not.
No.
Okay.
9.
It's good to know. Thanks, Peaceful Trackler.
So, Peaceful Trackler, in fact, is just still very angry. You attempts to pick up this trident, pulls it back from you, reaches over its shoulder, and uses its own glaive that it's been kind of holding there to like slash across you, and just gets caught up in it.
I'm just standing there. Too many things, bro. Too many.
Yeah, so he's got that kind of feeling. And in another world, he would look at you and just go, yes and no, but it just seems like the right idea. Instead, it just comes across a series of hisses, barbaric shark noises.
Can you understand shark language?
No. It's not looking to be understood. It's looking to kill.
Right?
He can't understand. There is like underwater. There is the equivalent of a common tongue.
Yeah.
This thing is hissing and yelling in its native tongue.
Okay.
It's a Shandongren. Just a bad pun.
Yeah.
He speaks English like this.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Something
like that.
As we go to Kie.
Okay, can I ask?
And hello, GM Uriel Blue. Way, thank you for the follow.
Why? That was like 44
That
minutes.
was one
back.
day.
Oh, bro, come on. Oh, I told you.
It's okay, he's got a lot on his plate. His editing is not
I would like to blame the editing for that. That's fine.
Come on,
Kie.
Come on, Kie.
Go in for the Kie.
How high am I up?
You're 15 feet up.
You're 15 feet off the ground. Yeah.
Okay, so I clamber back down, and I use my sword of sharpness again.
Remember, you
Where
can
are
drink
you?
a potion with a bonus action.
Do you have a book?
I have no potion.
Well,
There was a healing potion. but
I thought that
okay.
there were potions that were handed out.
Yeah, but I don't.
We have
I didn't
potions,
have-
but I don't know if we were able to identify them.
Yeah, we did not bother identifying the potions, and also would we have them on us? You know what I mean? If we
Yeah,
like,
if
just
If you hadn't identified them, then
Then, yeah.
probably
Probably
not.
stole them.
The only people that might have been likely to would be these two because they just don't have any.
Yeah.
Like, they don't carry much gear. There's no.
Oh, that's
but,
true.
but also, if you're running up into combat, you would probably grab like the bag of stuff that keeps you alive, right? So
So stuff to do tomorrow.
identify your
over for
potions.
5 days.
And
Right, so
the next opportunity, take the alchemist feat. But
Yeah,
You climb down.
Yes, I climb down to get to the one that is on the left of Yrsa. Is that enough?
sorry, say that again. You want to get to the one that's left of Ursa?
Yeah.
Um,
Also to my left.
Absolutely. So you can. That's 15 feet down, 15 feet across. So you could choose to like be super nimble about it because you're a monk. You don't take falling damage. You can kind of just go in a diagonal line. I don't really care.
Yes, I want to do that. Oh,
Some help would be nice.
You get out of trouble yourself, lah! Hello!
Yes, or of course you can run over to Kaman. It's up to you. Either way,
I'm just gonna stick with Yrsa.
it's-
I'm sorry because I am a bit.
equidistant.
Least popular member
I'm a
of
bit better.
No, seriously.
Nothing personal.
No, seriously. It is good tactics to bring down the numbers as much as we can. We will help you. But
Pew pew.
we're trying our best.
The range DPS shouting pew pew pew
Heal?
pew.
Right, come on then. Okay,
Yeah,
so yes, sorry.
Okay, so I take my very efficient diagonal down.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I guess behind that guy.
Oh, are you in flanking now? Did you want to roll for flanking?
You are now currently, if you want to drop back into there in that corner, is that where you want it to be?
You can be one up and still hit the guy, that's fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
either way.
I'll just be one up.
Did you want to flank though? Because
I wasn't intending to.
okay.
Should I?
Probably not because you're quite injured.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Then no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So just behind, like just close enough for me to be able to.
that's the only way you're going to, those two squares are where you're going to be able to attack that creature from.
Oh, sorry, I meant there, like on Yrsa's left.
On
Oh,
Yrsa-
facing this way.
Where your side is facing is south. So
Oh no!
So to the right of yourself?
so near that Sun Hill thing.
Like okay, where the game master is now,
okay, there.
The east.
like behind.
Yeah, Sun Hill.
There?
Yeah, okay.
The
Sun-
more injured one is
So
that
shame.
one though.
No, the more injured one is the one that's on the left.
Yeah,
This one here
Who's
is
left? Who's left?
This guy,
I'm
this
sorry,
guy
yeah,
over
that's
here.
where I'm hovering my icon.
the guy that hexed. The guy
Oh,
That
that
one
okay.
is more injured.
That one's
Yeah.
more injured. This one is not very injured at all.
So go
Okay, then I'll go for the injured one. Sorry.
It's okay, it's fine. It's right. It's the choice description. Yeah, so that one there is absolutely you should be able to.
Okay, so I decide to use my sword of sharpness and continue my slicing.
Go ahead, and you should probably be able to. If you want to attempt flanking, you can.
No.
Okay, go ahead. Just roll to hit.
23.
Yes, it's a hit.
Okay.
Damage.
3. Oh no, sorry.
Plus.
Plus 5. 8.
8 points of damage. Very nice. And
Second
you get
attack.
to do your second attack.
Same thing. I continue. I don't hesitate, and I continue slicing him up.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
19
That's
plus
absolutely
8,
it.
27.
Is a 19 critical with that
Nope,
sword?
20.
it's fifth head. Damn it.
3 damage. No, 8
Yep.
damage again.
It's looking pretty fucked up.
Not
Did
dead.
you want
Not
to
dead, but pretty
flurry?
fucked
Did you
up.
want to flurry? Your flurry?
Should I see my
Hello.
You want to use your flurry to take something out of action?
Okay, fine. I will spend my 4th key point
Mm-hmm.
to do my flurry of blows.
Go ahead.
So I keep my knife, and then I use my hands to kind of aim at the bigger spoons and hopefully
punch inside.
You don't have to keep your life because your whole body is a weapon. So you can kick him.
Yeah,
you
you
can
can
hit
always
him.
use the back of your elbows or your hands, or you just hold out and you hit with the left hand. It's up to you.
I don't know whether I get
7 plus 8, which is 15.
Yeah, it is not a hitter.
Oh shit! And your body.
Okay, I am undeterred and I continue kicking and punching his gills.
Go ahead. You just need to like reach your hand into the gills.
Please, please, please.
Oh, yeah!
20! It's a plus 8, 28. and
Both
damage.
in
Wait, before you do that, do you want to roll 2 dice or you want to roll? Do you want to double 1 dice?
Yes, thank you for the
Oh,
reminder.
no worries.
Oh,
Because
So
it's
you get a
crit.
choice now because you get to double your damage. You can either roll 1 dice and double it, or you can roll 2 dice. It's
Two
up to
dice,
you.
2 different results.
okay, I'll try 2 dice. If not, can I borrow?
All right.
Thank you. Not done this before.
Go ahead. Finish him.
15.
It's 10 plus 5. 15.
15 points of damage.
Whoa!
As you reach inside a gill, and it's almost like you reach further in fight, and you push your hand through this kind of soft layer, and you realize actually it probably isn't so far until you just kind of and you poke through, and you almost rip this thing's
More
like
guts.
lung membrane out of its sort of like chest,
Oh, that's
and
nasty.
sort of like it just collapsed to the ground.
Oh wow!
Yes!
You killed something.
Yes!
Woo!
You killed somebody.
Yes!
You are now covered in shark and guts.
I smell like a fish market!
That would be the thing of a mean DM, and I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
But surely her arm is covered.
Oh,
Shark
it's covered in
membrane.
shark
Yeah.
guts.
Like
Oh, and soup!
all the animal activists are like.
About the rest of the body.
We will cook it all!
Yes, we are anti-shark abuse here, unless they are.
Unless, you know,
they are two legs.
Yes.
It's not abuse,
Yeah,
but
their
it's
arms.
self-defense.
And they've got 2 arms and 2 legs.
Yes,
And
And
swords
stabbing.
between their teeth.
equal opportunity abuse. Half humans and half.
So you do get one. Oh, you missed with the second one. So in your
Yeah,
fire
that's my
burst,
second one already.
That's it.
Yeah.
So done. You have a tiny bit of movement left if you wanted to move into that space, or you can just stay where you
I'll stay where I am,
are. Okay.
following the advice of my good leader.
The terrified folks here move out of the range
Good run.
as far as they can go.
Finally, one success.
Run as fast as you can.
Yeah.
As Ooh, I missed Cookie. It's Cookie.
Oh no, Cookie's gonna. Okay.
Cookie looks and looks
Barra's
around
just
and
gonna.
goes,
Well, if you try and hit them, they'll wake up from their trance. So it's up to you.
right. And Cookie goes, if I run away, it's okay.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah.
So Cookie just kind of steps out of their range
Find the surgeon.
and then heads towards Kaman, who sees in quite a lot of damage and danger, and then kind of comes up behind Kaman
Oh, you're a brave man. You are.
and swings at the one that's right by Kaman.
Perfect.
Rolling. Didn't hit.
Oh,
The helmswoman takes a moment and you hear a conversation with between the helmswoman and the Minotaur kind of over the top that just kind of like you
Over the top conversation. What?
Yes, indeed. But what? How is it that they're looking at us? I do not know. I don't see. I was asleep. Well, why were you asleep, you fool? No, there's a over the top of your heads is what I meant, but that's also good. Where she sort of looks around and goes, "How are we doing? How are we doing?" And the happy sort of says, "We're doing good." And so she goes, "Okay, I'm still here," and she sort of keeps holding on to the. You notice that in all of this movement around, like the sea has got quite rough by you. So a lot of what the helmsman is doing is just holding on and keeping herself bound to kind of keep the rudder still. So there's no to ride through these waves as she kind of passes through them. Well, look out! Attempts to shoot. Hey, look out! Hits. And hits one of the one that is right by Kaman.
Hey.
Scores. Doing a reasonable amount of damage. Not too great, not too terrible. as two big fletched black arrows go into this creature that's right by you, so that it's playing kind of weird with you with the glaive, and it sort of put itself in a position where these just two arrows kind of stick into it. Doing meaty amount of damage to it. Still looks more angry than dead though. Also, the lookout unleashes the dogs from below, who then come pouring out from underneath.
The dogs of war!
Yeah,
They're here!
Cry havoc and release the dogs of war. As we then come to that one is stunned. That one is stunned. That one is that one's not stunned. That one is the one that's on the other side of you. You're sitting down here.
Yep. Bring it! Oh, you have advantage to hit me.
I do. So that's good. So that's the first one I rolled 13 plus 6, 19 is a miss.
It's a miss.
And then the second one I rolled a 19 and a 13, so 19 plus 6 is 25, which is a
You
hit.
hit.
So I will do
One.
7 points of damage.
3.
I get to do 2d8 plus 5 points of damage. So I mean, your one chart worked. I rolled 2 ones.
Hey, I know that works. I'm going to try it for now.
It sort of curses in disgust and slams into you with its weapon as it does so. That you manage to just sort of step out of the way, and it's just hisses, displeased, and slices back to you. And as it does so, you feel the wicked groove of this weapon kind of carves out of you, and you feel like little lines of coral kind of against your skin. That's how you think, oh, it's going to sting. But again, it's surprisingly superficial as your barbarian rage.
The bear is in the middle. Barbarian.
She can pay a lot of hits.
So we have so
Very
Ola will look around and pay heed to your message.
I'm sorry, that one wins.
One easy trick.
That one wins. Say it again.
What did you say?
One easy trick to get rid of very fat.
More.
Oh, that. Oh, more of those horns.
How do they play them?
It's a throat horn.
But Fatola kind of steps over into the space that's right next to Cookies.
I'm so grateful.
Giving you this, and so we'll literally come up by Cookies slamming across, and Fatola steps across and goes, "I Cookie wouldn't leave you alone," and slams across with his hammer. Rolling, fortunately with advantage, rolled a natural 1 and an 18 to hit, which is plus 4, so 22 to does hit. Doing
Unless you needed the new hammer, wouldn't he?
hammer. Okay, as peaceful Trackler begins to look less and less peaceful. We then go to one is coming back to there and attempts to attack the Minotaur. Does not succeed. Peachy Macho comes over here. This one comes over
Peachy
here.
Macho?
To attack the Minotaur. Enough that it's a substantial raid. You definitely hit the oh shit table. That's a hit, and that's a hit. Was it your roll?
What?
That started this.
A 2 on the D12.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, it was mine.
Happens. Not the and on the D100 as well. The combo of the two things was the best of dramas. As there are 2 attacks onto this Minotaur, doing 14, 16, 22 points of damage. So happy. Here you hear this. That was surprisingly painful. As these stabs and these great cleaves come over from these folks. As we now go to Frozen by Fably Batten. You see Captain Prakar fly up onto deck. And he does so, sort of looks around and goes, now.
I'm gonna yell at Captain Prakar.
Captain, I know you're not talking to me, but all those people who are not moving, don't hit them or they'll wake up.
Acknowledged.
Are you talking to me again?
I'm still not talking to you. But then turns around and checks the helm and sees that, things seem to be under control there. Looks around, just takes a moment to kind of orient himself. Will then attempt to throw a javelin at the one that is attacking the Minotaur up here. This is still sleeping his eyes. You know, with birds when they get that stuff, that's really hard. Never got fingers.
Oh, that was a really good try.
Um, it is now your turn, Kaman.
Oh, patronizing. Come on. Seeing that things have changed, whispers, this is different. Then he shouts at Aquan, I'm sick of running from you. He steps diagonally to the left and then
So he runs from him.
sick of running from you. I'll run from that. As he steps down and to the left.
To the left, yeah.
Yeah. And then knowing that the back of his opponent is now open, he concentrates and focuses necrotic energy into his fingers and slams it into the back of.
Ooh, nice. What are you doing?
Inflict wounds.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm looking to get advantage first.
So make a just a roll. It'd be an unarmed strike roll. Well, it'll be the same as your inflict wounds type bonus. So with your spell bonus against the target's AC.
So it's only a melee spell attack. It's a spell attack. It's just done as melee.
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. So this is for the advantage, right?
Yeah.
This is 18.
That's it. I think so. With your spell attack bonus, is that total or is that
total?
Oh, hang on one second. Let me check.
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So now I roll to hit.
Now you roll to hit with advantage. Yeah.
Inflict wounds. Oh wait, as a bonus action, I hexed it. For wisdom.
You had another thing hex, but yes, you can do it.
Yeah, it died.
It died. Yeah.
So now it's 21 to hit.
Pardon me?
21 to hit.
Hits.
And now I do 3d10 plus 6.
Curry can't go, then it's you afterwards.
21 damage.
21 damage.
It's all necrotic.
You see that its back just begins to shrivel and it almost starts calcifying and turning into like a coral substance itself as you pull out the life energy from it. 21 points?
Yeah. And Kaman whispers, not this time.
Everybody just watches Kaman's lips moving. Okay.
Yrsa,
Bloop, bloop, bloop. I say bloop.
The guy with Kaman is still alive though, unfortunately.
the other one is still left, yes.
Alrighty then. The two people who are with me with this other dude, they are random sailors or?
One of them is the first mate, Watana. The other one is up actually in the rigging, 15 feet in the air.
So it's just one
is
person
the other,
there.
the sort of the navigator that's also a bit of a wizard that's casting lightning bolts.
Killer. I have faith now that you have two people.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine.
I turn to the Sahuagin next to me. Your friend woke me up. Now it's your turn to pay! And then he tries to beat it
You call him a witch.
recklessly again. I've got 18 plus 7.
That's a hit.
That's a hit. We've got 6 plus 4 for that. Wait, I've been gimping myself. It's actually 6 plus 6.
Ooh.
So that's 12 damage.
Oh, nice.
As opposed to how much you've been doing before?
Plus
6 plus
4.
4.
I
Okay,
forget,
so
'cause-
you're missing 2 more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So
I
I don't think it'll make a material difference, but yeah. So that's good though. So it's 12 damage on the first one. Yep.
Yep. Second attack, we've got a 17 to hit.
Total.
Yeah.
It's not a hit on this one as you scrape across the front with your battle axe.
No.
And so again, it just turns the blow and it catches off like a bone jag and just misses.
That's good.
Okay.
I
anything
will
else?
actually move to the other side of the guy.
So you rotate around. Yep.
To the other side. Yeah.
Perfect. Done. Anything else?
Yeah, that's all.
Good stuff. As the diviner kind of goes, well, I'm out of lightning bolts. what else have I got? What else have I got? What else have I got? And looks around and goes, I know what I got. And he holds his hand and sort of turns a symbol, and you see this greenish arrow head just kind of slowly come out of his palm and then form its way into like a long arrow, and it just spikes out of his fend and just kind of splashes across the deck into and towards where the Minotaur is, right? And you don't hear anything except for a, oh, you got him. You really got him.
Yeah.
And so it's one more down. Okay, as we go to the first Mewatana, who will, seeing that you've moved into a nice position, moves pretty much opposite that position to you, and goes, oh, well, hey, are you, the thing's not responding to, because look behind you, and the thing goes, what? And looks behind for a second, and he goes, and chops at the legs.
Nice.
Let's see if he gets the advantage. He does not. Ooh. So he gets to roll normally, which is a 16, misses. So it doesn't even do that. And it just sort of, there's a moment of just complete disdain on this shark creature's face as it just reaches back and grabs the sort of the heavy club that Watana was going to use from the back of its knees, and just grabs it with its hand and turns and leers this disgusting grimace on his face. And you see there's a genuine moment of absolute fear and disgust on his face. So, at the bottom of the steps, you don't see this yourselves, but there's a moment where there's a finishing of chanting. And
Might be the
Finish chanting.
might be the
Scandinavian.
the medic.
is yes, indeed, a finish chanting finishes, as a
And then after that, we will finish him.
large. Now, someone do me a favour and read the description of fairy fire for me.
Oh,
to-
fairy
to
fire.
the nice people at home.
Alright,
You gonna do that, Barra?
let me just find it. Okay, here we go. Fairy fire. If each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet light. What would you choose? What would you choose, Ramji?
Oh, I think this would be a natty violet.
A natty violet light. Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in a natty violet light. If it fails a dexterity saving throw, and for the duration, objects and affected creatures shed dim light in a 10-foot radius.
So, when they are charmed by your
Fairy fire.
Incapacitated creatures. He
that's what
multi-pattern.
I'm checking. That's what I'm checking. The contact actions or reactions, do they automatically fail your saving throws? 'Cause Are they stunned? Is the question.
Hypnotic pattern. Yeah, no, it's just incapacitated and it's a speed of 0. That's it.
Right, so not stunned is the point. Okay, fine. So that's okay, no problem. It's good to know. However, they do get to make dexterity saving throws then. I think just for the sake of, because they are incapacitated, I'm going to give them disadvantage, otherwise it seems weird.
Yeah, they're
Right.
dexterously.
Yeah, it's like they can't be dexterous, but at the same point they are dexterous, so they're going to get disadvantage. And first one, just as well, rolled natural 20 and a 5, so the shy droic fails. The second one rolls a 7, so it fails. The big dude rolls a 5 and fails. The little dude rolls a 12 plus 2 is 14, and DC fails. And the
nice.
last one, for a clean sweep, rolls a 3 and fails. So all of them are covered in this light, sort of very almost diagnostic purple, right? It's sort of like it just falls on them like lines. You can see that there are lines almost like hide out the contours of their body, like it's been mapped. Right? And the last words from the surgeon Athena are, I hope that didn't dispel your effect.
Oh, no. It's a great idea. You're very smart.
And so now you will strike these. You can see these creatures very clearly, right? They're clearly highlighted, and
Literally.
sorry,
Like literally highlights.
yeah, and they're literally
And I'm
highlighted.
like, don't hit them yet.
Yeah, and you'll get advantage when you do choose to.
They'll wake up.
Now we then go to
That's a very nice spell.
And they don't get a save
No,
until
until they're hurt.
until they're hurt.
And then they just wake up.
Or woken from their stupor by someone else. Or
Right,
something.
and no one is near them to wake them.
Yeah.
So it is now your turn, Barra, because the.
It is up to 1 minute though, so let me know when the minute's up.
So you cast it 3 rounds ago?
2.
2 rounds.
2 rounds ago. Okay, so keep track of it. So this is now your 3rd round, right?
Okay, yeah.
So the minute will be up on your 7th round.
Okay, so it's my turn, is it?
It is.
Alright, I run away from I run southwards, and as I do, I just yell to the surgeon, "Oh, hi, you got really nice hair. And by the way, I just wanted to let you know if somebody could use your help. He's got a smashed head, up where the creatures are. So if you could fix that, that would be great." and I run.
All the way down?
As far as I can, so sort of. I think I'm next to the crow's nest, sort of cowardly, just like a.
The crow's nest is still a fair way down. It's where Captain Krakow is down there.
I can't reach it, can I?
Not really, no.
Okay, can I see south of the map, please, where the Minotaur is?
Yeah.
Could we get a bit of a sight of we have sight of the south of the ship, please?
Okay. There we are.
Okay. I see they're a good way away. Can I?
The distance?
Yeah. What is the distance to the two creatures?
70 feet. 75.
Okay. Oh wow. And both of them look hurt as far as I can see.
Both of them do not look hurt. It's hard for you to tell. You don't have your dark vision. It's a long way away. But there's enough light now on the surface as people are brought out, various bits of lighting to see them. There doesn't appear to be anything, that's...
Wow. Okay. Fine.
There are 2 corpses on the other side of the Minotaur that you're able to just about make out on the floor, right? So...
Okay. Okay. No worries. I will take out the one. I'll try to take out the one next to Kaman.
Okay.
So I am going to insult him.
Okay.
Hey! Hey, you! Hey! Heard of mermaids? Yeah? Well, you got everything in reverse. You're got like the ugly head of a fish, and legs of a human, and they're not even that nice legs. Look at my legs! My legs are beautiful! And your mother's a piece of shit!
Wisdom saving throw 16.
Okay, and it's hexed, so it's at disadvantage, is that right?
Yes.
Rolled a 17 and a 2.
Okay.
So, look of relief on Joe's face.
Yeah, take 4 damage!
Okay, so there's a moment where it looks over and just goes, and clearly has internalized your ball.
And with my bonus action, so that was a cantrip. So can I use Healing Word as my bonus action?
Yes, you can.
Alright, so I look around for injured friends, and I see Kia. I'm like, hey,
My second favorite member of the party. Here, I'm going to use a healing word for you.
Thank
The
you.
word of the day is rutabaga.
and you feel better.
Oh.
Roll my healing word.
Rutabaga! Did you hear me? Rutabaga!
Defocus 5.
Take 8 healing. 8 points of
Yes!
healing.
Thank you. 8. So it's 100.
Rutabaga, a root vegetable related to a turnip. Rutabaga.
Yeah.
Rutabaga.
Yeah.
I ate a stew made of rutabagas today. I always wanted to be on spelling bee.
Could I have the etymology of the word?
Like when you have time, please sample the rutabagas from Nagaranda.
Indeed. The best rutabagas do in fact come from Nagaranda, I believe.
You're kidding.
Well, they certainly do now.
Swedish term.
Gosh, I thought you were joking.
No, it's real word.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
Never had one.
that's me done.
You might have done this as the turnip, because sometimes I think they should get sold as turnips.
Oh, Swedish.
So,
Yeah.
a moment later, you see another crossbow bolt come out from Ellen's hiding position, and in fact, it hits the heavens. And
Fix the crossbow.
sneak attack works at last.
Yeah.
Did she fix the crossbow?
Hmm?
No, crossbow broke, right?
Yeah, indeed. 11,
Finally.
13 points damage. Still didn't do very much.
Oh gosh, really? Still alive?
Yes,
Very tough, guys.
but it's looking fucked up.
It's like,
Okay.
wow, it's so long.
I'm running out of spell slots.
Yes, as the Minotaur, still angry, slams into the one nearest to it, and
He needs a runway, come on. Let him do his core
grabs hold
thing.
of him, picks it up, and attempts to hurl it.
Move, bitch.
Get out of the way! Get out of the way!
Yes, so cancels that. Okay, managed to throw this one, but it sort of slams against the decking side there. After like basically punching it with its sharpened hammer end, just like punching it in the face, and then going picks it up and throws it. You can see its rage as it's sort of running through it. Let's run to the top of the round, and we go to peaceful Trachea, who's not that peaceful at all. Attempts again in this sort of just unreasoning rage, attempts to slam into Kaman, just because it's sort of this ancestral hatred, but rolled really terribly. So he's completely unable to do so. Good evening, Kie.
Okay, I go north to next to the guy that's with Kaman, the peaceful whatever.
Dracula.
Yes.
And I use my sword of sharpness and try to slash him into submission.
Whack whack. Okay, go ahead.
Bend him.
15 plus 8, 23.
That's a hit.
Hit. 2 damage.
And damage is 10.
10 points damage. You sort of cut across the neck. What's your second attack?
I continue.
Okay.
Continue slash. 21
Okay, it's a hit.
Finish him.
and a 10.
Wow.
Total.
He has to die.
No, apparently
Are you
not.
serious? Wow.
It's been ages.
Son of a
He
mother.
is reeling backwards and remains in the fight by the thinnest of margins.
Oh, jeez.
By the way, for his previous attempt to charge Kaman, he was at disadvantage as a vicious mockery, but anyway, he failed it.
He failed anyway, yes.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you for reminding me.
Bonus action.
Nice to meet
It's a gay ship, you say.
I think all my bonus actions require a key point, and I'm.
Oh, that's alright. You did well, you did well. It's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
you did 20 points of damage. It's a good shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
thank you. Okay, can I move at all?
Can you move at all? Yes, you can. You,
Can I-
you used about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's 25 movements. You can move 10 feet.
Just remember, when he's standing here, you can move around him, no problem. But if you leave him, he will hit you back. So if you want to reposition to
touching
any of
him.
yeah, just keep touching him.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just stay then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, NPCs. Finish him off.
Well,
Yes,
so these
come
two
on.
are still frightened, so they are going to continue moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think not out of line of sight once they're down there.
Not really, 'cause it's a huge creature that's on top.
Oh,
so it's
he's the
still
one
there.
frightened about it.
Yeah, he's the one frightened them. And the other one that's up here will continue to move this way up to the prow. So they're now close to throw themselves in the water, poor chaps. So that then leads us to Cookie, who looks over at this one that's sort of like hissing at you and sees you slash at it twice, slash at it again,
Cook him.
and just kind of goes, reaches over with it sort of like it's his short sword, and just kind of goes, "Oh, just die," and like slaps across the back of the head.
And
Completely necessary. 2 points of damage.
Oh,
finally.
Wow, that took forever.
Those guys, a couple of these have got a lot of hit points, right? They're not necessarily that one's not that hard to hit, but it's a bruiser to break down.
Wow.
And at this point, you now have
Finally.
You now kind of gained the upper hand because you've still got 3 or so more rounds, right? So I'm not going to go through absolutely everyone's actions, but there's a moment of coordination where you now get to kind of call the rough kind of view of what's going to happen, right? Because there is one more fight between the Minotaur and these two up here at the top. The Minotaur is strong enough to be able to just batter these two, right? So they're either going to run away or not. So I'm not going to really make that one play out for the moment unless something else happens. We currently have a hypnotized and fairy-fired group at the top. The question to you is, what do you want to do about it?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it still a thing in 5th ed where you can cool the grass to somebody who is incapacitated?
If someone is incapacitated, you will automatically do a crit on them, right? If they're unable to move, right? So you automatically critical strike them for damage. I think in this case, though, let's double check.
And yes, it's cool the grass.
Thank you.
What's that?
Blow of mercy.
No,
Not cool the grass.
I don't. I think I'm actually wrong about this. Hold on. The internet will tell us, but I actually think no. It's more that the creature can't take actions or reactions. I think it's when somebody's on the ground unconscious that you automatically do crits against them. Yes, that is correct. On this is a DM screen, I'm afraid. Yes, so so incapacitated just means that you will be can't take actions or reactions. If it is restrained, you'll get attacks of advantage against it. So the nice thing about them is because they can't take actions or reactions, you can run up to one and tag team it. One of you grabs it, restrains it, the other one gets advantage if that's what you want. Now, that being said, and this being one of these scenarios, I'm going to give everybody what I'm going to call a coordination move, meaning you have a heartbeat, right, where you can all just yell out to each other and figure out what your tactic is, and then move or do what's appropriate. There is one that's still in combat with you. So if you do move, you will take an opportunity attack, right? But because the tide of the battle has turned, right, it's significant enough that I think I'm going to allow this. So what this will allow you to do is make a full move action, right, for each of you, if you want to, in order to be able to reposition yourself. Okay?
I'm gonna ask Kaman again, like, come on, trying to do your sporty thing we did last time.
No, on them, yes. But I'm out of spells.
Oh, piece of shit. Alright, okay. What are we gonna do, guys?
I'm going to pull away. So Kaman says, I'm probably going to back up towards Happy so that I can get some range so I can do my finger pistols things.
Alright, can we see the south of the ship just so we know how many enemies there are?
Then Kaman also shouts, I think if you want to start taking them out of the pattern, you should start with their cleric or whatever that thing is in the corner.
Oh, right, yeah. Heard it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, they were what castle spell. How many are there at the south of the ship?
There's one left that's sort of like still actively in
Alright,
combat.
okay.
Happy has been happily
Tossing him around.
Yeah, he's you can't really tell from where you are, but he seems to be a bit of a monster.
Right. Can I just check? So for the top, the cleric, right? Is he holding anything, a staff or anything? Like what are they holding?
The cleric is holding a sort of maybe a 6 or 7 foot. It's like from this is not 6 or 7 foot for those watching at home, but a 6 or 7 foot coral staff, right?
If he's incapacitated, because it's essentially he can't take actions or reactions, can I go and take the staff away from him?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Who can run fast enough? I don't have to get there.
So you can in theory get some of the way.
I could maybe.
Could reach, I think.
Well,
So here's the thing: you get right now. Everybody gets a free move, right? So
Right.
before we carry on initiative, everyone gets a free move. So you could take a free move that would get you to here.
Right.
And then from here, you would then be able to get up to where they are, take the staff, and then you probably get another 10 feet of movement, so certainly get out of immediate strike range.
Yeah, because I think that would wake them up. But they can't take a reaction yet, so I can...
Would it wake them up? Is it? I say it's an attack, yeah. It's probably...
I mean, it's not really an attack, but I mean, it's just attack or wake up, or takes an action to wake them up.
Yeah, exactly. It would count as like a...
So I'm going to do that unless anybody has any objection. The thing is that he is next to somebody else that he can wake up on his action. But,
Yeah. I'm thinking we actually leave the cleric for last because if he's not woken up, he can't cast spell.
right.
If we take out the minions first,
Fair enough.
Or the big bad, yeah.
like she was saying that we can try and incapacitate and then beat the shit out of them, right?
That's a great idea.
So we get into position to grab and beat, basically.
Hello, Eternius Sai.
So, Alright, so are we going for the lower two minions on the close to the bottom right part of the grid? Is that what we're going for?
Yeah.
So that they can't wake people up even if they're awake, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Alright.
Normcore Oven and Solitary Sid.
Alright, Normcore Oven and Solitary Sid. Alright, how are we going to take them out, guys?
Okay.
As I pass the surgeon, I'm like, hey, there's a bunch of sailors that are really scared. So I maybe leave the guy with the smashed head for a little bit and see what he can fix them. They seem to be
Poor guy with a
jump off the
smashed
ship.
The surgeon just looks at you and says, is it safe to come up upstairs now?
Yeah, I'll protect you. By the way, you've got really nice hair. That's what I'll beam at her. Alright, I'm sorry, I've got work to do, man.
So the surgeon will also take the advantage of a free move and will move to about here. And as she's sort of come on board, she's like, I thought you said it was safe to come up here.
Yeah, they're not moving, see? They're all sort of like sleeping.
Meanwhile, Yrsa. Yeah, exactly. So it's like the battle is still forward.
Right, yeah, well, this is safe, you know, like, it's a dangerous world,
Dangerous people.
Safe as gets.
Kaman goes south 30 feet.
Commander's going to go south 30 feet.
No, leave the one engaged with me to me.
No, I need distance from
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Are you going up the steps?
Yep, distance.
Up the steps. You're up the steps, top of the steps.
Near
You see
Happy is
that-
a good place.
Yeah, you can see that Happy is quite happily like just crushed another one under his feet, and there's one that's form is against the wall, and it's kind of just been thrown there, and it's just beginning to get up, and Happy's sort of like readying his hammer and just ready to like, storm over to this new one. Okay, who else has got a move left? Yrsa has a move, and so does Kie.
Yrsa's not planning to move.
Ursa's not planning to.
Oh,
Okay.
so it's just me and Kie then.
And
Yeah.
Me and Kie are the two at the bottom.
Are the ship's sailors able to move as well? For free movement?
not really. I mean, like some of them, like where you guys involve them, when you tag them in, yes, but then that would be there'd have to be a bit of a narrative reason why. This is more a bit because you guys are heroes, right? So you get to do extra things.
Okay, so come on, my second favorite member of the party. Let's choose one to flank. I don't think we have to roll because they're sort of like
They're
incapacitated.
very fired, so you have
Very fine, you get advantage anyway.
All right. Well, let's pick one. Which is your least favorite one?
I guess the one closest to us.
Or the one that's sort of like looking over the raised part of the thing.
Yeah. it's
Okay,
looking
let's
at
go.
the-
All right. What are we gonna do?
Are you going to go over here as well?
Yeah.
And Barra, where would you be?
Just be on the other side of him. Just.
Okay.
Oh no, hang on. No, I'm not going to do that because my damage is all range.
And also, yeah, you don't need to because the fairy fire gives advantage.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna stay away down here, but where I can see them, as long as I can see them, and I'm within 60 feet of all the enemies.
I think you are. Let me just double check.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty sure
I'm just
you
gonna
are.
lend you more
Yeah, easily.
support. I'm gonna lend you more support from here. Okay.
That's good.
All right. Who's going first? It's you, right?
Yes, cute.
Alright.
Yes.
So this is just the free movement that we
This is
get
the free
to position.
movement.
All right.
Next up is actually going to be Athena and then Barra, I believe.
Nice.
It's a member of the crew.
Athena's the healer.
The healer.
Oh, right.
And he's
Yes,
yeah.
surgeon.
Athena.
He has
Sorry.
legs, don't you know?
They're all my friends now. Okay, this is a great moment for a Foundry to catch, but we'll just carry on. So Athena is, I believe, up next, and then it'll be Barra.
The ship creaks. Sorry.
Yeah, lots.
I got a really noisy trip there.
It really does sound like a ship.
Okay. Is it stream crashed or is that the? No, it's not.
It's Foundry being
It's my
wonky.
battery that's being wonky. It's all good. We're getting there. It's back. Yay, it's back.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Yay.
Arguably, I may have maligned Foundry and it was Chrome's fault, but it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Now, where were we? We were figuring out who was next. Has everybody done their free move?
Yes.
Perfect. So having now done all the free moves, it is currently
Athena, you said.
yes, Athena's go. She's got her because you tagged her in to do a quick free move, so she will look around and she sort of takes a view. How hurt you?
I think you're asking how much hit points I have?
Mhm.
Yeah.
22.
Okay, so she'll walk over to behind you, staying out of the
Sort of tiptoe and
yeah, exactly. Literally stay as far away as possible from you, and will attempt to use a second level cure wounds on you.
Wow.
Do
Sad you.
Literally touching.
just touching like with her toe.
yeah, like as far she gets as far as possible away to like touch you with the tip of a fingertip, so she doesn't come anywhere near the danger zone. But that will be 2d8 plus.
Wisdom.
Yeah, so that is going to be spellcaster modifier is 5, so 2d8 plus 5.
Very wise.
9 plus 5 is 14.
Nice.
Yay! Thank you. Thank you, Athena.
So you regain 14 hit points as you feel this sort of cool, almost like calming sort of ocean breeze pass you, and you say Athena sort of look at her. Don't have many more of those, so try not to get yourself so hurt. And will then step away into
I
the.
think you feel
So
like
let's talk of water.
I
a bit
realize.
much for me. I'll be right back, folks.
This is in need of some water. Okay, it is now going to be the turn of Forceful Cedar, who will attempt to look at all this kind of like coordination and unhappiness and be frustrated, and will attempt to take a slash at Yrsa.
Yeah, bring it.
Doing.
You still have advantage.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. AC is 20. Bring it.
Where is it? Wave cutter blade. So it'll be 21 is a hit.
Mm-hmm.
So the first hit, and that is 6 points of damage. And the second hit is a miss. So I know it's by the way, anybody that doesn't like the idea of dying in this game should play a Bear Totem Barbarian, because you can get hit a lot and it's all just flesh wounds.
damage.
3 damage.
By the way, Eternius says we have a nice setup, makes me jealous.
Oh.
Oh, thanks, Eternius. I'm sorry, you're so sorry you're jealous. Thank you and sorry. Thanks for joining us. Okay.
Fantastic. As we then move to Frozen.
Let it
Frozen.
go, let it go.
7 says, hashtag Barks make the best tanks in 5e. Yes. Yes, we do.
Yes.
So Vitola looks around and says, makes their way across to where you are, and will hold their action until you have gone.
Okay.
And with the intention of hitting the target. You're clearly, literally, you've straightened your knuckles and you're like lining up to like smack this thing. And he's like, he comes over and she comes over and sort of gets stood next to you. The two of you are both halflings, right? And so there's
It's so cute.
yeah, you do. You look like two small children that are ready to like really beat down this really large, horrible shark monster. Then after that, it is not dead, and then that's dead, and then the remaining shark creature down at the bottom of the map will pick itself up and will attempt to charge at the helmsman.
Oh no.
Attempting to does hit. And there's a bit of damage. So the helmsman, you hear a shrill and harsh scream of frustration as, still holding on to it, a large sword is passed through the helmsman's shoulder. Manages to hold on and stay holding on, but you hear this scream of rage and outrage, and you further also hear a scream from Happy of, "Oh, now you've done it!" As it becomes someone else's turn.
You know it's bad when the Minotaur cow is.
Okay, so Captain Krakow
Oh,
drops down right by the helmsman, pulling his saber, and attempts to slash at the creature that is attacking. Well, hey, hitting.
Yes.
Nice. It's a hit.
This is the captain's first hit.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Oh dear.
a bit
So-
late.
Dude does a couple of bits of damage. The captain doesn't do huge amounts, but does enough to cause a bit of damage to this creature. You've certainly felt between the Minotaur and the captain that was taken care of. As we then go to Kaman, it's your turn.
Oh, perfect timing. So there's still one that they're dealing with in the vicinity, right?
Yes.
Bonus action, I shift the hex over to him for over here. Wisdom, why not?
When you say the vicinity, do you mean the one with me or the one with the helmets?
No, down
No.
below.
Yeah, the one with the Minotaur.
Okay.
You sure? Like, Minotaur seems like it would be doing Constitution. Oh, no, it's just an attack. Yeah, sorry. Ignore me.
Yeah, I'll hex it for Dex. Yes, why not? Maybe. Anyway, Eldritch Blast.
Sure. Oh, you are just nothing.
The one hitting the helmet.
Oh, okay.
Pew pew.
Pew pew is correct. Oh wow, 19 and 22.
Nice.
With this.
Yeah.
Welcome to a world of pain. Oh, it is a world of pain. 19, 24 plus 8, 32 damage.
Wow.
That's a lot of damage.
Die.
Not dead, but very fucked up. It's like very fucked up. You guys are just so close with some of these rolls. It's very good. It's sort of like I feel bad for it, but it's close enough.
Okay.
I take a couple of steps to the right in case the Happy wants to take the stairs.
So considerate.
Okay.
To the right, sorry.
To the right.
Closer,
Yeah.
it's closer to the A.
Yeah, closer to the end. And I'm done.
Yep, gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, as we then go to the Magnificent Kari's turn, doesn't need a turn, and Yrsa's turn.
Yes! Okay. I look at the big fish in front of me. Enough is enough!
You look like some frustrated auntie.
I also say. Okay, so we have yeah, man. 17 to hit. I don't think that's a hit, though.
17 to hit is not a hit.
Oh.
You have the incredibly one-armored one that's right next to you, I'm afraid.
So just like, never mind. One more try. Let's go. Oh no, that's a miss as well. Whiff.
So the tank for a tank, I'm afraid. But yes, so the two of you just sit there trading blows, and like, I mean, it's not that you miss, you hit. It's just like you just skitters off the
Yeah.
armor.
What I am going to do though is I'm going to move up north one step
Okay.
and to the left.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, I'm just trying to get into position in case it dies. I can hopefully get to my next target.
You got it.
Yeah.
Then
I'm done.
No problem. Amir Khan will. I realize I'm misreading this ever so slightly. It's Amnir Khan.
Amnir, okay.
But Amnir and it's Amnir.
It's not Bollywood superstar.
You said it was a type.
Oh no, the Amir Khan, the Bollywood superstar, is 2 A's. It is Amir. The boxer is 1 A.
Oh, right.
Oh, the two.
The famous Amir Khans.
Forms another, small green arrow which darts from his hand.
Achoo.
Haha!
It's the sound it makes.
And you see that the arrow kind of like slinks into the remaining one that's up by the helm, and just slowly just begins to eat through the armor and seep through, and you hear this as this sort of like cavity opens up in its chest and it slumps to the ground, and it's just a mob fizzing with its death blows.
Kaman shouts, Barra spell won't hold for much longer.
Okay. Preachy Mudshell is now dead. Now, how many rounds are left for your... because I think, barring the one that is by Yrsa, all the other threats have been eliminated that are conscious.
Yep.
Yes, so... we're now left with 1, 2, 3 plus Big Bad 4 plus the one that's alive with you. Right. So how many rounds have you got left?
If that was a free move, it wasn't my turn, then I still have 3 rounds left.
You still have 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Left. Okay, fine. So because you have 3 rounds left, I think you can figure out together as a group what you'd like to do, and I'm going to let you guys go as a coordinated action because it'll be a bit quicker and make the combat go.
Right.
So basically, work out what you're going to do, and then it's just going to be based on your order of initiative, which I still think means that you go 1.
I'm lost.
1. What were you? 11?
12. Yes, it's 1, 2,
3, 4.
Oh, yeah.
We focus fire on one.
The one
One by one.
which here is next to, I guess.
Yeah, we take out the low beast first, and then the cleric, and then the fatty, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So, who's doing what? Go.
Oh, number 1 initiative.
I will still use my sword of sharpness and try to pierce through his starry eyes.
Great. So you get to roll with advantage. Don't forget that.
Oh, we have an 18 plus,
Plus
8.
8.
18 plus 8. That's a hit.
Good.
That's the end of hypnotic pattern. It's no longer incapacitated.
4 plus at 9.
9. Okay. 9 points damage. It is no longer incapacitated. It is still verified.
Yes.
But you've done a very successful 9 points of damage to it. Your second attack.
Same. I will continue.
Okay.
Roll on.
Advantage.
Yep.
Yes.
No. 18.
18 is not a hit.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Sharks. Yeah. What?
Yikes.
Exactly, sharks.
Ah,
Oh my god.
Okay.
shucks, it's right.
Damn,
Okay,
Sakwaji.
I'm out.
You're out on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And seeing this one is alive and there is just in such a state, there's a moment of concern from Fotola, but nevertheless also seeing that you're quite able to hurt it once, you gave it a go. Fotola reaches over and attempts to slap with the back of the boat hook.
Hammer it.
Doing nothing. But anyway, sorry,
Okay.
I forgot because actually I looked over and saw Fotola was acting, but I remember I forgot I said you guys were going in order, so forget. Fotola does nothing. Forget that one.
Okay.
It is now, sorry.
I run 30 feet closer towards the north,
Okay.
probably to the left and up.
Are you going to vault off this? Or are you going to...
No, I take the stairs. Come on, it's not that sort. And then he'll shift the hex over to the one that he is fighting.
Okay.
Exit for wisdom, and then double Eldritch Blast.
Go ahead.
Pew pew. Still with advantage, so there's the first Eldritch Blast. That's a 22 to hit.
It's a hit.
Second one. Ooh, 19, so that's a 26 to hit.
Oh, absolutely.
Eat some damage, bitch.
Yum, yum, yum.
Oh, it's not that much. 8 plus 9, 17 plus 3, 28 damage.
12. That's
Is that not much?
a fair amount of damage, I would say.
To be fair, if I was a sorcerer, it would be quickened. Okay, but
Yum, yum, yum.
If I was a sorcerer.
if I was a sorcerer.
That then means it is your turn.
No.
Yes.
Alrighty, I'm just gonna keep whacking the guy I'm engaged
Sure,
with.
absolutely. Go ahead.
With hopes that now my reckless attacking will actually take. Nope. This is a 9 plus 7, that is a nope.
No.
And the second, oh lord, dude.
Oh no.
Lord, have mercy on my soul. I have not rolled above 10, folks. Not above 10.
Oh no!
Nevertheless, this is just like it's a fight of the tanks over there,
Right.
where it's like the ones you're seeing that are quite hard to hit with a lot of hit points, but they have a relatively low amount of hit points, but they're quite hard to hit.
Speak for yourself.
They're the tanks, right? That's sort of and so the one at the top and the one at the bottom, you're kind of like locked in with one of these ones, and at the top you're doing damage to it, but it's just difficult for you to hit it. Now, the final one in this sort of sequence go is going to be Barra.
How hurt does that guy look? The one that's being next to Kie?
Next to Kie, about half.
Shit. Alright, never mind. Okay. Phantasmal forces! No, this is is it wisdom? Is it wisdom? Intelligence shit. It is intelligence. Freaking balls.
Just wish it's more creative.
Oh no. I sing into its ear
Oh.
from where I am. Oh no, I don't have the spell. Oh, there it is. Oh no, there it is. Okay. And that was my dissonant whispers.
Indeed, and accompanying you can hear the dissonant violins and cellos and various other things of Celine Dion's fame.
Yes.
Wisdom saving throw.
Disadvantage.
Wisdom saving throw with
16.
disadvantage, no less. I rolled a 14.
No, you failed.
I failed.
Yeah.
Hey!
I rolled
3d6
3d6 psychic damage. Oh,
Alright.
yes, to try and move away from me. Oh, that's not good. Sorry, I didn't think this through.
Yeah, ew.
Oh, that's true.
11.
11.
11 psychic.
11 psychic damage. Yes, fantastic. And so there's
It must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as fast as speed.
Speed allowed away from me.
It does have a reaction because it's no longer incapacitated.
Oh,
So
shit.
move
So
as
take
far away
arrows
as
from,
speed. So it's going to go 1, 2, 3,
Oh, shit.
4.
Oh, it's moving towards
So I'll get an attack of opportunity from Fatola, who
And
will
from Kie.
get to roll with advantage. And from Kie, you get to roll with advantage.
Smack it.
Fatola hits.
With advantage.
Yes, because it's very fine.
Alrighty. So
Do I get to add anything?
Yeah, your normal attack.
My normal
You
15
can use
plus
your
8.
sharpness, by the way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and 15 plus 8 is a hit. Yeah.
Roll your d6 again.
8.
8. Okay, so it struggles away, and like as you do so, you see Fatola kind of like slams into the back of his leg with a boat hook and pulls, and there's a and it sort of staggers forward, and you slash it at the back of the shoulder as it still kind of like attempts to be wrestling with some weird inner demons, and you hear it say, "Jack, Jack," as it kind of like stretches.
Oh no!
Runs towards the edge of the boat. You've no idea why. Maybe it means something in whatever language these shark people speak.
You jump!
Does its movement allow it to jump? Because
It hasn't jumped yet. It's right at the end.
okay.
No,
Yes.
because if it moved this straight away, oh well.
Yeah,
Okay.
It moves straight away from Barra, right?
As far as its movement allows, though. So if it still has
So
movement,
one,
would it?
So would it have leapt over the edge? Is the question.
5. It's literally right on the edge.
Okay.
Right.
That's my point, right? Because basically it's climbed up onto the
Right,
edge
right.
rail, and that's used all its movement.
Okay.
Okay. So that is all of your actions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Have you got anything else you want to do? You sort of use the
Yeah, I suppose I can sing a song like somebody.
sing a song sixpence. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
I've still got my bardic dice.
Yeah. Okay. I can. So I can see. Poor Yrsa really struggling. Oh, Yrsa.
She needs.
Oh no! You look like you need some inspiration. What song would you like? What's your favorite song?
Oh.
What's my favorite song? I don't know. The Bad Romance.
Oh, you are the bad man. I'm gonna inspire you as much as I can. Now, so your dice, it will be very nice. So your dice, you get to roll it twice, not really, but you get to roll the D4, D8 as well.
Yes.
I'm glad you didn't pick Baby Shark. That's all I'm saying.
No, don't do it.
I just put it out there, you see.
And that was my action. I'm deciding whether I want to do anything with my movement. I guess I will. Still can't see the guys up there. Yeah, so I'm just gonna get up on the just behind, slightly behind a big bed.
So you can go 20, 25, 30. 30 gets you back up to the top of the stairs.
Yeah, just so I have view of everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So 30 gets you right back up to the top of the stairs, and you can see quite clearly.
I'm the king of the world.
So, okay.
I'm the king of the world.
In a rough bit of then coordinated action, the remaining sailors.
Hey, we have a new subscriber.
Hey. Grimace Joe.
That's Grimace Joe. So thank you very much for subscribing, everybody. I think that is person popped over earlier from Games of Play. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks very much.
It's remarkable, and it's a great show, and everybody should pop down there. And if you're down near the Orchard area and want to pick up some games, thank you very much for subscribing. That's awesome. Shout out.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're the best.
I had a little mental internal rule that when we got a subscriber, I was going to give you all a little something back, or your characters a little something back.
Okay, sure. We'll
So
take it.
you get an extra damage dice next time you actually hit. You
Oh.
get 2 key points back.
20 points?
2 key points back.
Oh,
20.
20 points.
Good. Yeah.
Sorry.
You
Yay!
get your top spell slot back. And you get your top spell slot back. Thank you.
Yay, thank you.
Subscription has its benefits.
You get a perk. You get a perk. You get a perk.
You get a perk. You get a perk. You get a perk.
All right, there we
And
go.
I get advantage on my next. No, I don't. I don't get any of that at all. It's all for you guys. That's awesome. Thank you very much. That's amazing. And now, the rest of the folks on the deck are primarily all sailors and soldiers, with the exception of the Minotaur. The Minotaur runs down in one move down to about here, then uses his action to run all the way over about here because it's just a huge barbarian move. The
Small barbarian, big barbarian.
the
Barbarian.
helmswoman
It's a
stays there.
barbarian.
You can see that the Athena kind of runs up to the top deck to attend to the helmswoman's injury. There is still Watana, the first mate, attempts to slam into the one that's behind you.
Going,
Ha-ha! Rolling a decent roll for once.
Oh.
And the second attack rolling a decent roll for once. That's 2 hits.
you interrupted my joke. I said, watch out!
10, 50.
Yes, that's what we're surrounded by.
But absolutely smacks the hell out of it from behind. Right? Like, you don't really notice it. And it kind of drops to one knee in pain and looks there and it just like, looks over in just complete disbelief. Right? At this moment, Amnir kind of just like looks again and looks around everything and then sees the one that's stood up on the rail and points a finger, and from again this finger you see this arrow that's formed of this gelatinous acid material kind of shoots out and across. See if that hits. The fairy fire will help.
Yeah.
16 plus 6, 22. That's hit because of fairy fire.
Yeah.
And we'll do
Thanks, fairies.
just enough. So, moments of goodness begin to appear here.
Oh, goodness.
As you feel that you have regained the pace of this battle. Now,
There's only 2 rounds of
indeed, there's only 2 rounds left. So, in that 2 rounds, the question for you guys is, what would you like to do before it breaks? Because you can reconsolidate everything, you can take a moment to talk to your team, you can do something else, right? You have this one that's left down here, like it's back to you guys as a group again. What are you going to do? Sort of group actions.
2 rounds. 2 rounds, I think we need to focus on the cleric.
Yeah.
Smash the cleric.
I mean, if we take away the cleric's staff, there's very little that the cleric can do. So one of us can just do that.
Yeah, Barra should do that.
Yeah, I've got sleight of hand. So I mean, I don't know whether that's sleight of hand. But...
It's just a straight take. This thing is there and it's clutching it like this.
Right.
You're going to walk up to it and just go and just pry it out. So it'll be a strength check / you
But
know,
it's incapacitated.
yeah. So the point is, it can't really resist. So it's more of a, are you strong enough to take it away from the grip rather than anything else?
You're the strong one, but you're too far.
I am too far.
I am not that strong.
I have +0. So
I mean, there is also an angry Minotaur coming up that end. You could probably tell him to do some stuff as
yeah,
well.
okay.
But basically, the way I'll run these things, and we'll do this consistently in the future, is when we flip to this kind of mode, you're now in command of the battle. Like previously,
Yeah.
I was kind of in command of the battle, and you guys were reacting to it. Now the tactics have changed. You're now on the upper foot, so you get to be coherent and. The upper foot, you get the upper hand, the upper foot, the lower foot, the upper hand. It's regardless. The point is, you have the advantage tactically.
Okay.
So you can kind of tell me what you'd like your team to do, and then the instructions to anybody else in the battlefield.
Okay.
And I go last,
Right.
as in the
Okay.
the
I'm
monster
suggesting we ask the Minotaur to take the staff away from the cleric, and then we focus fire on the big bear. What do you think?
The big guy is probably going to be quite fat to kill.
But if we're all going first and he's going last, there's so 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know.
So what Sheena is saying is that if we cut down the numbers,
Yeah.
it's better. So we're thinking that we neutralize the cleric by taking away the staff.
Yeah.
Then we go for Sheena, you suggesting we go for the minions first?
Yes.
Okay. So ask Minotaur to take away the staff, and then we go for so there's 2 minions. They look slightly different. I don't know what that means.
Is there a difference between minions?
The two littler ones that are kind of there, they both look to be weaker than the big tanky ones you fought earlier.
Okay.
As in they look more like the ones that fought Kaman, as in they were still hard to take down. They had a lot of hit points to go through, but they were easy to hit.
Okay. So I think for the first round, let's whack the minion that's furthest away from everybody else, including the Minotaur, right? And because then there's 1 round left of incapacitation, right? So let's all whack that one. Then for the second round, which is the last round of hypnotic pattern, get the Minotaur to take the thing away from the cleric, which will wake him up. And then we can...
Anyway, take it.
Yeah, and then we can either attack him or attack the other minion.
We should finish the minion.
Yeah. Okay. So but first one, let's concentrate as much fire as we can on the lower minion.
Okay.
Okay. And what instructions are you giving to the rest of the crew?
I guess the same. So focus fire on the lower minion. Yeah. The moment he's out, take out the other minion. Do not be careful not to wake anybody else up.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Good instructions. Okay. So again, we're still going to go rough finished order. So go ahead, Lisa.
So I make my way to the minion that we are aiming, and I use my 2 unarmed strikes. I kick him and pummel him, or it. And
So, in general, your basic attack should be with your sword of sharpness.
Yeah.
The only time you do unarmed strike is when you flurry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically, yeah.
okay, I use my sword of sharpness and I
Yes.
continue slashing the seafood.
Go ahead.
Seafood slashery.
Ceviche?
Sushi slashery.
Ceviche.
Ceviche?
Wait, am I still holding advantage?
Yes. They're all
covered in a nice blue fairy sauce.
No, it's
Okay.
natty purple.
Purple.
16
Natty.
plus 8 is 24.
24.
So
Yeah.
hits.
Challenge.
6, 7,
And you've got your key points back, don't forget.
Yes.
But you don't have to
We've
use
got
them.
8 damage. And then I do my second one?
Yes.
Yep. 8 damage.
Yeah, for the first round.
So that's
I rolled a
natural
20,
one, is
yeah.
it? Natural one?
No, I rolled a 1 and a 20.
That's true. Okay, that's fantastic.
So when I attack a creature with this weapon and roll a 20, the target takes an extra 14 slashing damage.
Very nice. Very
So
nice.
first thing first, you need to
Roll damage.
roll your damage. So do you want to double that die or roll 2 dice?
2 die.
2 dice. I will pass
Okay.
you another d6 then.
Thank
Go
you.
for it.
Both are great.
Oh, sorry, my die has failed.
It's okay.
8 plus 5. So we are
13.
at 13 damage from the hit itself, then
Then
another
plus
14.
14. Wait, but then I get to roll another d20.
So that's 27 so far.
Okay. No, it was if I roll a 20, then I chop off one of their limbs.
Oh, I see. So on
Yeah, but I didn't. I didn't.
several limbs.
Yeah, so it's not. It's just
20. All it takes is 27 damage from that hit.
It's still
That's all.
a flesh wound. And now you get to. So that was your first attack and your second attack. And
yeah.
Yep.
How much damage was that? I'm just curious.
So you've done a total of 35 damage
Pretty nice. Pretty funky.
so far.
Pretty funky.
Is it how like
Well,
terrible does it
if the last one was anything to go by, you've probably got through over half. Yeah.
Okay.
durable.
So that was
They are
my...
durable. Otherwise, you guys
Really tough.
Okay, my last bonus action. Okay, well, should I do flurry of blows? Okay, I'll
Yes.
use one
Probably.
key point for my flurry of blows.
Go ahead.
With advantage, you hit.
Yes. Okay, we have 8 plus 14.
22.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
20.
1d6. Yes. Oh, nice.
6 plus 5.
Top twist.
And then
One more advantage.
One more.
The chat. Very
This one's not very good. 7 plus 8.
Oh.
No.
15 is a hit.
Oh! Okay!
They're weak. These are weak.
Oh.
6 damage.
You are banned.
Enough to hurt, but certainly you managed to slap, and then you stabbed across with your sword. You almost get to the point where your sword goes through deep into the shoulder and chest of this thing. You almost think, you're kind of fishing for the joint to fill it almost, right? And then you can't, and then you pull your blade back out, and you slap across the face, and slap again back into the chest. Very comprehensively fucked this thing up.
Just for my own satisfaction, can I ask how much was the total damage?
How much was the total damage
Yeah,
you did then?
just curious.
6 plus 11 plus 27 plus 8.
So it's 35 plus 17, which is 52.
50.
52. What the hell? These guys are freaking... Yes, thanks very much, Cheryl, for doubting me. Okay.
Yes!
Good math. But what the hell here? That's a lot of damage.
It's not dead yet,
It's
bro.
not,
It's not
it's
dead.
very,
Lot of
it's
damage.
it's badly bleeding, but it's still alive.
That's a lot.
Oh, God.
Built like a brick shit house in the ocean. Who has shit houses in the ocean?
Sarwagan. That's who.
You just shit in the ocean.
Exactly.
Yes.
All
Maybe
right.
the ocean is a giant brick. Never mind.
Who's next? Who's next?
You can have
Jump
deep
over
lips.
Who is next?
Sure. Should I do like a victory somersault over it just out of pure joy?
Yippee!
In which case, you've jumped the shark.
Too soon, too soon.
Okay.
She did it. She went.
Who's next, guys?
On that note, though, next up is going to be Kaman.
Come on. Takes a couple of steps to the right, closer to the crow's nest. He leans against the crow's nest and tries to finish off the one that he is fighting.
Okay, roll hit.
Still firing relentlessly. Ooh, I might have missed. Oh no, 19 to hit.
19 to hit.
Second Eldritch Blast. 25 to hit.
Also hit.
So the damage is significant.
For those who watch at home, please did Kaman take a jump to the left before he took a step to the right.
11 plus 9 plus 8. 28 damage.
20
Oh, I think it's dead.
It's dead. It is dead.
Is it not dead?
Yet again, held on by
Are you
the closest.
God.
Bardic inspiration.
There we go. Okay, roll 2 or more.
This is one of those Warhammer 40Ks, right? 2 plus.
Oh!
One more dice.
I rolled a 1.
It didn't go in the box.
7!
If the floor counter, it was an 8.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
we
I
go.
needed to know.
No, it was an 8.
It was an 8.
Thanks, Ross. It was an 8 anyway.
As poor Norm Court Oven meets his last.
Thanks to Celine Dion.
Thanks to Celine Dion.
Played badly.
There is something. So now there is a.
Thanks, Barra.
Right, so the.
Spider-Man.
Anything else that you would like to say? You're good.
I shift the hex over to the
other
other
minion.
minion?
the other minion for wisdom.
Right, I'm going to basically, I'm going to allow you guys to squish the other minion in the course of the next turn. Right?
Okay.
If there's things that aren't, I'm going to presume you guys are going to continue.
I haven't used my turn yet.
You haven't used your turn. So, what would you like to do?
Oh shit.
What are you thinking about that? What would you like to do, Yrsa?
The same thing I do every day. Die, motherfucker!
Yeah. Try to hit. You get extra damage dice,
I
remember?
will change dice
You get
now.
extra damage dice on this roll.
Okay.
So you got
And you
it.
got inspiration too, right?
You're gonna hit. I believe
And you have
I can do
inspiration.
it. I believe I can hit. I think 13 plus 7, we have 20.
That's a hit.
That's a hit.
Oh, finally.
Okay, so we do 9 plus 6, so that's 15 points of damage.
Plus the extra damage dice.
Yeah, I roll a 4 and a 5.
Oh.
And then I add 6.
Okay.
So
15. Any inspiration?
I do have inspiration.
Oh, there you go.
And roll again.
8.
That'll do.
Oh! Barra!
It's like endless cha-cha over there.
Very inspiring.
That's Barra inspiration dies.
Inspiring person.
Pushing things over the edge.
You're really good.
You are an inspiration.
I am inspired.
As forceful Sida meets her end at the axe of a barbarian.
So long, this forcefulness.
Yeah.
And then there were two.
Wait. And then after that, if I
3.
still can move, I'm going to start running for the other side. With my 40 feet movement.
Tiny little lady.
1 second.
I'm the fastest goblin in the land, but there's only so much I can do.
You're on the sea.
You get to 40 gets you here.
To the other side.
Is that what you want to be?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, straightest line you can go to. And now it's your
What's my turn?
It is.
Alright. Phantasmal Force on the remaining minion.
phantasmal force. What's
Roll
that
at
gonna do?
16. Is he hex? He's hex, right? You just moved
Yeah.
next to him, yeah. So, oh shit.
He's wisdom hex.
No, it's not. Fine, you know, I'm just gonna whisper in the beginning. Okay. If you ever love me, if you want to trust me, you come for me. Hey, baby, and if somehow you can love for me, it's true, we can lie to me. Hey, baby. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Couple of sailors.
So dissonant, I actually cannot recognize the actual tune.
Oh, do you not know it?
What song is it? Oh!
Also, just so you know, we can't actually use the actual tune.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Oh.
so that's just as well. You can recognize it. So,
What song is it?
unfortunately, the YouTube algo won't either. Nevertheless, with apologies to Jamie, that's incredible, fantastic. So, how much am I saving again?
16 disadvantage.
16 disadvantage. I rolled 4 and a 7.
Yeah, take some damage, you piece of shit.
Whoa. 9 psychic.
9 psychic.
As it clutches its ears.
And you gotta move away from me, you piece of shit.
What's the range of it?
As far as you can go, you piece of shit.
Uses its reaction to move
Directly away from me. Directly away from me.
move its speed directly away from
So tell me with the hypnotic pattern, right? If I take damage,
right, if you got no.
I don't know that
It
I'm
breaks straight away.
So I don't get a reaction because I'm incapacitated, right?
Right.
But then it breaks.
Yeah.
Does it allow me to make a save, or does it mean you take damage? As soon as you take damage, you're fine.
Yeah, once you take damage, you're back to normal.
I believe so. I believe
Yeah.
that's the case. So I can read it out for you if you want. No, I can't. Oh, there we go. I can. All right. So on the field. Oh shit. Piece of shit. Sorry. On the field, say the creature becomes charmed for the duration. While charmed by this spell, the creature is incapacitated. While charmed by this spell, the creature is incapacitated and the spell 0. The spell ends for the affected creature if it takes any damage.
Okay, so
Right.
1,
That was
2, 3, 4, 5. As it goes, and goes as it just jumps off the edge of the,
Right.
hearing these voices in its head, and you hear.
And then come out whispers, my ex.
And your hex.
If you had my hex and yes.
I hope he comes back.
Okay. Now, the Minotaur looks over at you guys and says,
Come back suddenly.
Take the star.
"Which one
The one with the staff, obviously.
Oh,
Do they both have staffs?
oh, you mean to take the I thought you wanted me to hit the one with the
Oh, they're both gone now, so grab
we need
Coral stuff.
the
staff.
core staff and keep it out of reach of this guy.
Okay, and picks up the coral staff and I'm just gonna make sure
Oh,
I roll
no.
one. That's fine. So like stupid strength, so pick up staff and just there's a moment of resistance and that look of confusion over this mind's face and it's like, oh my, and picks up the staff. And then now has this coral staff in hand. The hypnotic pattern has gone from the eyes of this priestess who then just looks up and hisses.
Is that the action of the Minotaur or is it bonus action?
It
action.
is the action, but it will.
If you still have it in you, kill it.
Okay, it takes a moment and he goes, I want to play, and kind of focuses, and you see sort of like just energy just surges down its arms, and like it's and it stabs this coral staff
Whoa.
into the top of this creature's head.
Yes.
Oh wow, vicious.
One. Oh no, I mean hit.
Does it?
And then one.
Well, I'm just give it 2. Ooh, it's rolled quite well. Yeah, hurt a lot.
Yes.
And you see that this staff is almost planted like a flagpole in this thing, sort of like, upper body, as it then pulls it out, and then
In its head? Oh, okay.
Is it dead? No, but
No, but in its head.
Oh, in its sort of neck and its shoulder, and such.
Right.
It doesn't these are hardy creatures; they're not sort of easy to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually stick a fair way through and
Oh.
Happy, do you mind standing next to the big, fat, scary shark man too?
The fat one. That one, not the thin one.
Do you mind standing next to the big, scary shark?
I got him!
I'm there.
All right, thank you.
As in, he just moved across, so he's
Yeah.
So he's-
So he bases it.
cool. We will then run round to anybody else you particularly want to pull into this combat. Don't think so. It looks a bit.
All the ranged jokers at the back.
I've
They
done
can get
my
in range.
bit.
Shoot.
Shoot. So this curry takes another chunk of damage from the ranged. Okay, looking pretty hurt, but still, upright. It is now going to be the magnificent curry's turn.
Well, instant curry doesn't have anything to cook with it.
The magnificent curry
I think she's gonna. No, I'm not gonna do any ideas.
looks around for
Tasty potatoes.
who they think is going to be the biggest threat, and
Cowman right
Arr.
behind you.
Who's the biggest threat?
no, even despite that pain, having seen the effect that Barra has caused, the hypnotic pattern that's held them all, the two that have been like sung to and then they've gone mad, looks at you
Oh, yeah,
with,
you can see that
with
one.
eyes filled with hate,
Oh, shit.
points a finger at you,
Oh,
What do you
oh
differently?
nah.
and says in a magical tongue that you recognize,
I recognise it.
"Be gone." Now,
Eyes.
I need you to make a saving throw.
Is it a disadvantage? Oh no, but I'm
Yeah.
making the saving throw.
If you make a saving throw, and the saving throw is going to be
Oh, it's got power in its fingers. Shit.
it is a command. Rest of the word, pardon me. Yes, here we go. You will need to make well, it should be relatively straightforward for you. Make a charisma saving throw.
Oh.
Charisma.
You overflowing with charisma.
I pull up my abs and go, yeah, target this! And like just to maximize my charisma.
20.
Oh shit, it's a 13.
Oh no.
A moment passes as, for everybody else, Barra disappears.
Oh
Oh, that was
And you
it.
find yourself
Mm.
in the strangest of places. You're stood on a rock. And in that rock, around you, in all directions, are ceilings and cabin and roof and space and
I know it's a rock.
like you're stood on rocks. You look down, you can see a rock. Like literally stood on a rock.
Oh, okay.
But you're stood on a rock that's moving around in a kind of random direction, and around you all kinds of other things moving around. Maybe reminiscent of that stone that goes around his head, but nothing more than that. Just the weird orbits of everything, right? And then around that, you see sort of bigger rocks, and those bigger rocks may have people on them, but the angles don't make sense. It's sort of like you're in some crazy, chaotic place that sort of doesn't like. It's just all a bit confusing, and you are completely stunned. You can't move. You are vanished.
That's mean.
Oh, she's in another realm.
So then, someone can bring her back like this.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Alright, can't do anything.
How do we get Barra back? Well,
Don't worry. Just
1 second. I will just double check something. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
chill here.
So that is Magnificent Curry's turn. It is now going to be back to you fine peoples. Bye bye Barra is the is focus. Yeah, it is. There's definitely something dissonantly musical about where you
Oh, here we go.
are. In an odd way, actually. It's almost inspirational.
Oh, last time I did something like this. I jumped too much.
So yeah, it is now time for your team to think about what you're doing.
I mean, still kill the minion first. I mean,
The minion's gone.
Minion's gone.
no, sorry, as in this new
The cleric.
The cleric, yeah, the cleric.
Smash his
Yeah, I mean,
her
he-
face, right? Like, I don't want to
It's-
gender
it's-
the curry.
I mean, it's clearly quite
I mean, how do you check
dangerous
which
still.
gender?
Smash its
There are,
face!
it's actually a skill, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you sort of run. So you're going first. You'd run up there. So out with your swords. Still with advantage because
Yes.
the fairy fire is there.
Make him drop his concentration!
22.
22's a hit. Do your damage.
8.
Now, someone remind me the rules about concentration when it comes to.
You either roll a DC 10 or half of the damage, whichever is higher.
Well, it's half the damage, wasn't it? DC 10
Con save.
is definitely met, I'm afraid. So no problem at all. There's the merest pulse as you sort of like flicker for a second, and yeah, you're still there. You're restrained. You can't make an attack.
One more.
What?
Slash.
It's a hit.
18 plus 8.
You have to hit.
Come on.
Oh, nice.
6 plus 5, 11.
11. So in this case, still rolling DC 10 makes that save. So, however, that's still 19 points of damage, right?
Yep.
So
Yes.
pretty good.
And I still have my bonus action. I will take an unarmed strike.
Okay.
You flurry of blowing?
No, not yet.
It's looking pretty hurt.
Sorry,
So,
I'm running out of.
You have
Okay.
to flurry in order to hit it again. That was your basic attack, which is 2 attacks.
Yeah.
And then if you want to hit it some more, you have to use a key point to do flurry of blows.
Yeah.
Oh, but over here it says I can make one unarmed as a bonus action.
Yeah, so
That's
that's
the
why you did
offhand.
twice just now.
That's
Oh,
the
so
free
not bad.
That's
offhand.
what attacks.
There are 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Does that not count?
so you have 2 attacks with your
Like-
sword,
Yeah.
And then she's got a bonus.
Bonus it says
Free
I can do
offhand,
and
a
you
one
can do a
unarmed
single
as a-
bonus action.
Yeah, for
attack, right?
unarmed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yes.
this
Yeah.
is the single attack that the monk gets. Then comes the second attack. I think we have
Yeah.
to check them.
Yep.
So slash, and then
And then one, yeah. Yeah. So now we just smack at him.
So while she's rolling, Barra's trying to hail the other people and see Bailey on the rock. See if any of them are off.
you make a perception check for me.
Okay, I'll do that. Go, yeah.
16 plus 8,
Yeah.
24.
Hits.
24. Please another 6. 5, 10 damage.
Okay.
Bye. Don't tell me it's another like.
Just as you're looking, there's another new hailing.
21 of perception, by the way.
You just appear back, and you
Yes!
it's not a perception. You've never seen creatures like that. They're humanoid, they're strange, they've got pointed ears, they've got yellow, sallow skin, angular, harsh features. You've never seen humans like
Oh, okay, so I'm back. I'm like, oh, that's sweet.
that. Still alive?
Yeah.
fucked up beyond belief, still alive,
Again?
and you brought Barra back.
But you can leave it to somebody else to finish.
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I mean, like, you don't have to-
Yeah, okay, I am done.
Because you sort of like, you say that, and they're like, oh, I'm done. As in, you literally fucked it up.
Okay,
right?
but yeah,
You did a great
then
job.
Barra's back.
You got the Barra's back. I'm bringing Barra back. Now,
Yeah.
Bringing Barra back.
so who goes after that? So it's going to be you, Yrsa.
Right, because my hex has gone to the bottom of the ocean, I recast it on the cleric, and then Eldritch Blast it twice.
Ayo.
Wisdom, of course.
Barra.
First Eldritch Blast. 16 to hit.
Nothing.
16 to hit.
Hit.
Oh, wow. Second Eldritch Blast.
The cleric is a wolf.
It's 18 to hit, so
yes,
let's
hit.
do the damage.
Do more than 8.
Oh wait, then first one first.
They're both at the same target.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because you rolled both dice already.
That's right.
Yeah,
Done.
it's,
Yes!
As this sort of cleric, sort of again, their head just vaporizes. And there's another moment as you do so, and as that happens,
sorry, when I was banished, do I lose concentration?
do you lose concentration? Yes, you do.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
On what?
No, it
What are
was.
you concentrating on?
What was my hypnotic concentration?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not concentration. Ha, ignore me. Ha ha ha.
Hypnotic pattern is not
Just a fun thing to keep you on your toes.
Maybe.
You are incapacitated. You
Oh.
can't take any actions or reactions. You are on a different plane of existence. You're banished with being talking these.
Cheryl says it is concentration, but only if you get damaged. Let me check it out.
Yeah, okay, so I think for the sake of this ruling, I'm going to say no, there's no effect. It actually isn't going to matter,
Okay.
because that action happened and pretty much the next action was going to kill this
concentration.
kill this cleric.
Okay. Cool.
And as
Sorry.
does so, this huge creature that's there begins to just start falling apart as you start seeing chunks of its sort of large skeletal armor and its large sort of like heavy sort of leather almost skin just begin to flake and burn and just slowly eat its way in through its body and eat its way across itself, and it just very last thing you see honestly is its hate-filled eyes looking at you as the construct that had been summoned by this priest dematerializes.
Oh yeah.
So much for Sagolas. Barra, you're right.
I'm still incapacitated.
No, you're not.
Oh no.
You're not. You can be if you want to be, but you're not. By the game rules, you're not.
Oh right.
You're
I
back.
saw these weird things on the rock with like saddle faces and elf ears like yours. Oh god. You're not related to them, are you? Oh. Yeah, I mean the tips of your hair. Oh. Alright, oh, never mind.
Not all elves are related.
Okay. Touchy. Okay. Alright guys, come on then.
As you move out of bullet time and all of the kind of like awesome heroic time that happens when you're doing all these immaculate things, and the world just kind of crams back into your senses, and you smell the blood and the salt spray and the various fishy ichor that now cover you all on here.
What's new?
You also find yourself really rather astounded and thrilled with the fact that you're alive. That was a horrific series of things, and yet here you are, stood against this as a team.
I'm gonna look at the guy with the smashed head and go, come on then. Come on, let's heal him.
There's a moment where the ship surgeon comes up and just says, "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do."
Oh no, you can, right? I mean, like I was the one who asked him to come up here, and he did it. Oh, you can help him, right?
The ship surgeon just sort of looks at you and just shakes her head and
Oh no, I
walks away and
I
says,
cast healing touch.
"Okay."
Here you go. Oh no,
Healing word.
healing word. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, no, fine. If you want help, well, I'll do it.
D4 plus the. I try anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you heal by 5 hit points. No, but
6. Yeah.
No, 4 hit points.
So you would sing normally, and you would bring some kind of health back, but you find that there's nothing for the magic to latch onto. Like, your magic requires an audience, and there's no audience, physical or spiritual, there to appreciate your music.
Barra feels really bad. He kind of like goes like that and then saying,
I'm going to come and find you. Yrsa's going to go and try to find Barra. Barra? Are you okay?
No, I haven't. You don't even know.
So let's just do this a bit more slowly. So you do that action, and you head downstairs.
Yeah,
right?
just like.
There's another moment where you kind of all take a moment to see your wounds. The helmsperson's got their got being tended to, and the captain sort of stood over the body of the sailor that was killed by this creature, and there are bodies of these creatures left on there. And the reason I paused you was I think you want to save this for our next session, which will be tomorrow morning, because that's the end of today's session. And thanks very much, everybody, for being on this journey. You've survived. You remarkably survived. The dice were brutally against you in terms of how that encounter roll came out. You were. There was, remember I said how there's angels will come down and pull you along through the water. There were an equivalent 4 or 5 that were the other end of the scale, and that's kind of where you locked into. So well done, everybody. You managed to get through. Thank you. I don't know if you'd have got through without Group SG's help and so through. And thanks very much. And on the other side of this, you all gained roughly, I would say, a metric shit ton of experience out of all of that.
Oh, wow.
Tomorrow I will be handing out. We're doing some 5e amendment rules here. We're doing a bit of homebrew stuff. So you'll have picked up a few new combat tricks along the way in the course of that fight. Your things you've been thinking about in the back of your head, you've been working them out or whatever, but you now will pick up a few new combat tricks. Cool. So I will let you know what they are tomorrow morning, because I haven't quite finalized that. I wasn't expecting you to do that encounter. But anyway, on that note, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following. That's absolutely amazing. It's brilliant. Go down and check out Games of Pi. Say hello to our friends over at Gamosaurus Rex. Thank you, ABC. I've been Ramji. With me is Joe Chan.
I've been Choy and somebody else now.
Okay, go ahead. No, we're all saying who we are on the way out.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're all superstars.
Lisa.
Lisa, it's a test. It's a test.
Who am I? Well, I'm Sheena.
I'm Edward.
And that's Cheryl. Thank you all very much, everybody. We'll see you all tomorrow. We're going to be streaming again around 12:30 or so. I think 12:30 will be on Singapore time. So see you then.
Bye-bye. Thanks, guys.
Behold, thine heroes as they observeth the troubled lands and stormy sea. They have no choice, it's national service for Marabanda Survey Team 3. A goblin captain, sea elven cleric, one small and green, one tall and blue, stoned halfling monk and bard who dedicates its campaign anthem to you. Here sings up all these parties who stream sweet D&D. The folk culture is unnamed, but you can call us T4C. Asian influence from rule with less Eurocentricity. Now for some Asia Pen gang chants featuring Audi and Ramji.
One coffee Sihir Tabak for me.
Coffee Sihir Tabak for me. Oi oi oi, oi oi oi. 新赛啦，麦伦来啦！新赛啦，麦伦来啦！哪个 Dragon Power？哪个 Dragon Power？
I sound quite transatlantic, actually.
We made it Insta party and we're actually very fun. We all go play really hard and we always sing a ton of songs where we find gods and monsters beneath the Urtu sun. We are Asia's the pop culture and at last our song is done. Except for our reminder to follow and subscribe.